Counter-Strike is well and truly back.
Nico emerging. No! Just a couple no-scope. Right into that, and it's another headshot. 4 in a row for Holzer. 6 seconds. Apex pushes in. He's got the fight. He's got the clutch. Searson caught with a nade out. Oh, Stown through smoke. Does not expect Stown to be backside. Simple. Down goes Saiwu. And the stairs player too. And that's now on the ramp. Cape spray gets him to the smoke. Holzer is gonna get knocked out as well. Now Rez, 40 seconds in a 1 versus 3, and he's going to spin around and get that kill on Sim. Glaive is coming in, he's already low on health, and Rez looking for an opening. It's going to be the young gun Buzz. He's got support, but it's low HP on Dupree. Buzz, oh, Buzz! They talk about him! There's legends! And then there's this kid! He's wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's going to find one. Finds a second. Absolutely not. He's already done this so many times. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. Brokey. He's toying with it. And oh my God, Brokey. You must be kidding me. Welcome to the big league.
The summer break is over and now class is back in session. I hope you guys have been doing your homework as this roster mania has been a wild one. Fresh faces ready to take to the arena here as we welcome you back to Copenhagen for the Blast Premier Full Groups. My name is Fresh Spears, of course, joining me. I've got Pimp, I've got Matthew. Pleasure to be back with you guys. How was your summer off, first of all? What did you get up to?
I think my break was too long. That's how it was. It was way too long.
We've been salivating for Counter-Strike, right?
Yeah, like 2 weeks is enough. Like, I'm fine. I'm sure if players hear what I'm saying, I'm going to be kidnapped very soon, just thrown into a van, never to be seen again. I was ready for some more Counter-Strike. I got impatient at the end.
I'm not gonna lie, I could have taken 2 weeks more, to be honest, right? But I'm also happy that we're back with some great Counter-Strike.
It's because you guys have just been playing CS2, right? I don't want to say it too loudly.
I've been playing CS. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know about it? Coming out soon? Or?
Yeah, coming soon, TM. That's what I've heard on the Twitter sphere anyway. But we have got a lot to be sinking our teeth into here at the groups. So, of course, we have 12 beautiful teams that are going to be gracing this stage. We've got some big names here, gentlemen, particularly when we're looking at it this month off. There's been a lot of changes, right, Jacob? Anybody that you're particularly looking forward to seeing out of these groups?
Yeah, most of the teams I'm excited to see. Obviously, Vitality being the former or latest major winner coming into this tournament with a new, fresh look. You have Heroic, who didn't make any changes coming in, and then FaZe could be the same right there, but the big one for me would be Na'Vi. Completely revamp of that roster, going the international route. There's a lot of teams who made a lot of roster changes, but Na'Vi in particular is the one that I'm excited for.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think 9 teams out of 12 made changes.
It's mad, isn't it?
Fall groups, and some obviously are deeper changes, more meaningful changes than others. We've had a couple of upgrades here and there, which we're going to touch on, but for some of these teams, like, this is the beginning of a new chapter when we have no clue where we're heading into.
I think we should take a bit of a deeper dive into some of the groups specifically as well, because Group A, obviously the standout name in there, that is going to be Vitality. People are looking at this one and saying, you know, that should be easy peasy lemon squeezy for Vitality. Are you agreeing here, Jacob?
Yeah, it should be. I know they made a roster change, and I know they're coming in after a break, and sometimes that can put everything into a spin a little bit, but look at the teams they're up against. EG, NIP, Complexity. On paper, that should be a group and a walkover for Vitality, but we've seen that time and time again. We said that time and time again here at Blast as well, and it never really goes that easy for the favorites, but by the paper, by the looks of it, it should be doable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what they want to do here is qualify for the finals. That's what they're looking for, right? It's a relatively forgiving format. We know that 6 teams out of 12 is going to make it to a World Arena down the rank. So for Vitality, just get the job done.
I think it's a nice way to get the season started, right? Not too much pressure coming into things, but when we take a look at Group B, might be a bit of a different story when we see some of the teams that are going to be gracing the stage here. Of course, that's going to be coming up tomorrow, starting on Group A today. Heroic, one of the few teams to not be making a roster change. As you aptly said, Matthew, I think that totally makes sense, you know, given their form throughout the earlier stages of the year.
Yeah, definitely huge favorite on paper for Heroic. There's no lying nor denying about it. The question is, are they going to be ready to kind of resist the pressure that could be put on him by a team like Na'Vi, for which we have zero information? We have absolutely no idea. What if Astralis click together with this brand new roster that they have as well? So for Heroic, this is going to be just a litmus test to how ready they are moving into Cologne. We have to realize it's coming soon, and this is going to be a hallmark of the season as well. So we'll take the temperature check on them.
Yeah, finally, we're going to be taking a look at Group C as well. That's going to be rounding out the 12 teams here at the Blast Full Groups. This is going to be FaZe, FaZe, OG, G2, and Liquid. Maybe some surprise changes in here. Of course, FaZe and G2 not touching their rosters. OG, I don't even know what's going on over there. It's been kind of a crazy ride for them, but Team Liquid as well. Maybe one more roster change than we anticipated them making, right?
Yeah, I would say so. You know, the focus on European Counter-Strike all of a sudden, slowly but surely moving away from NA is a bit of a surprise for a team like Liquid. So yeah, I'm excited to see them play as well. And as you so aptly said, right, you have G2, you have FaZe, didn't make a single roster change, and they're the heavy favorites to make it out from here.
Of course, this is only the first stop of the full season here at Blast. We're going to be starting off with the groups, then moving on into the showdown, then of course the full finals that is going to be in Copenhagen at Royal Arena at the end of the year. I think, Matthew, you put it pretty aptly. You know, the pressure isn't necessarily on right now, but you do want to be avoiding the showdown, right? Because that single elimination, that isn't very nice.
No, you're absolutely correct. Look, you're looking to warm your engine up again. That's what we're looking to do here in Copenhagen. We're just past the summer break. Teams are going to try to figure out what's working for them, what isn't, and you do want to avoid that showdown. Now, with the current format, you really have to mess up to end up down there. You have a whole lot of chances coming your way, so we'll see who are the 6 teams that we send to Copenhagen.
Yeah, of course, this is all best of 3s here, and Copenhagen coming up later on in November, Jacob. We've been there a hell of a lot over the past few years. Royal Arena, that is something to be getting excited about, right?
We're going to be there a lot in the future as well, obviously coming in with the next big finals and then, of course, the major as well. So there's going to be a lot of great Counter-Strike in Copenhagen.
And, of course, to be accumulating out the year is going to be the coveted World Finals in Abu Dhabi. $1 million prize money for the teams that are going to be gracing the stage there. We already have Vitality, FaZe, and Heroic who have earned themselves a spot. Let's see who else is going to make it. A crazy player break, to say the least. There's been a lot of shuffles going on with a lot of the teams, maybe more than we anticipated. I want to begin off, gentlemen, with just asking you, what has been the craziest change that you have seen, maybe the one that has surprised you the most unanticipated, rather?
No, I think there is a very obvious answer, Jacob, and I'm sure you'll agree with me. It's the Na'Vi route. It's the drastic changes that Na'Vi have undergone, which are beyond imagination. I mean, we knew, I think everybody had an inkling, a feeling that something was wrong for reasons internal and external to the game. That makes sense, and that changes would have to be made, but I don't think we anticipated that much of a change, and if anything, we didn't anticipate these players to be picked up in. If I had told you, Jacob, a few months ago that Ima and JL would be picked up by Na'Vi, you would have said, haha, maniac, finish your glass of wine, go to bed, daddies. Now it's time to go to bed.
Even Alexi B, for that matter, right? A guy who's been, by some at least, labeled to be failing upwards, couldn't make it in G2, couldn't quite make it in NIP, was benched, and then all of a sudden he gets to play with Simple with a Na'Vi. So there's so many surprises in regards to this one. And yes, from a historical point of view as well, Na'Vi has been around for forever, not only in CSGO, but also in 1.6. They've never gone the route of an international roster. So it is truly, truly remarkable what they've done here.
I think that's where I have, like, the massive question mark is going to be, the language and communication barriers that I'm sure they're going to be experiencing, right? Simple even already touched upon it in an interview coming into this very tournament, saying, that's where he is kind of scared of things going wrong.
Yeah, but you remember Vitality? What was it? A year they used to use that excuse that the communication wasn't really fluent, it wasn't really up to par, took time to learn, took time to adapt. That was for Vitality. We heard that, I wouldn't call it an excuse, but we heard that explanation as to why they didn't perform for a very long time. So that could be the same thing happening in Na'Vi, and I don't want to listen to that for 6 months.
Let's shift our attention back to Group A, and I do want to, pick your brains on the Ninjas in Pajamas changes. Of course, we're seeing Hampus coming back into the fray. It was in this very studio where we heard, Hampus is going to be out. He's going to be taking some mental health leave. He is now back. What is your take on that?
Can I say lukewarm? Can I say medium? I don't really know where to stand. So here's how I see it. I'm glad Hampus is back into the roster. I have always valued Hampus as a player, and I'm happy he's back in there. I just don't have the feeling that this was a move that was fully intended and fully planned, and that they're buying fully into this. You read Hampus's interview, and he's just like, yeah, I just wanted to play, and then I end up to be the IGL, and I'm cool with it, so you know what, I'm gonna have a good time. It doesn't give me the idea that there's a direction that's followed completely. Now, some of these players will have to do better than what they were doing with Alexi B. That is it. In terms of system, we have 2 different philosophies. We'll have plenty of time to expand on it, but I want to see other people benefit from this change, because just a one-to-one does not give me enough hope to suddenly get excited about NIP.
I'm with you. I hope Hampus can come into NIP and elevate the players around him, because that's what's needed. You still have a very strong core of riflers in Roland, in Res, in Config. They can do damage against the best of the best, but they need to be set up, and I hope Hampus finds a way to do that.
Complexity, another team that we see making just one change to their roster. But Jacob, it's a big one, maybe an unexpected one as well. He really wanted to stay in North America.
He really wanted it bad, right? He wanted to stay in NA. I'm sure that there would be a lot of European teams out there willing to sign Elish, but Complexity were the lucky ones who got his contract. There were also rumors about EG, poaching him. So in that regard, good for Complexity. They get a quality player, but it's not enough to make me excited for the team just yet. I think they're going to become more competitive. I think they're going to be a better team, but it's going to be a top 12 team instead of a top 15 team.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how much the improvement is, and I think we'll have to give them a couple of weeks for that. But it is one of the clearest case of pure improvement from roster to roster.
Yes.
You've had Fang, you now have Elish coming in, you have a gain in terms of skill, of course, you have a gain in terms of experience, in terms of attitude as a champion, as someone that has lifted trophies and whatnot. And this is the profile that we've been talking about Complexity missing for so long. Like someone to say, put their foot down and say, listen, this is how we're gonna do this is how we're gonna win, this is how we're gonna close games. And Elish is supposed to bring that on top of his skill, and then we have a new conversation for Complexity.
Well, we will be seeing both of these squads taken to the stage later on today, but not before we get into our first game of the day. When we are back, it's Evil Geniuses taking on Vitality.
What's good, everybody? We're here at downtown Washington, D.C. I'm joined by Nico, I'm joined by Dupree, and we are here to answer one simple question. Who's the noob? We're gonna be making pizzas. Gentlemen, I'm judging your pizzas on structural integrity, on flavor palette, and if you want some bonus points, get creative, make me something Counter-Strike related. Our Instagram poll had Nico favored to win this competition at 53%. If you guys are ready, so am I.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Let's get to it, yeah. Should I go first?
Yes.
Help yourself.
Oh, it's so cold and gooey. All right. I've seen people put it on the edge and then they would go do stuff like that.
Yeah, and what are those things? And are you going to do them?
No.
I'm not trying to experiment too much over here.
Dupree, you're looking a little lumpy. There's a waviness to your dough at the moment.
I think Nico's doing a pretty good job. Look, but look how thick it is over there. What? No, I'm just joking. It's mental warfare. Okay, are you ready with my wooden thing?
I'm ready with your wooden platform, sir.
Oh no!
Hey, these look great. Well, one looks great.
Which one?
That's the question. All right, done.
I'm done. Oh, he made it. It's sick.
This is huge. Dupree's gone for a thinner center with protruding outer crust lines. Nico, I think that the consistency of this is a really nice detail. So far,
right.
I'm impressed, gentlemen. I think you did great. Dough is done. Now we're doing toppings, gentlemen. Decision's completely up to you.
You can go ahead first.
I go first.
Begin.
Mix it up real good. A big spoon. I'm just gonna swirl it around. Oh my God, professional pizza maker.
Nico's gone center, heavier on the sauce, I would say.
Oh, look at him. So, cheese.
Cheese first, okay? Nico, you've definitely gone lighter on the cheese so far.
I'm adding. I don't want to go too heavy.
Okay, right. Dupree going with the consistent spiraled pepperoni strategy.
Does this look like a G to you?
It looks like something.
There's no way I can fit two. Well, I tried to do something with the G to logo, but I'm not sure exactly how it looks like.
I think I'm gonna try it.
X Factor, honey sauce. We got Nico's G2 pepperoni no green, and then we've got Dupree's symmetrical honey glazed deliciousness. So, one final step, gentlemen. Time to cook them. All right, gentlemen, they're out of the oven. They look great. They look good. So, time to find out who ended up whipping up a better pizza. I think I'm going with Dupree's first, so I'm gonna come at it.
Please don't burn yourself.
That's fantastic.
Good, yeah?
That's really good. Excellent.
Perfect.
The pull.
They surely both taste
The pull is nice. This is too difficult, and I didn't think it was gonna be, but I'm gonna side with the 53% of Instagram users and say Nico took this. It's just good. Dupree, it turns out today, I'm sorry, you are the biggest noob. Nico, well fought. Congrats to both of you because I'm impressed. These are solid pizzas.
It was a fun experience.
The reigning major champions now arriving with a new sting in their tail. Not content with standing still, Flamesy now joining the Black and yellow squad. Gentlemen, I want to get your temperature check on this roster move. We have a lot coming into this new season, but I am very excited to see Flamesy donning this new jersey.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm very excited. Look, if you take a minute to consider the long-term trajectory of this team, then you realize this signing is a slam dunk. It's an excellent signing, as simple as it is. Yes, on the day-to-day, maybe right now, maybe in Copenhagen, it's maybe going to be a little bit short because you have to realize he's going to have to be implemented. There's going to be a couple of challenges that we'll rather touch on. I know that. But when you are Vitality and you have the chance to secure the services of a man like Flamesy with his trajectory, with his perspective, and his vein for aggressive Counter-Strike, for Dupree, of course I would. Why would you not do that?
At the price of $0, they didn't have to buy him out. They didn't have to pay OG anything. His contract ran out with OG, and that's why they did it. Sonic even said in a very honest interview with a Danish newspaper as well that money was a big part of this. Economic was a big part of this, because if he had to replace Dupree 6 months from now, he could be in a situation where he had to spend money he didn't have in order to do that. And now they got a free version of a player that you said for the future is going to steamroll for Vitality.
Yeah, certainly. This is a perfect opportunity to be pouncing on if you're the side of Vitality. I have a lot of questions about this shift, though. You know, namely, first of all, positioning, roles, exactly where you see Flamesy fitting in. Where do you see him elevating this Vitality squad that we literally just saw lifting a major trophy?
I think we can address what's easy first, and then we'll leave the shenanigans later. I think on the T side, it's pretty much a position for position. You have an aggressive player that's finally going to kick down the door of any defenses that's needed. If you're Vitality, if you're Apex, you just make sure that you set him up with a couple of nice utilities. You put him in a position where don't have to think, brain out of the skull, on the table, is going straight and make the duel make the difference. He can do that. He's been doing that time and time again with OG. He was a very aggressive piece of the puzzle. A couple of flashes and here we go. It's on the CT side, Jacob, that things could get a little rough and complicated.
Yes, because we did see Dupree pick up some of those outside roles that you don't necessarily like as a player, where you're very static, you're standing by yourself, you have to do it all by yourself. Vertigo is a great example, playing B alone. Can we see Flamesy integrate and slot into a position like B and Vertigo and do as well as Dupree did? Maybe he could evolve into that player. I don't think that's what necessarily suits him. So yes, as you said, T side, no problem. CT side, I'm curious to how they're gonna maneuver that.
Basically, any map now at the very top level of Counter-Strike requires two players that are more passive and patient-based than the rest of the team. That's as simple as it is. And Vitality have tried throughout the iterations of the rosters different approaches. They've put Apex in these positions at times. We've seen Apex play B on Mirage. We've seen him play ramp on Nuke. And he himself said, listen, that doesn't work out. I need someone in these aggressive positions to make moves, to have initiatives, to go for plays. And then Dupree wasn't really doing it, so Apex put himself in that position. Now, you have the choice. Do you say, as Apex, I'll keep doing that job because I think I can do it to a high level, but I'm sorry, Flamesy, you'll have to take that one on the chin? Or do you actually put all priorities to Flamesy, but then it comes with responsibility?
I think that's where we have to look at the entire Vitality squad and go, okay, you know, obviously ZywOo is #1 firepower, star player, whatever, yada, yada, yada. We've talked about that time and time again. How are you now kind of placing everybody else then in this roster? Because I feel like we saw the Spinks consistency factor coming through at the later stages of last season. Where do you see Flamesy then maybe on that totem pole?
I think that's a great point to bring up, Freya, because there's no doubt that ZywOo will play whatever positions he would like to play. It's as simple as that. I also do think Spinks lately have given us a case to be made that he should be feeling comfortable in the spots that he's in right now. I don't expect he's going to be turned around too much, but Magix is the guy I want to put focus on. I think he's been underrated within Vitality for a very long time, and he has already changed roles coming into this lineup. I think he's going to take some of Dupree's CT roles. I think Magix is going to be even more defensive than we're used to see, and that should open up a bit of space for Flamesy, because we've also seen Apex in the iteration period with Spinks trying to play positions that he's not comfortable with. Whenever he put himself on ramp CT side Nuke, and I was thinking to myself, Apex, that is the worst position you possibly can play. That was a sign of him willing to sacrifice for himself, but he also realized it's not for the benefit of the team. So there's going to be conflict right here for Vitality, but I do think that Magix will be the one suffering the most.
Well, we've got some questions, and hopefully the man on our screen can give us some answers. It's Apex, courtesy of Banks.
So a new player, show matches, media day, and a quick start into Blast. How prepared are you feeling coming into this one, Dan?
Well, the preparation is really, really short. With a new player, most likely, so it's not easy at all, but we have the experience and everything else, so we're going to try to give our best to be able to play as good as possible.
And in terms of experience, right, as an in-game leader, adding in a new player like you did before with Spinks, has that made it easier in your learnings with getting Flames in?
it's always a long process, kinda, and an annoying process for me to show everything back and to work again as I've done for the last 15 years. But no, it's all right. I mean, of course, it helps when you used to do that. You know the mistake you've done in the past, and you miss. For example, we have to want to share experience. So what Lotan felt when he came and why he didn't perform like the first 6 months, for example. So I think we've been sharing a lot of things together just to be able to be sure that Shah is now feeling comfortable as soon as possible.
And with Flames, what are you enjoying that you're seeing from him so far? What are some of the positive bits? What are some of the bits you still think he has to learn that's like he may have not picked up on his previous team?
Well, obviously, the really good part with Shah is that he's a really good human being. I mean, for now, I have a lot of like easy player to play with, and it's just a pleasure. But yeah, Shah has to learn a lot of things, most likely from our team. But I told him that if he listened pretty well to all the players he has around, the coach, all the staff, he's gonna grow as a really, really good player really soon. So I think he's ready to take the challenge. That's why he came into the team, and he knows that we have the right pieces for him to grow as soon as possible.
I love that we get to hear some reflections from Apex of, how he integrated Spinks into the roster, because that is so important, right, Jacob, when you're getting another new young star into your team.
I think that's a vital point. They learned a lot with Spinks because, as he said in the interview, the first 6 months we were all questioning why is Spinks not performing? Why are they moving around so much? Why can't they find the recipe for success? All those learnings, all that experience, he can now use that at the exact same way for Flamesy. Sure, it's not the same player, it's not the exact same situation, but there's a lot of learnings for Apex and Sonic for that matter in terms of how do you integrate a player like Flamesy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think there is a lot of give and take for the new player that's coming in, right? If you're Flamesy and you're being given the roles that you want to have, then you have to fulfill your responsibilities. You have to be aggressive the way you're supposed to be. You have to go for initiatives and peaks and whatnot. If you don't do it, then Apex is going to take over. Hell, maybe Apex is going to take over from the very beginning. But this has to be a communication. It has to be a conversation. It has to be accepted. If I'm Apex and you're Flamesy, I have to explain to you why we're going to move forward this way. I need you to understand me, and then we can move forward.
This is where I want to raise, an argument for maybe the slightly easier integration of Flamesy into this squad. One, communication, as you said. Obviously, Flamesy has come from an internationally speaking roster on the side of OG. But two, he's been talking a lot about his actual relationship outside of the server with Spinks, right? The fact that they hail from the same nation. They actually go around each other's houses on the weekend when they're back from events. So they have a good relationship already fostering outside the server.
I think it's a great fit. I think from all different parameters you can look at it, I think Spinks and Flamesy, that synergy between the two can definitely help Flamesy. No doubt the T side we already covered. It should be pretty go-to for Flamesy as well. Not too big of an issue. And then as well, like he's coming from OG. He's coming from a team that would be happy to place top 8 at a tournament, happy to even qualify for the majors, to now come into a team where the expectations is to win the trophies. So Flamesy is not only going to be mega motivated, but also willing to sacrifice a little bit, be a little less selfish in that regard. And I think that's a good thing for Flamesy and could help Vitality as well.
Yeah, he needs to have long teeth on that one. I think the danger for Flamesy is to think that, damn, I've made it. I've made it. I mean, Vitality, and that's great. I think as soon as you start thinking like that, it's over for you. As soon as you start thinking that you've already reached whatever pantheon you think you are in, that's the end. You have to take this as an incredible opportunity for you to prove that you can be at the very top. Because for the longest time, we pundits, people, community, were talking about, oh man, this wasted opportunity in OG, wow, this potential is doing so well, but he doesn't have the team, blah, blah, blah. This is not valid anymore. You have all of the pieces you need. You have the best player in the world next to you. You are in the reigning major champion team. So go ahead. Show us what you can do. It's now.
Let's go ahead and switch sides of the studio because, of course, Evil Geniuses, that's going to be their first opponent coming into the full groups. This is very interesting because basically the entirety of EG Black Jacob have been promoted to the main squad. We wanted to see a change and they've given it to us, and they've saved North American.
They've given us a big change, but they've also triggered my mind a little bit, I've seen a lot of rumors throughout this season. I've seen a lot of things that potentially could have happened with EG. You saw Electronic being rumored towards the lineup. You saw some Danish players being rumored over
Jax
there.
was in there for a while.
Jax was in there as well. A lot of names have been thrown into the mix, and yet you end up with this result. Now, I'm not going to take anything away from the guys on the screen to the right here, which is the current iteration of what is EG, but I feel like we have seen most of these names before. We've seen Hex come up to the main roster, couldn't quite make it. We saw George play one of the tournaments as well. I think it was the Showdown not so long ago. Couldn't quite make the impact. So it's not new to me. It's just more the same old. And given that Electronic, that Jax, all these high-profile players were rumored towards EG, I'm left once again slightly disappointed.
You know who I'd like to kind of open maybe the skull and look into his brain to see what he's thinking now? Automatic. Can you imagine if you're automatic for half a second?
Yeah.
And there was these rumors going around, and we know how it works in the game. We know there isn't any, what is it, fire without smoke, I guess is what we say, like there has to be a smoking gun somewhere. So for a while, holy hell, they're
It's
really
getting
they're getting
loud,
ready.
damn.
Can you imagine, like automatic was probably getting mentally ready to have like a crazy ass international roster with some superstars coming in. And I don't want to, spit on the back of these players right there, but this is a different kind of caliber, different kind of expectations, different kind of prestige that he has to play in. And he remains the most vital pieces in that puzzle. He is still automatic. He's the one out of all of the roster in EG that wasn't disappointing us time and time again, that still had something to give. So can he actually come into this project with 200% motivation and identify with what's happening? I find it a little hard to believe.
Yeah, that is the big question. We can see the veto rolling along the bottom of our screens. Any expectations, hopes, dreams for the maps coming into this one? Or do you think it doesn't matter what's going to be played?
Look, we're post-break. For what I'm concerned, we could play Office. I would be happy.
You'd be happy playing Office?
We do get to see offices. No bueno. But Overpass, EG, I like that confidence pick coming against Vitality, but that also means Saivu and the boys from Vitality gets to start on the CT side on Overpass against a team like EG. It's going to be tough regardless of the match, Freya.
Well, let's take a look at our predictions to see exactly who may or may not have picked EG or Vitality coming into this one. Of course, Launders had to be different.
Why?
10 seconds, gentlemen, defend your Vitality pick. Why are they winning?
No, I mean, we should ask Mohan to defend his EG
well,
pick.
he's not
I mean,
here, so I can't ask
we're
him.
the majority, I think he's just protecting us from one of these like CS Unfortunate tweets.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's what he's
You
doing.
went
He's
for
taking one for the
complexity
team.
later. That's a nice one.
Yeah, I did go for complexity. The whole
Defend yourself.
roster with the upgrade, with the enhancement, it is coming in. NIP, new leader, deeper change, a bit of an uppercut into this. I can see complexity having one. He's wrong.
Well, that game's going to be coming up later on, but we do need to be diving into EG versus Vitality, but not before a short break. When we are back, it's time to kick off the pool groups with Anders and Henry G.
Greetings, everybody. It's Scrawny and Launders, not Henry and Anders.
Anders, Landers, you know.
Freya, she's one of the best hosts. She doesn't make mistakes. So when she does, we love to throw her under the bus. Top 10? That's fair.
Worldwide.
Welcome, everybody, to the fall groups. That's right. Second season of Counter-Strike on the Blast calendar about to begin. We've got the Unicorn odds heavily in the favorite of Vitality. Fair to say. But need I remind you, at the start of this year, at the spring groups, we had Evil Geniuses versus Heroic to start it all. And we all know what happened there. We all know where that conversation led us, okay? Can it happen twice?
Yeah, Heroic were #1 team in the world. Vitality #1 team in the world. Will Lightning strike twice? I mean, yeah, well, you could even argue that EG, well, they went ahead and even made an upgrade to prepare to go up against the #1 team in the world again. So that's why I pick them to be the victors of this matchup.
Okay.
To start off. There's always going to be one massive upset at the beginning of a season.
That's how it's meant to be.
In a group like this, with the craziest offseason in the history of CSGO
ever,
you have to believe that there's going to be more than one.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, our analysts had some fine points when it came to talking through the potential Evil Geniuses roster and that European mix that was meant to come together and then didn't, and then lost them the Elige signing, etc., etc. I, for one, as a representative of North American Counter-Strike, am damn happy that Evil Geniuses took that EG Black roster and put them forth here today. It's a chance for the second tier of NA to get their shot at the likes of Vitality. Is it a difficult fight ahead? Absolutely. Is this Vitality's game to win? Undeniably. But I know that these individuals in George, Walco, Hext, and Junior have been back in that NA space, waiting, frothing at a chance to strike down some Euro nerds. And now they've got that chance tonight. But Magisk walks out long first and foremost, kills Junior, so that's done. And we've got a 5v4 with comfortable amounts of control. It's going to take EG down towards the B site instead. Apex dives out from heaven. We didn't actually have a good defense in position, so it's a little scrambled, but they're going to stop them as the cross attempts. And all looks good so far. ZywOo, Apex kills within the site. And the one piece of EG that's fresh to the EG Black lineup, of course, they kept automatic.
Oh, we got a kiss on the hand from Apex to Flamesy.
Already?
Oh, wow. So Flamesy and Degster, of course, on OG. It was a little bit more abusive, I would say. But a kiss on the hand instead of a slap on the hand.
Is he going to do it every round as Degster's punches? High fives were...
The thing was that Degster's style worked really well for Flamesy. We know that worked. So we're going to see if Flamesy's versatile enough to now deal with a more loving teammate beside him.
This, to me, is one of my favorite roster moves. You said the craziest roster mania of CSGO history. And I think that for Vitality, this one straight up makes sense.
I think so, too. I think it's... I think for, you know, newer fans, it's hard to wrap your head around why you would cut a player who you just won a major with, who you just won back-to-back events with, who you nearly won 3 events with into a break. But as was mentioned by Pimp and Zonic talking in the interview, that some of this has to do with the fact that Flamesy became available. So he was suddenly free, a great player who could be a good replacement for somebody who may not be good for years to come became free. And it's also about betting on the idea that, I mean, just because you won before doesn't mean it will necessarily continue to happen. Is it an obvious upgrade? I don't know about that, you know, but is it a smart decision? I think, arguably, I think that's the point. And, you know, you've got to take risks if you're going to continue to win for a very long time. And when Zonic was on Astralis, you know, he was the one responsible for bringing in Magisk. You know, when he felt like things were working, he left. He on Vitality got Dupree and Magisk, or they all joined together, of course. But he didn't get to where he is today with 5 majors by just sitting by passively and waiting for things to happen. So I think that's I think especially people who felt like this was some kind of easy decision for Zonic are crazy. Like,
insane.
Yeah, we all know that, of course, they're not only excellent friends, but have won everything together. And I don't think there's necessarily bad things to say about dupreeh. I don't think it's like that.
No, I just think that, you know, Flames' potential is undeniable.
Yeah.
Undeniable. The fact, again, no buyout. We're talking about falling it. $750,000.
Yeah.
But you get Flamesy for nothing.
Yeah.
Come on. You can't blame Vitality for wanting to make moves. Meanwhile, EG also making moves. Not the moves that, you know, this was the weird one for me. We were talking about Evil Geniuses, who's looking to buy out more European talent. Maybe not the best European talent. And I'd say with what we got from that EU-NA mix over the last season, we know that that wasn't successful. Meanwhile, if you haven't been keeping tabs on this EG roster, previously known as EG Black, these are players who showed marked improvements when they returned to NA. Somebody like Junior, who has reinvented himself since his departure from Furia and now finds himself here in the second round of Overpass. We're back in action. So round back live, screw your tech pause, it's all over, and EG will buy nothing. Glocks outside of Monster. No flash, no smoke, just a stack inside the B site where we get to keep Magisk on his toes. Bunch of contact. Nobody makes the Famas look better than Apex. He'll grab 2, and that one goes exactly how you'd expect.
Yeah, so Apex playing here, or sorry, where is Flamesy playing? Is he playing Rotator for B?
Flames, I believe, was just on short B.
On short B, okay.
I believe that was Flames, Apex, and Magisk in round 2 on B side.
Yeah, so we're here to find out, you know, what spots are going to be compromised, because this was also, even though in sort of, okay, Flamesy is an entry fragger, right? He takes actually more entry opening attempts than even dupreeh did when he was playing on Vitality. So that part made sense. But in terms of actual positions, there is going to be a lot of disruption for a lot of the players on Vitality, different players, different spots on different maps. So...
And little preparation.
And very little time
Apex
to prep as well. But one thing you're going to get ironed out first is who plays what CT spots. And Flamesy was the B rotator on OG, and dupreeh was more of the B anchor. So it looks like he's taking over dupreeh's spot and changing up just slightly, right? It's not exactly the same. When you think about a B rotator on this map, on the B site, you're spamming wood wall, you're controlling the door, you're supporting a short push. When you're playing anchor, you're shifting to take control of monster. You're going to be left alone in the site, you know, soul more often than not. So slightly new responsibilities for him now.
Ooh, George dodged the flash that came up from the B site. So they're trying to take down George. George, once upon a time, was the biggest problem for Imperial at the Rio RMR. When they were attempting to qualify for their home major, George nearly took down Imperial on his own.
He had a 1.21 rating at that RMR.
Yes. So George's rifling is something to keep your eyes on. Junior's op reinvented. But Magisk, as per last round, dispatching of Walco, who is, of course, the IGL for this team. The MP9 drops bomb outside of Monster. This is good control. And Magisk taps away 2 more riflemen. No open doors for EG, despite that 5v4 from George's pick.
It was a nice first shot, but a little bit too easy here for Vitality, as we can see all of Evil Geniuses dying back behind Monster, full vision, and no one getting to the point of execution, right? I mean, these are some open fights that are being taken, and we're here to witness Flamesy again, clearly playing an anchor spot, very dedicated, and doing a pretty good job with it. I think that Flamesy is a very creative rifler, if you want to, like, describe him stylistically. I feel like the way he moves, he shows that he's very quick-witted, both in-game and out of the game, honestly. He's a very funny kid. And when he plays, that creativity and that quick wit really does translate, I feel like. He's always offering up like a new peek or jumping in a weird spot or moving very quickly and swiftly.
I think Apex is going to be tapping into that a lot. I already saw them at breakfast today at the hotel. He had his arm around his shoulder. He's speaking highly of him in interviews. It feels like Apex has a shiny new toy to work with. And Well, I'm excited for one for that T side, but alas, it's going to be the B hit yet again, and Magisk is just farming. We are 4 rounds deep. He is 9-0, and it's been monster, monster, monster for Evil Geniuses. Unsuccessful every step of the way, getting bombarded by utility, and then the CTs just go in for the peak, so Magisk makes it to 10-0 real quick.
Yeah. No, this is going to be a harder game for EG to win, but me and the boys aren't giving up hope just yet. That's Axe standing behind him. Another B exec fails here. This one, unfortunately, it looks like they throw every single flash in the world, but your first and most important opponent, the guy playing barrels, is not blind in the slightest. So a very easy round here for Magisk. And now the op will come out for ZywOo with a great spawn inside of bathrooms. But no opponent.
Junior's op instead sits outside B site. Flash gets him over to playground, so ZywOo's potentially got problems to deal with. Of course, we get Apex up on long instead. Flamesy catching a wallbang headshot and Spinks contact to connector. 5v3 Vitality. Looking like a 5-0. Looking like smooth sailing. Of course, Evil Geniuses, unlike Vitality, I think had a bit more preparation time ahead of the groups. They were in Serbia at a boot camp. At Yanko's new boot camp establishment.
Sorry, is that called Isuba?
No,
right?
no, that's the Serbian team. I believe it's
oh, yeah.
I believe it's ENAT.
Right.
ENAT.
Okay.
European Boot Camping Services. Apex gets a little too adventurous. That'll be 1 casualty back the way of Vitality. And ZywOo's patience to be tested. Contact outside B, no problem. And we're going to get 2 individuals here from EG, both floating to separate sides of the map. Oh, ZywOo just missing this timing by a minute little moment. And he gets around long. Now he's got cover.
Oh, they let
George
him go.
capitalized, because if George gets the kill, knowing exactly where ZywOo is, then all of a sudden that A plant can definitely come through. But ZywOo's not going to miss that one. Point blank, George takes it. And poor Junior, no chance, has to save the op.
So let's talk about great things about Evil Geniuses, all right? So I would say the thing to watch for sure is that when EG Black were the team, and it wasn't, they hadn't got the move up quite yet, the striking part about EG Black was the support around Junior and how easy a lot of his rounds looked because they were doing such a great job of setting him up. And he brought like a very patient style to EG Black, and in NA was putting up great numbers. I mean, for the last 6 months or more, he's been doing a great job of kind of being the standout opper, I would say, of the region. You know, disregarding like OC and some of the other top teams that have spent more time in Europe. That's something that we're going to see probably more of on the CT side, but even on T sides on different maps, we saw a lot of great plays surrounding him that worked and made sense. EG today look like things aren't going that well with the flashbangs. Some of the flashbangs aren't hitting. Some of the setups aren't looking too strong, and they're certainly not hitting all their shots. So not a great sign, but you know, we're going to get it together.
We're? You and EG?
EG are going to get it together.
Okay. Sounded like you were really putting yourself in the team there for a second, Mohan.
They could use another Canadian.
Just saying, we lost Team Liquid, so we gotta reattach ourselves. Magisk looking for a lucky wallbang as Flamesy did yesterday. Yesterday? What? Last round.
Yeah, time moves fast in esports.
It is subjective. Spinks kind of just floating top bathrooms for the moment. We got a good pack of players here from EG, all looking to work behind Junior's AWP.
Yeah, it's like he's like an Agario style snake with everybody behind him. He said, "Press Z and follow me. I'm gonna set this op shot up."
And then the pistols can flood forward, but he's got ZywOo to contest with. Ooh, and he lands his shot, but it takes 2 to kill ZywOo. Spinks takes a step outside bathrooms, could have been spotted, definitely was. That's why Junior posts up on the angle. And because Spinks feels squeezed, there's a chance he walks up into the op. But there's also that moment where George can shoot him in the back of the head. Oh, Spinks pressed from 3 directions. Junior will drop him, but we've got 20 seconds to spare for Evil Geniuses to make this decision, and they're deciding to go back down to that B site, which means Magisk will be given another opportunity to just strike them down, as he has every attempt at this bomb site. Sprays away for 2, and Junior doing what he has to open up this round. That's 3 out of Junior, finishing off ZywOo with the second shot, looking for the lurker outside Monster, and Junior is looking to strike them down. He's gonna need everything. And they're pressing up. He hears them both. He knows that they're close, but one missed shot gives Vitality all they need.
Oh, that was shaping up to be one hell of a round out of Junior, and you have to appreciate how passive some of the attempts were, how he sort of lodged himself into a great angle and waited for the right amount of time to set up the openings that he did. He got a great refrag here. I think the team moved around him really well when he went for the bathrooms approach on Spinks from top bathrooms, as well as someone coming up through the inside of it. But at the end of the day, he had to get every kill to win that round and could only manage 3.
Yeah, but I don't think they were playing the ground twice. I waited.
Seeing as we go into that round, talking about the individuals of EG, not quite there yet. Couple shots getting missed. There's a moment, at least a moment, where we see the electricity that Junior can bring in with the op. Guns now around him. And it is Spinks with ZywOo just a few feet behind. 2 players layered. And ZywOo strikes down George. Ooh. Gets back around into the bathroom's cover. Connector player looks to join him. Apex doesn't want to be that second death here in round 7. And Walco sees a chance to take some space on long.
They disengaged a little bit, worried about ZywOo, but they kind of really needed to finish that one off, I feel like. We'll see where ZywOo ends up going right now on the outside of bathrooms. They're pulling guard here on long for a second, just in case it's still going to be B. We've seen a late round rotation out of Evil Geniuses already in this half, but at the end of the day, EG still looking for 1 round.
Got the space to commit to this site if they want it. It's going to be Apex trying to play with the frag timing. Nothing too hefty. Couple of smokes. Apex plays truck. Molly destined for him. This should force him out, and he will drop hexed. ZywOo grabs one over towards bathrooms, dies to Walco, but Apex cleans up inside the bomb site, killing 3 in a gun round.
Very sharp, yeah. Nice hold by him. Tell me how ZywOo gets his kill on the outside of bathrooms with a deagle. That's an interesting one. And a great shot here from ZywOo to kick things off in the opener, but the automatic headshot into Apex doing the rest. That's the French full house.
I'm sorry, it was not fair.
Consisting of croissant, fromage, and...
Vin.
Oh, du vin.
Du vin.
Du vin, yeah. Vin rouge ou blanc?
Orange, actually.
Oh, ooh. Magisk. He's no longer sitting inside of a bomb site where he has been patiently rewarded round after round. He gets a little aggressive, wants to take down EG a tidbit. And sure enough, automatic's dead.
See, okay, Spinks is such an amazing rifler in this position. We've seen him put up some of the best halves. I think he had half of the year, actually, versus FaZe over in Rio from this exact spot, but there was a chance that he gets timing. Let's see if he turns around. He's got shadow advantage, 27 health down, but still eyes peeled, and they're trying to approach, but they can't figure it out. Spinks looks and gets 2. This leaves George and Walco alone in a 2v4 bomb, able to be picked up, but the bomb is now spotted on the other side of the map. Evil Geniuses don't know if Vitality have pushed through Monster, and with the time coming down to the 30-second mark, their ability to trick Vitality is starting to disappear. So we'll see. One last chance to make a move. George has the bomb.
They're just hoping somebody gives them a little thread to pull on. Not the case. 15 to the clock. George is going to have to run down, so they're just hoping maybe Walco gets an opening, and it's not going to come his way. So this one's going to fizzle out. And if Walco oversteps this, okay, good. Stay where you are, hang on. 2 guns to be held, and that's the way this one's going to fizzle out.
Yeah, so yeah, we've basically seen that anybody who plays Overpass as the support rifler inside of bathrooms has to be able to play for themselves. And they have shadow advantage on both sides of bathrooms at the top and the bottom. And these days, I guess I'll say, is that Spinks is one of the most apt riflers in this spot. Like, he's so good at getting multi-frags. So showing that he's still possible to kill after the break. The heat's getting turned up here on EG.
Do you guys still have a chance?
We, you know, we've seen worse.
That is true. That's true.
We've been in worse situations.
An objective truth.
You know, I'll leave it there. We the nation. We've been in better situations.
Also,
yeah,
very true.
So,
but you know, it's T-side Overpass. There's time. 7 rounds left to play. We've had openings. But you got to find a way to cool off Magisk. Flamesy also yet to die. And the contrast is Hex is yet to kill. 2 sides of the same coin. Spinks freed up to play outside bathrooms instead. Here we go. Unleash the kid. Sending Flamesy out. Monster.
Oh,
didn't see him.
I don't even know if they exchanged glances at all. Automatic, just aware that he was running, but
yeah, he's heard something now. He's on high alert, but
it might let him go, man. Flamesy, he can't die. They can't kill him.
All right.
Now they won't even peek him. I mean, this is going to dominate, right? This angle.
You'd think.
Ooh, missed shot. Unless you miss.
Flamesy drops Walco. Magisk looking for a little impact instead. He's coming down to support the bomb site. Ooh, there's Zywoo in with low HP. No second frag. And Magisk's rotate, sure enough, keeps them at bay. So
that was such a good recognition of like the threats at bay right there for Flamesy. I mean, he knew they were going to put pressure on from shore at the door. It was going to come in, and he managed to both escape up onto the railing as well as keep attention towards the stairs. And here's a situation where they try to peek him. They try to crush him from 3 different angles. His support player in Zywoo can't hit his easy shot as they run on the door, and he still stays alive. He manages to spray it. He turns it into a multi-frag round, and he still has not died yet.
In fact, Zywoo gets away with anything after the fallback.
Drop flash.
I mean, what if Vitality 60-0 and Flamesy doesn't die?
Well, then I think the roster move made sense.
That justifies the $0 cost. Wow.
Pistols in play for EG. Zywoo to me is the guy who I feel like he doesn't fall off after player breaks.
One of the greatest.
But in contrast to Magisk and Flamesy at the moment, he's looking pretty human. We all know he is a cyborg at the end of the day, but it's good that he can fool some.
You know what they say, don't win a major too early. Yeah. He's 1 for 1 in major finals. That's a bad sign.
A little creep here from EG through the bathrooms. Junior can just tuck in. Doesn't have to show his hand yet. For all Vitality know, they're stationed outside of the B site, but it's going to be 4 through bathrooms, 1 late lurk long. Hope the pistols can close that gap. Maybe catch Zywoo on a reload. But now they've been confirmed. And Apex going to farm the free one. No opening on Junior as he activates towards long. It's automatic with the deagle. That's the one that goes well. 2 kills inside sight. This is what they need, EG. At least for the bomb plant. A bit of money, some cash for the final 5 of the half. And George's hands on the A1S. Bomb planted front side sight. It's not a guaranteed retake here for Vitality. They can drop the ball, and damage on Magisk certainly helps. Automatic, looking for another deagle kill. He who cracked this open to begin with. George has quickly changed into the bath instead. ZywOo's struck down yet another, and George is going to get flanked from the other side of bathrooms. Flamesy is undeniable. He's unkillable. And Vitality to the 10-0 start.
Well, it certainly comes down to that trade. I think George doesn't have any armor to really defend himself right there, but they do a lot to get that bomb down and get some kills in the end. But ultimately, I mean, this is... Oh, this is out of spawn? No. Oh, okay. I was like... It was close, though. It was a warning shot.
It's okay.
I don't think that's not a new lineup, but it's just not used that much.
Yeah. And it's ambitious.
But it does look like a fast setup. It almost has to be. I mean...
George makes it to playground. Could be that fast connector play. We saw the layered setup between ZywOo and Spinx previously, but... Oh, man, Spinx just... They must... Okay, no, he did turn and check playground as well, so Spinx doesn't feel comfortable on the fountain play, but now he's also lost ZywOo, and sure enough, George does come out. 5v3. Best chance EG have had so far in this opening map, and it just feels like this has to be the one.
Yeah, we'll see what the call is going to be, because... EG are not going to be afraid to run it back to B, even though they killed both A players here. Apex, however, maintains a lot of information, being pushed up in bathrooms ahead of these nades. It can be very risky to throw this nade set because, well, I guess, okay, they're worried about the full-on long attack. So yeah, this is EG clearing out the A site or attracting players to the A site so they can hit B. If they take too long, they're going to lose the timing, however, and Apex still doesn't see anything from the inside of bathrooms.
Now we get that grenade volley down into B instead. We've got double over towards Graffiti. Apex just caught dancing in the bomb site, but there are players here. Magisk takes some damage, dies to automatic. Almost the perfect round from EG, but it's Magisk v5. With 1 dead already, he's done. Junior blows Walco's head off, but sacrifices must be made.
Yes.
And EG avoid the 16-0.
Yeah, they avoid getting egged. We did it. I speak for everyone when I say we're excited about this.
It coincides with Hext's first kill of the map as well.
And Flamesy's first down.
One's all over.
We take that con, we do it like the scrims, we don't lose, I'm telling you.
Okay.
All right.
You heard that pick out, Con?
Keep your heads on straight because there's still some rounds left in this half.
See if we get those Con fights anymore. Thing is, if you're fighting Con, you're dealing with Spinx and ZywOo. And 2 haphazard coming out of Hext.
Yeah, he was also looking... Okay, I mean, he was looking for someone tucked staircase, I suppose, but... Yeah, the approach could have been a bit safer, of course.
Just kind of jumps merrily around the corner. Now, interesting, we've got Walco in between the CTs. This should catch ZywOo off.
Oh, the shoulder. Oh my god, he's just too careful.
Dude. ZywOo's just got that dog in him. That's the thing with ZywOo. It always feels like he's calculating every variable all the time.
But if you ask him, he just laughs. No.
Automatic, with the door exposed, is in a difficult spot, but manages to inch past Spinx. A little timing could bode well for EG. It's going to put all 3 remaining members up outside of the A site. That's where we have majority Vitality because they've got the outer B water control.
Sort of eyes back on Junior, he's got the op, and I think we saw a round where he sort of outpositioned ZywOo twice, which was a good setup. So kind of confident about ZywOo's rotations and reading into them. Can he find another round of success doing that? Apex will spot him from the back of Dice.
Ooh, ZywOo kills automatic. Still stays posted on the angle as well, and it's going to activate Spinx.
Now.
They were so close outside of connector, there's no reason to not apply that pressure. Junior's been tagged up. Magisk to 16-4. And unfortunately for EG, just not fast enough. Vitality comfortable to swarm.
Yeah, it's actually somehow still not dire. I think just the problem is that, like, got one good round at it, Evil Geniuses, but it doesn't feel like they're going to win more, so we'll see what they try to do next. But for the moment, no questions about post-break vitality. No real questions about their individuals. Just no one looks frayed at all. And I think they took a real vacation. You know, they weren't one of the teams that, like, overdid it on the boot camp. And talking to Kinder a little bit, he said he liked this move just because changing one player out is nice.
Okay.
Change out two, things can get really crazy on some maps, and there's a lot of more variables to control for. Changing out one sort of made sense in his head, but it's not like 1 for 1 on all the spots. But this is a map where almost nothing's changed. We'll see if he's still with the pack on T side, but EG, full kit utility on Junior, round 13. They got a Tech 9 on Walco, but enough util to put together a full exec. And there might be a small timing on Long as Apex is jump spotting. And I think he's actually not going to see anything again. Or maybe he did. Zaiwu starts running.
Spinks decides he wants a bit more space. 30 on the clock and Apex into the site. He's had pretty good moments so far this map. Kills here and there. He's in between a whole bunch of players. Another 5 versus 3.
Those flashes are excellent.
Magis comes out, kills George on site, 20 to the clock. And Magis still just trying to section off these fights. Wonderfully dodges that player in the back. Zaiwu in with one with bomb down in front of him. And now that cross so dangerous with Flamesy nipping at their heels. Zaiwu's going to start body bagging players. Junior in the clutch, a 1v1, but no time. And it's that time that decides. Another for Vitality. Junior kills them both, but no plant. No round.
Yeah, the trades weren't good enough. That was actually, I want to say Magis does the most there, right? He gets his 2 kills, but he stays alive for so long. And these are some great flashes on the attack coming into the site to get the initial trades. But this hold, plus the amount of time that he had to play with them where they were just trying to search out how to get truck control. And that was enough for Zaiwu to do the rest. So easy shots for Zaiwu, supported by Magisk, who's up to 18 frags. And they're just crushing right now to start the day off.
They're crushing right now, and they're also sitting in the easiest group of the group stage, no doubt. When we talk about formula and format, obviously, #1 team per group, straight to fall finals. With Vitality making to grand finals, to being major winners, you know, this is not a team that's looking to hiccup in second and take any more time than they should. You have to beat Evil Geniuses and then Complexity or Ninjas in Pajamas. That is a very clear road for Vitality to kind of skip the fluff and lock in another big arena event. There should be no shortcomings for Vitality now. Flamesy being, honestly, fed to the lions. We got 4 players for EG on the other side of the smoke. They come out with 3. Oh, they come out with 4. 2-player push-out monster, and they shred EG's hopes. Magisk, unstoppable.
That was hard. That was hard. Wow, that attack can go wrong so many times after they phase the smoke, but with the game that Flamesy's playing right now, the game that Magisk is playing, this could have been any better. Left and right side cover, perfect flash to push out, and I don't think we saw one in the feed, but I saw one player with a hand over face, so... Or maybe he was setting up his own grenade. I'm not sure. But either way, that's Vitality, 13 rounds. Try to go home early.
Spinks and Zaiwu in the driver's seat of round 15. Great flash. Spinks, no chance. At a 5v4 to round out the final of this tease.
He does blind, you know, no info on what else is going on, but oh, the perfect time to jump down for Magisk. He stays alive. He gets a kill. He's looking for a second.
They'll pressure him though with the util. Flamesy here to pick up the slack left by Magisk's death. Good flash support. Solid 2K. And Apex with the frag finds Walco.
God, these flashes are unreal.
Yeah, util's nasty. And Vitality coming out of the player break with no hiccup, no speed bump, no sweat to start on Overpass. Hot off the trot, Vitality with the new kid on the block. Smoking EG in the first 15 of Overpass. Of course, we are talking about EG's map pick and a T-side to boot, but a very flat T-side, unfortunately. A couple of 5v3s, one of which converted, but it just felt like the utility and the individual level of Vitality is simply cut from a different cloth.
Axe found a place to sit that I didn't even know existed. He found like new angles in this real-life map. Behind the players somehow. That's a creativity that we are bringing to North America on EG.
Creativity, it's important.
Yeah. 2 rounds away from tragedy, but all great stories start with a comeback. Come on, let's get it together.
See how hard Vitality want to try in this second pistol. Whether they give EG a break or sweat it out for the 16-1.
POV is already uploaded 16 channels on YouTube. 22-6, mopped them up.
That was straight out of the gate as well. Those like 3 rounds in a row at that B site from EG.
Yep.
Torn limb from limb.
And Vitality picked up those limbs, used them as weapons, and beat them even more with it.
Wow.
Oh, but automatic. Gonna pop Flamesy. We were waiting for his T-side entry fragging. That's supposed to be his specialty, and we'll have to keep waiting for round 17 before we get anything out of him. Automatic on the fallback. Sees a few more. He's got Junior behind him. And now the B player's starting to move up as well. Swarmed. As Magisk looks to continue this tear. 23-6.
Oh, that flash is great. But he can't hit the shot Apex.
No way. Now things get a little dire unless Magisk decides to do it all. Walco's going to end him, and 16-1 is not going to unfold here. It is EG with a breath of fresh air on this CT side.
What's Hex's line?
Welcome to the dystopian future. I love that.
It's going to be...
Which, you know, you can't forget, I saw a nice graphic coming out of HLTV on the player break talking about the biggest comebacks of the first season in 2023. And Vitality, they were part of a lot of those comebacks, those historic comebacks.
Versus Cloud9 one.
Yep, which was a positive one, but they also lost to Liquid in a negative sense.
Oh, okay.
You know, they came back upon the...
They were came down, if you will.
Something like that. And so, you know, cue it up. Can't end this fast. Think about how long we've been waiting for Counter-Strike to come back. A month without CS. Felt like dried up SpongeBob and...
Dehydrated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's true.
And
And
now
it's a hot one, too.
We can't be over this fast, because then we're going to go to the break, and then the analysts are going to talk and talk and talk, and then... Oh, man, I want more Counter-Strike before we have to send it away. And we should be getting exactly that with just pistols out of Vitality. Ooh, Junior's controlling it nicely. 3 kills his way.
And he could start to climb the board a little bit. 12 and 12 now. After that, he'd go.
Ice out Magisk. And Zaiwu right there with him. The Deagle has been acquired by Spinks. And the bomb. He's piecing together the 1v5. You know, these were the appetizers, the first 2 easy steps. And it'll get no further. Junior.
It's the first player to go positive here for EG. At least in these few rounds. I don't know. Yeah, with very few rounds in total. You know, listen, this is going to be hard. Okay.
No, you listen.
I've actually got no asterisk. This is going to be hard.
Full stop.
Oof. 3 MP9s. Is that the best they can do? They're going to go... I feel like someone should have given up on utility to put together at least one more rifle in this buy. But at the same time, with the amount of rounds EG have to win to get back into this game, I guess it makes sense. You got to try to build some economy. Great opportunity for Vitality to take 15.
Yep.
5 AKs in play. Not that many pieces of utility, but they don't necessarily need them.
Yeah, they went hardware over util. Where are those SMGs stacked up at the moment? Oof, 2 of them inside of the B site.
Yeah.
Not to mention those grenades as well on B starting to dwindle. And we're going to get a boost put up outside of sight. So Spinks on the top of the pole. Ooh, made sound. They heard that.
Problem is, they have limited ability to rotate around because of the guns they have.
Ooh, Incendiary's properly timed, though, out of Walco. That could get just enough time for Junior to make it downstairs. He picks up an extra flash on the rotation. He has that M4.
Let's see if the Heaven Smoke comes out.
Flash mid-sight. No contact yet. Magis looking to tear him up. And it's Spinks with first blood on the rotator. So now those MP9s are stuck in water. Walco can only get 1. That is all the B defense is able to put up. A single kill on Flamesy.
Yeah, it was too passive, too curdled behind the site. And with the, you know, MP9s, you've got to compensate one way or the other. If you've got great guns, you can move less. If you have 2 ops, maybe you don't have to do any CT push on the map. If you have 1 op, maybe you want to take control of some part of the map or go for like a double monster push or take short control to support. If you have no ops, then maybe you're pushing 2 things at once. Like you're trying to get some aggression going. If you've got MP9s, I mean, you've got to be coming at them like you're on a full eco, basically, to get enough map control to compensate for your lack of weaponry. Because Vitality, they got enough map control to justify that side hit. Then they smoked off Heaven. They had a perfectly clear entry with no one on barrels watching short. And the two MP9s could not support Junior. The only way that they could have won is if Junior got like a 2K holding the short push, and then the MP9 started to just run out into the site.
You know, and even if, as if all those variables weren't already enough, we get that boost where Spinks sees nobody on barrels, sees nobody mid-site. Entry pathing made that much easier as half of the bomb site's already been cleared. They went in knowing they were going to take a fight inside of Pit. Maybe a problem on Monster, but no resistance offered there from EG. So we get the all-in on this round. Still hexed on an MP9. Early util damage, that's immense. Georgian hexed on half health with the game, or the first map at the very least on the line. Tough stuff, EG. It was always going to be an uphill battle. We're talking about major champions, repeat grand finalists as of late. And EG going through some big changes. Spinks denied. Walco's point-blank FAMAS makes it happen. That's a start and an upgrade. Oh, man. They almost both got killed by util just alone.
And so just like on OG, we've got Flames playing with the pack towards A. So we can at least talk about Overpass is just like very comfortable for Flames on both sides compared to his old roles. Other maps will be still up for grabs, and Vitality have been keen to move positions even without roster moves, which was cool to watch. I think it actually ironed out different maps than like Mirage, for example. Okay, Junior, he gets a whiff. Yeah,
yes.
So he's actually just going to call for a rotation, see if he can cut off anybody else.
Nobody else, though. All of Vitality ahead of him already.
He's going to start to flank, though.
Automatic. Good double kill. Hexed's flash certainly helps. Apex on the return. He's blind. They still press. And Apex with his double has opened up this bomb site. They can't stop plant. Junior's flank is slowly working forward. And Apex, he's watching that gap, but he steps into his demise. And you've put ZywOo, the chosen one, in the middle of a 1v3 to close a map. This is where ZywOo shines. This is where you think your comeback can begin until ZywOo takes it away, but they've pressed out, they've made sound, he comes at the duel and loses. The AK doesn't bode well for him. George on the defuse, 4 to EG, and they will keep fighting.
Yeah, well, going one more day. I like that Junior leaves that to information, first of all. Like, doesn't freak out when he spots somebody. You can't even tell by looking at his screen that he got info. You know, he kept it very calm, said, all right, if there's anybody else coming, I'll kill them. But for now, let's get some rotators over from B into good spots. Automatic is set up to put together a nice 2K entry. I think that maybe their initial bank molly didn't go deep enough, and Automatic was able to stand behind it. But either way, you've got to punish those moments, and that's what buys EG one more life here, one more round in the game. What? That was almost a visual glitch. He only took 8 damage.
Yeah. The hell?
It looks like the right thing happened. It just didn't look right.
Source 2 bugs. Got an issue.
Get a tissue.
Oh, Hex thought he had the timing on the peak, but he goes, oh, back into the flash. Junior's going to catch Flamesy on the front line. Spinks just stuck on a tech at the moment, and we get a quick flurry from EG down to the B site. A completely open. Nothing to be punished up there, as all of Vitality still reside outside of this site. Put ZywOo on the front line. He's ready to go. Could throw up a boost while they wait. That applies to both teams. Oof. Apex gets a quick glimpse of it. So EG see one body in short, when reality is ZywOo's headhunting. They'll face him, and he'll spray down George. Junior's op shot rings out. Walco shows himself, shuts down all 3 as he turns it back on Magisk. There we go, Walco. A little individual moment coming out of him. Apex with a chance to clutch. Not gonna happen. Automatic takes him out. And EG with 5.
That's awesome. I mean, they were all in the right spot here inside of the B site. Walco does most of the heavy lifting. One player dying to this boost up on sandbags a little scary. He's like, we're getting that kill on George, but after that, here we go. It's Walco time. Beautiful stuff.
Love the turn. Magisk trying to kill him with his back turned. Wasn't able to get that one over the line. And so Vitality have to keep trying, but Scout on Apex. Deagles for the rest of the camp. Ooh, careful now. A side a little understaffed. Junior has to double back. Sure, they've got short B, so you know that quick connector flank is a potential. Oh, he tagged him.
Nice clear, though.
30 damage out of Apex's scout, all they get.
Junior's free aims are really good. Now they'll get up close, and hey, listen, there's pistols, so they might just run at you. We'll see. Walco heads up here for him. Junior will rotate around to help him out.
Smooth, baby.
Good teamwork now.
EG tethering nicely. Magisk, nothing. Clean sweep of the board here. Vitality, no opening, no kill. And Junior stopping them before they even get close to that site.
It's kind of just like how many rounds can we put together? How formidable of a CT side can we show off today? Vitality could do it. We could do it too.
You know, I think unfortunately for Junior, his stock plummeted with the whole Furia situation because they didn't get what they were hoping for, having seen him shine prior to that move. But I think we can't forget that Junior to Furia was probably one of the most ambitious roster moves in the America's Counter-Strike history.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And
considering the stature of Furia,
yes,
and then the region difference,
yes,
the language switch, and the fact that Junior was only a prospect at the time. Not yet a vet, not yet a trophy lifter.
You know, like Stewie and Tarek to MIBR seemed crazy at that time, but then
that's up there too, yeah.
You know, and then, but then Junior on his own.
Yes.
You know, the one North American. Changing languages for Junior alone just seemed crazy.
Yeah, just this one kid from Boston.
But I respect the ambition. He tried it. And since then, since the failure that it was, objectively, he has reinvented himself. He has gotten better, and he is returning to that level that he first made a name for himself with. But one more round. That's all Vitality need here to stop this little comeback. And with the trade frag coming out of Flamesy, B-site looking tempting. Hext gets one just before Spinks comes out from the monster pipe. And now George on the cross while the fire burns hopes to hold off the hit. And they do stutter for a second here, Vitality. With Zywoo, Spinks, and Apex ready to roll into the op scope of Junior. He'll strike down another. And so it's the Frenchman left to clutch. 2v3. Knowing the op is up in heaven.
You should switch to French too.
Automatic. Il cherche la tête de Zywoo qui change de position dans l'eau maintenant. Automatique qui reste en haut. Oh, Zywoo, il va prendre la première. And a quick change down into the corner. Now they've got this front-facing setup. They can't go anywhere. They just have to hold this off, and they're just going to feed themselves to the Woo, who strikes down two already, gets the jump spot out of Junior. It's an attempt, but it's stopped right there. Two Frenchmen and a Vitality map win. That's what Overpass closes with. The choice of EG does not bode well, and Vertigo is where we'll find all of you after the break.
So Danny, I want to start by looking at the tough decision, obviously removing Dupree, bringing in Flames. I want to ask you kind of why was now the time to do it?
I think first and foremost, it's also about building for the future. But there's a lot of aspects into it. Budget, economy-wise, CS is probably not in the best state right now. No major this season. A new game coming up. We had a big opportunity in getting Flamesy for free, and I think all of that was all these calculations that we felt it was good time to do the move.
And in terms of Flames, how much practice time have you been able to have here? Because you guys came back a little bit later than others, right?
Yeah, I think one thing is that you can go and ask the players to come in early. We try to plan as much as possible. So the dates were pretty much set from January, so that people booked vacations and stuff like that. So it was a long season last season, and for us to ask the players to come back earlier was a bit too rough. But we also, when we start the season, we always start a couple of days without the PC. We pretty much had to rebuild our dream with this team. I think a lot of the players accomplished everything they could ever dream of, especially the two French. Probably hit the top of their career, winning the Paris on home soil. So it was about creating a new dream and also onboarding Flamesy into the team. So we decided to still take the days without practicing, which meant that we had a few days to practice, but we are on the same page now.
And how settled in do you think he is?
I think socially wise, I think it's going really well. Probably above expectations. He has a good wingman in Spinks, coming from the same country, and I think the rest of the boys has been really good at taking care of him and welcoming him to the team. So now we just have to transition that into the server, but we still need a bit more time.
Zonic giving us some insight ahead of this series, and so far, so good for the side of Vitality. Practically clean as a whistle as they steal away Evil Genius's map pick. Matthew, you basically couldn't have asked for a better start if you are the Vitality squad.
Yeah, that was a soft and easy entry into the season. You know, when you have like a little bit of help, maybe you're learning to go on the bicycle and you have the wheels on the back and you're just having a grand old time. That's how this game was for Vitality. EG didn't have any weapon really to even create a discussion into this game. Tactically, it was a little too flat. Individually, they couldn't match up. Only Junior, I think, put up a decent fight. He had a few moments here and there. But what is actually funny is that we have the winning moment right there. This is the first time I see B players on Overpass see so many players. You're supposed to be the side where you don't see anything. You're bored to death into the last 20 seconds. But EG said, hell no, Magisk. Let me just feed you some stats.
Yeah, they're feeding him. Magix played one hell of a game, let's be completely honest. As you said, Vitality never broke a sweat at all in that game. And I will argue as well that both Magix and Flamesy, they seek the opportunity of seeing those players being slightly aggressive on towards short. You saw them in Monster Tunnel a couple of times pushing out. So it felt like both Magix and Flamesy, who were playing together, so he was taking over the priest role on the CT side, already by now had a decent amount of synergy. But then again, they're playing against EG, and yeah, they didn't really offer anything whatsoever.
22-6 is the first half score that Magisk ended on there. He was looking like an absolute beast, as you guys have prefaced. And I love that you touched upon that, Jacob. The fact that, you know, in the early rounds, it was kind of a bit more passive, a bit more laid back. He could just let the players come to them. But he wasn't content with that. He was getting aggressive in some moments, too.
They wanted to be proactive. I think Vitality felt on the server that they were outmatching and outskilling and outplaying EG from start to finish. You see Magix pushing out short. You're going to see him be in the tunnels as well at a certain point. And he was just all over the map on towards that B-bomb side. And as we spoke about, we didn't really know where they were going to put in Flamesy. It makes sense to put him on the B-bomb side. And I think those two together already now showed us that in terms of individual firepower, they're going to be tough to go up against.
Yeah, we have the first element of response. You're absolutely correct, Jacob. At least on Overpass, it's a position for position with Dupree. So we have Flamesy in a more passive role, and we had Apex roaming around and rotating. Now, the challenge for Flamesy is to be able to be mechanically sharp, even though he's going to have to be a bit more patient and he'll see a bit less action than usual. And I think he's completely withstood the test in this game. He was tested a couple of times. He had a few multi-kills where he had to stand really solid in his feet, and he did just that. This is a good start for Flamesy. Again, it's against EG.
Well, let's put one particular moment under the spotlight, as Danny has got round number 9 to be breaking down in the Mahone zone.
That's right. So Flamesy was looking sharp today, and one of the reasons why was because of his ability to kind of use the map geometry to kind of isolate these fights and get away. So I want to talk about this round here, round 9. So it first starts off with him getting monster control. He's going to fall back here towards this short position, set up this crossfire with ZywOo. And what I want to highlight is just how he kind of deals with this situation. So pay attention to what happens. ZywOo right here, he's going to take first contact onto the door. Look at what Flames does here. ZywOo misses the shot and allows Flames to get this first kill. Now this is where the key moment is. He spots over here towards Monster. He doesn't see anybody, but he knows that for sure with the player coming out towards his connector side and with these players retaking that Monster area, it means that he is going to get pinched. Look at what he does here. What he decides to do is he decides to aggress one of the two sides, and the side that he decides to aggress is actually the connector side. And the reason why he does this to find this kill into Hex is because he can actually jump on top of this railing. By jumping on top of this railing, what that does is it limits the angle that the player at Monster will see, because if you look at this from George's point of view, when he's coming over here to try to clear towards short, he can't see Flames because he jumped on the railing. That allows him to isolate these two angles and allows him to find this kill onto Hex. The next key moment here is right here. When he falls back, look at the way he jumps. He jumps up high. This looks like a small detail, but this is very crucial because if you look at Junior right here, he can't catch him falling back because he jumps over the angle. That allows him to fall back towards the B site and allow him to help his teammates shut down the Monster push. Now, the last thing I want to highlight here is that after he gets this last kill here onto Junior, look at the way that he does it. The way he does it here is that he goes over here towards Monster and he does this little jump against the side of the tube. He kind of pushes against this left side here to peek Junior. And the reason why he does this is because by doing this, it actually creates an interesting peek where you bounce off the right side here to peek onto the other side. If you look at this from Junior's point of view, it completely throws off his aim here, and that's why he does this. So Flames, he is looking sharp, and the reason why is because he's able to use the map geometry to the fullest extent.
Can I just say something? Can we just appreciate Mahon for half a second? Because I wish he could talk about my facing games the same way. No, he's not pushing him last. He's using the geometry of the map to his advantage. AKA is just fully rushing him Monster when he sees him. I'm going to tell that to my teammates. I'm just going to be like, no, I'm using the map. I'm using the geometry.
Yeah, but Matthew, you've got to make it work. That's the key
I guess you have to get
right?
the kill.
Vitality, obviously, that wasn't even their map pick, but they managed to take that one pretty convincingly. Vertigo is what they've brought into the pool, and it's been a good map for them when we look back in history before the player break. Right, what should we be looking at now with Flamesy now coming into this
I think
round?
we'll keep the same line of questioning, as in, is this position for position with Dupree maintaining, continuing over time? I think Dupree was relatively decent on B on Vertigo. He had a couple of moments where he stepped out. We'll see if Flames can deal with that. It can be a very complicated site, because I think you have a bit less aggression and possibility to stretch your legs the way they did on Overpass. You have to sometimes sleep a little bit behind the smokes. We'll see if Flamesy can handle that.
Very static in that position, yeah. So I'm curious to see whether or not Magic's going to switch maybe with Flamesy, put him over towards the A-bomb side where there's a little bit more wiggle room in that regard. That's an opportunity, but maybe he's just going to stay B, and we'll have to wait and see.
Well, that sound means only one thing. It does mean we have to go to a break. When we are back, we'll see if Vitality can continue their hot streak. It's their map pick of Vertigo coming up next.
Map 2 queued up between Team Vitality and Evil Geniuses. The odds from Unicorn are a little skewed, Mohan.
20 to 1.
20 to 1. Yeah, 16-1 was almost the score, but we had that little bit of a comeback from EG. I'm glad we got to see some of their individuals pop off. We got some junior moments in there. We had a Walco 3K, and that T side wasn't flawless out of Vitality, but too easy to close after the CT half they had. Now we take it to Vertigo, where I think I'm excited to learn how Flames is gonna slot in.
Yeah, I mean, this is their map pick. They were really good at Vertigo in the first place. They've like all these maps, they had the best map pool coming out of the break, you know, so it's the standards are high, but also the confidence in their maps already are very high. It's sort of like, I don't even think they need Flamey to necessarily improve their lineup, right? For the meantime, they just need him to be as good as Dupree was or near it, because they're the bar right now on every map for all the top teams. But yeah, let's find out. Listen, OG played a little bit of Vertigo here or there for sure. We know he's got reps on it. T-side on the attacker, Vitality.
Ooh, Berettas, baby. From the pocket, Junior, it's one. And a jump over top from Automatic. George catches Zywoo. Apex returns the favor.
Ooh, George went through, and with that, this kind of allows the plant that George dies.
Ooh, just in the nick of time. Flamesy gets that bomb down, so it's Apex and Magisk. Little 2v3 post plant. Bomb tap, that's gonna finagle Vitality here to go for fights. For all they know, that CT's still defusing. Now they've seen them both, and it's pistol win EG. Retake on the A site. Panic caused by smoke. 1-0 to EG. Yes, Launders?
Flamesy's last game on Vertigo, he had a 1.59 rating. What else? He had 32 kills.
Who was that versus?
It was versus Eyeballers. With some Swedish legends that you may have heard of, such as Flusha.
Yeah,
and
I know
also JW.
Ah, J-Dubs. Money from the plant, enough for the buy. AK for Flamesy. Ooh, I like that. They just give him straight up the... He's got a better gun than Zywoo.
I like that.
The new kid has a better gun than Zywoo.
Killer kick.
They said, look what we've got. They throw him through.
Oh, he beat the smoke.
Hext feeling the pressure of the flashbangs. Flamesy gets nothing. And now the Tech 9 of Apex will connect. Zywoo back towards quad, gets one of his own. Plant could have happened, but Junior is going to find Apex getting a little rambunctious, pushing forward.
Oh, they're worried about mid. No rotator came in to clear things out.
They should be worried.
And Magisk is there. Oh, are they watching this?
Yes. Well, Spinks is, but Zywoo's just too far forward, so he gets nabbed. The Deagle returns the favor. Galil now for Spinks.
Yeah, and there is a better gun for Magisk to upgrade, so no reason to rush in this position. 45 seconds. And it's still on EG to come and re-clear B. So here's a moment where they can reload weight, and EG have to respect the fact that anything could happen. It's not a bad move for Vitality to re-aggress, nor is it a bad move for them to go all the way back to the A site. So they're looking for the CTs to split up 1-1 to sites or gamble. And now it'll be about figuring out if someone could be quad. That's the thing. Magisk will be on the hunt.
They've got the incendiary to flush him out. Spinks could throw it. Magisk would be ready. Sure enough, it happens. Unravels Junior's setup, pushes it on to George, who finishes what's left of Magisk, puts fire on the bomb site. 7 seconds. Spinks has found a spot. Ooh, no damage until now. It drops him by 30. Just that one little spot. Sanctuary in the sight for Spinks and a clutch to boot.
That sucks.
The force buy works out for Vitality.
That's tough. I thought the Molly positioning was okay, but Spink could still plant somewhere else. But the Molly actually goes a little too far. Spread happens a little too late. And even though Flames dies with the AK running in first, he gives information for the next sort of sequence of frags to go in the favor of Vitality with their entry. So, unfortunate series of events here for EG. But Vitality, they capitalize with less to work with. That's what's most important.
Ooh, Zywoo right to it. A1S duel up the ramp. Junior's dead. You know, I think unfortunately for Evil Geniuses, it's not quite about them today. It's really just everybody keeping eyes on how this new Vitality will function, where Flamesy will slot in. We had that conversation on the desk about his positioning on CT side and whether he's just going to be a 1-for-1 in Dupree, etc. So, you know, skill gap, we know about it coming into this series. We've seen it on Overpass already. There was that X factor of maybe a little ring rust from the break, but all seems good. From the French, Danish, Israeli fusion.
Tasty.
Magisk keeps eyes on the flank, as he should. 2 players coming in. And with this... Oh, saw the foot. Poor Walco takes one to the side of the head. And Hex just peels away for a moment. George will get a chance to fluster the bomb site at the very least. Vitality, cool as a cucumber, composed as they take over the bomb site. Take control of this T side early. You saw George's visual confusion when that Molotov didn't stop the plant last round. He was convinced it was on the money. Poor guy. Missed it by a millimeter. And in this round, didn't have a chance. Outnumbered, outgunned. And now EG have to hold off.
Yeah. And you said, like, you know, this is mostly about Vitality today. I think most people have questions about that. Dupree playing B, of course, such an infamous B player on this map, and whether or not Flames will take to it. This will be one of the most distinct changes. And I think we actually don't know if more than one position gets changed, in the sense that Flames could remain an A player if there's someone else on A who wants to switch to B to take Dupree's spot, because Vitality have made changes like that before, so we'll see. But I can totally picture Flames being a great B player solo, actually.
Apex farms 2. Old Apex commits to the 3rd, but 2023 Apex...
Really, because he's only gotten older.
Previous Apex.
Old iterations of Apex. Older versions of Apex.
Drive-by on Walco. That MAC-10 has gotten all 4 kills, so maximizing the money here in round number 4. USP done. That MAC-10 got all 5 frags.
That's money.
Moolah. Cash. Guap. Big bucks.
Doigarinos.
That's a new one. Man, we get to the buy for EG, and it's still 2 Famai. All right. 1 kid as well for Walco. See if they can get back that pistol momentum. It's a fast one from Zywoo, challenging up the ramp. Wants a piece of that crane peak. Flash support for George, but it's temporary, and he knows it. Peels back already. Only Zywoo sticking around.
This might be a fruitful search for Automatic, actually. I think he's already crossed. He's crossed to the point that he feels pretty comfortable calling against this. And this is a round that sort of is making me feel like Evil Geniuses should win, because they have really good information, but they're pretty slow to the rotation, actually.
Oy. Hex just sweeps away Apex. No challenge there. Flamesy on the edge of the smoke. There's the return frag, which means B site still up. Boost behind it. Magisk has not spotted Walco, who just wants to inch in and gets away with another double kill. Made that FAMAS look good on the B site of Overpass. And another critical 2K coming out of him here in this one. So EG, as you said, Automatic, the one who pieced together the picture, called for that quick panic rotate back towards B, and they did get into position in time. Didn't fall victim to multiple frags from Flamesy on the side of smoke. It's Walco to make the difference.
he just had that very nice timing where ramp was clean. He was coming around his sandbag smoke, and they decided to re-smoke right after. Whereas if they left the ramp open and he didn't see anybody, you actually can't be sure they're not there. But as soon as you see the utility and you don't see players behind it, then you go, okay, now I know your plans as well. You're trying to give me an audio cue to fall for. Doesn't work out. And everybody on B was on full guard. They were a little slow, but they were ready. Like, they knew it was coming. So that confidence helps you win those duels. That gets EG into this half.
Game on. Op on Zywoo. Reroutes. Oh,
wow.
He catches Hex. I mean, that timing's spectacular.
So slick.
Hex is on the fallback, just throwing a nade and looking to run, but...
I hate that for Hex.
You know, Zywoo, it looked like he had his protocols. Molotov recalculates. He is the supercomputer of Counter-Strike.
Zyborg.
And Spinks shaves automatic off the mid play. You never know when Spinks is going to activate on mid vertigo.
Could be never, could be now. You know what I'm saying?
And I'd say, you know, used to be critical of him because it was always kind of never. Sometimes didn't get active enough. This round, he does. Pays off. 4v2. And Magisk catching Walco looking for info. George all that's left over now. Pressure all over the map. Spinks will not be able to close it himself. That's a comfortable confirmation that George is deep CT and now down to 3 health. Magisk will sweep him away.
George is basically being stalked. And I think it's one of the most natural spots for him to be in, for Apex to find him. Overall, an easy round for Vitality.
You ever heard of Stalker?
Have heard one?
Have you ever had one?
Yeah.
Anybody ever stalked you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, okay.
About you?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Still waiting.
Have you noticed I'm always around?
Yeah, every event I go to. Oddly enough.
I see his face.
I'm just happy EG is North American.
Yeah. What was it? The George quote was, NA fans want NA players on NA teams. I like that simple, clear message.
Yep.
And I think you really did speak for everyone right there, honestly. Though I won't lie, the prospect of having Jax, Zorte, and Electronic on the same team was appealing.
It was, yeah, they're okay. That's fair.
I did think about that. I still think about that sometimes. It just, this is what should have happened a long time ago. So it's like, cool. At least we did it. At least we tried it.
It's okay though. Cloud9 is a North American organization, which means we still get Electronic.
That's true. That might be the best team in the whole damn world on paper.
Fingers crossed. Just like EG right now. Fingers crossed somebody just walks into this A site. Go ahead, Vitality. Take a quick gander. Nothing. Nothing shown. No nervousness for Vitality. Non-existent pressure. And an open B site for the taking.
Name one bad thing about Vitality.
I can't. I simply can't.
Yeah.
They're fun on media days.
Yeah, they're fun on media. Yeah, they're fun.
They represent multiple regions.
They're the best player in the world.
Historic coach. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. You know, Vitality, I can see why they're fan pleasers.
They're actually 2-2-2 right now. What? 2 Danes, 2 Israelis, and 2 French.
Yep.
That's new.
They team flash. There's the negative. Flamesy gets team flashed.
He's new.
There we go.
And it must be nice and comfortable for Flamesy because like him and Spinks are actually already friends as well.
Yes.
I think one thing we could say about Flamesy for sure is that, well, I personally think there's going to be a big tournament that Vitality play where Flamesy's nervousness will come into play and it'll affect the outcome of the event. That's how I feel.
Yep.
I think he'll certainly overcome that. And I think with the team that he has right now is just leagues above where OG was at, you know, and with the amount of roster moves and IGLs changing and everything. He's going to be learning so much more and feel so much more comfortable.
Yeah.
But that's something that he has to personally overcome because, like right now, the conversation is that potential is there. Like you see how good he is.
It's the same
translating to playoffs.
It's the same issue that I think Spinks had to overcome when he came in from ENCE, right? It was a big game playoff stage drop off that he had to change, and he did. Putting Flames in that exact same formula, you'd hope you get the same, because my biggest criticism over the last year has always been, you know, look at them in Lisbon for the previous spring finals. OG on big stages, Flamesy disappeared. But talk about an environment to thrive in. Walco getting the util pressure. Matt just took some damage there from the frag grenade as well. You know, I think that potential troublesome situation for Flames, just again going back to what you were saying with Yukinder's note, only changing one player surely makes that way easier. Because you know any problems, you just got to focus in on one individual. The other four can win majors. B-site, majorly understaffed. Just Hexed sitting on top of construction. Vitality waltz in like they own the place. And Flamesy wants blood, so he'll play close on the smoke. Daunting task here if you're EG. Do you force this retake attempt? Or do you just concede it and walk away?
Not enough utility to even fight. It's one last Molotov and that's it. They can't even attempt this. It's just going to be too slow.
Nothing.
Wow. So they take a risk. And at least they keep 5 for the next round. But yeah, no chance in the retake here. I think Flames definitely, as a younger player on T sides, like he just plays angles that you just don't really see. You just like somehow he finds new ways to play like positions on T side. Yeah, he's very comfortable around smokes, under smokes, on top of angles in ways that other players aren't really coming up with. So he's one of the very few sort of creative riflers to stand out right now. And I think that's exactly what Vitality need. Like they have Zywoo, who's at his peak and young at the same time. But they've got an aging team. You know, I think that's just the reality of it. So Spinks and Flames, an entry and a lurk, both younger. I think it's super solid in terms of complexion.
It is a wild prospect to think of Magisk Boy as an aging piece of Vitality, but he is 25 now.
Yeah. And he was, you know, for a long time just the youngest player on Astralis while they were winning everything, and definitely still has many years ahead of him. But
I mean, we saw the form just on Overpass now.
Sometimes it's just about how many years you've been winning, you know, almost as importantly as how old you are. Like you look at a player like Roy, for example, like he's older, but he also hasn't like played a full career. You know what I mean? He hasn't done that much. So you kind of have faith that like he's going to roll out of bed motivated every day to like grind whenever there's a small change.
A challenge here for Vitality as they face the 4v5 up ramp. Rumblings of the take with the util has George interested, and Flamesy goes over the smoke, catches George, drop off. Now he's got great cover and automatic in the open, but he can't handle the second kill. And all the while, Apex starts to take the push into B. Hexed on his own.
Uh-oh.
Walco's trying to come over construction. Spinks clears the first one. Walco traded out by Zywoo. Bomb is down. It's the Frenchman in a clutch yet again. And they know that those other two players were still deep over on that A site. Automatic confirmed. Junior never showed his hand from short, but let's see if the retake happens. We've got 2 flashes for Junior to try and set up automatic. If he can get a point-blank kill up close, then good. It'll unravel the setup. Flash does find Zywoo. Apex gets a little wild. Still has 7 shots in the magazine, enough to at least pull off one. Now the gun's about to get dry, wants to get back around the corner, and the CT simply haven't pressed in fast enough to get the defuse through, so it's Vitality 7-2.
Had locked down with the right side gen smoke, and it was a bit of a psyop from Flamesy on the other side of the map to come up and take that dual prolonged engagement on the ramp. Ultimately, it didn't matter if you won or lost. This is another situation where Vitality are able to find an open B site to take over, minimal resistance, and win the round in the retake. But this first kill is great with a setup on the flash as well. And then the first fight inside B is in the back of CT spawn as Spinks is already pushed through. This is where EG lost. They're kind of falling for it right now. They need to be a little bit more aggressive with their map control because Vitality are playing with their rotations.
Feels like they're a little scared to play aggro B, and I can understand why. That one pick on Zywoo versus Hext when he was looking to fall away from playing close wood. Don't think we've seen him that far forward ever since. You know, it's
yeah, Hext can't be, if he's going to be the anchor, he can't play back gen every round because you can't rotate and win that way. It's just too much map control to give away with the kill as well. If you're going to fight on top of it, and if you're going to play low grenades, you can't play retake in the first place. So it's not easy to anchor B, that's for sure. But throwing nades and falling away can still just lose your rounds. Oh, it's a great shot,
so
great
ready.
aim by Flamesy.
Hex didn't stand a damn chance. And now Apex going to take it all the way through CT. Drops Walco as he tries to retreat over from construction. Just like that. Minute 25, this round done.
Yeah.
Toast. Cooked.
Yeah, Hex is kind of just getting bodied now because they're just starting to go faster and they're still having no trouble finding him. So I don't want to repeat everything I said last round.
No, you can if you'd like to. We could change the subject.
Maybe just go a little bit more aggressive this next round. Especially Vitality want to go faster as well. Like, punch that.
Uh-oh. Op's not going to get saved. George hanging on for dear life. Hate to break it to you, bud. You're done. Vitality on fire. Clear out all the CTs. Keep all 5 players alive. That one, far too easy. But we saw it. You know, I think Flames got a glimpse of Hex as he fell back a bit, so pre-aim on point.
Look at this pre-aim.
And then Apex just going above and beyond to chase down Walco as he's concerned about that potential Spinks mid-walkout that we've seen. Yeah.
They've got no stability on the other side of the map right now, so... All right, let's run it back. Money's still pretty good for Evil Geniuses. Despite having an MP9 on George, they've all got grenades. We've got Junior on the op.
Shoot. Double peek.
Oh, he's walking in front of the box. But he gets the frag and no trade.
Kind of changing spots there. Apex starts to run, so you know that peek's fully informed. Good on Junior to take a bit of a risk. Catch him off guard and give them another 5v4. Not that that has always been EG round win.
That smoke's a little bunk. The boost on this side, Vitality not afraid to take it in this direction as we've seen Hex have some struggles in this spot, so we'll see if he can manage, but he's got some support behind him. The angle pays off.
Hex holding him off for now. Flash catches Spinks. He shoots. Hex tries to capitalize. Will indeed. A double off the FAMAS. Zywoo basically dead already. And EG looking like the B site holds. Looking like. Magisk gonna take the chance. Down he goes at Junior. All right. Nice to see Hex in a far more forward position, taking some duels and being given that chance as you get Vitality going into the double boost. But he sectioned it off nicely, pulled it apart.
Yeah, they at least get the resmoke down on the stairs, plus had a teammate close beside him. And I think in his previous rounds, they really were hoping it's not going to be an early B. Hext was, I think, tasked with staying alive, playing a little bit more passively. And in this situation, playing forward is better. Junior gets the opening kill. That makes things easier. But the support there for Hex as a rifler was, I think, the most key part of all. Gave him some confidence to put eyes down the ramp. Down the stairs, I should say.
Yeah, Vertigo not very accessible. You know, they haven't built with that in mind. Flamesy, nothing here for the taking. Haven't seen a CT on these stairs at all. Not getting that frisky. Vitality back. Do it. No? Okay. Bringing the util to the table.
You get the signing bonus with these new skins.
You know how it is. You know how it be.
We don't play. Okay. Valko. Oh, I've seen a couple of good moments out of him, but now that's mid-den.
And that's Hex compromised.
Oh, this is really tough for Hex. We'll see if he can figure a way out of this.
But the B push is also delayed towards the stairs. Not going to make a difference here for Hex. Spinks instantly deletes him.
Best setup you could ask for, really.
George will respond, so CT's definitely in question, but the bomb will be planted B again and again.
Yeah, it's a picture-perfect attack here from Vitality, and as soon as Walco dies as the first rotator, they know that Hex is alone. Because otherwise it would have been Walco in the site with Hex and then a third guy that they kill, and then they're not sure if they could just split the site.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is 3v3.
All right. Molotov close as well, so they can clear out at least one corner. But they've got Magisk in the other. He's ready for his duel. George is going to best him. Time becomes an issue, but they can still make this work. Everybody's got the kits. It's Flamesy and ZywOo forced back.
Oh.
ZywOo's gonna pluck off one. Headshot comes out of the AK. Junior responds with a kill, but it does come down to time. And that's Vitality on 9.
Yeah, nice attempt on the retake for sure. Great little move there from ZywOo just before falling down the steps, finding a last shot in.
Little whoopee.
And then Flames, of course, as well. You know, his kill is almost cosmetic. Round's over by time for sure. Spinks' first frag is what wins this. All the pressure on Hex. He was... Sir,
The round is over! Where the fuck are you going?
I remember Magic's shit talk from last season was like, "Are you even a primary oppa?" You remember that one?
Yeah. Bro, this thing is broken! Ooh.
Oh, what?
How?
The hell? I'm just used to it at this point.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. We're gonna need a little POV, please. George.
Jesus.
Doesn't make it any further than the middle of the ramp. I guess Vitality didn't like having to hold off on their bomb, you know? They've been being given post-point. So many free B rounds that they didn't like having to hold off.
Oh, searched out all the mid, still didn't find Spinks.
Walco's sitting at the bottom of the ladder.
And his lurk is going to work now because they thought they bought like an extra 15 seconds. Now he's heard him run.
Yeah. Done. Focusing in on the CT peak. Junior missed shot. Second chance. At least catches Spinks.
You know, there's a lot of credit about Snappy when it comes to Spinks' development. Absolutely. But one thing's for sure, like, he's turned into the best possible version of himself as a lurker on Vitality. And when he started out on Vitality, I think his lurks were just way too passive overall. But now he's just got the right amount of variation. He's just, he's got such great timings now.
Apex fostering talent over there in Vitality.
Great IGL.
But working off of Snappy's original efforts. Classic. Poor Snappy.
Snappy got a chip too at the end of last season.
That's fair. Yep. And
took Dallas, that was nice.
Lifting a trophy. And Ents didn't make any changes in the offseason. Kind of forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Good. Good. Nobody poached their stars. What is
Heroic G2
Cool,
phase
Zywo.
ends? No changes?
Yeah, it sounds about right. Everybody else.
Literally everyone else, yeah.
Crazy. Vitality. Quick day in the office. It's gonna feel like summer break's still in session. And of course, this should be the easier challenge within their group, but it's not to say that they're versus another world's best. Complexity or Ninjas in Pajamas, the only other threat to them and an immediate spot in the Royal Arena. Don't jump. Junior's waiting. Oh. George saw him, but...
Oh my god, how did he get away with that?
Flamesy too ready.
My goodness.
Snaps it back for the second kill, and blink, you'll miss it. CT is shredded. Flamesy's got the knife out. No! Pistol. Okay, not so bad. What is this kid on?
That was still very nice. I don't even understand how he got his nade out and then pull his AK. Look at you. I don't even know how he did that. AK out so fast after that molly into that. Oh my god, man. He was totally smoke blind as well.
You know, I don't mind if NA loses. It's another thing if they get knifed. You know, not everybody finds comfort in misery, but Apex, he'll lap it up.
He said it's not enough that I should win. I must see my enemies suffer.
Junior, oh, it's tight. He does take Flamesy down. Zywo returns it. An automatic can't best Apex. There's another player to peek. George gets clipped on the cross. Zywo making sure nobody comes at his in-game leader. And so a 4v2 to close out this T side. And poor EG, 3 sporadic round wins. Nothing consecutive. And nothing that really inspired us to believe that this half was ever theirs to take. One final attempt. A frag, a smoke, and no kit. Versus 4. Spink shuts it down just like that. You know, I'm just sure this feels good for Vitality because you have to remember at the start of the last season, Heroic were defeated by an EG as they came in cold, but Vitality, hot to the trot. Comfortable 12-3 lead for Vitality coming off of their T side. Unfortunately for Evil Geniuses, they just can't keep up today. Not today. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next season, but not today. It's a big step up for the EG Black roster, promoted and given Timothy Ta to try and shine here in Copenhagen. Of course, in a group with Complexity and Ninjas in Pajamas, maybe those other series get competitive. But versus one of the world's best with a fresh face and a new entry fragger star, simply too much today. Flamesy to the B site already. There's your answer. And he's gonna gun down two. Glock swap, looking for more. Magisk here to help him. Walco's got the only thing to answer back with, and now all of Vitality sat inside this bomb site, shredding your flesh from both.
Well, okay, good start for Flamesy. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Had some questions, had some comments. Actually, one other thing that's interesting about Flamesy is that they were sort of, I think, setting him up. I think Nex had talked about him as somebody who could be an IGL in the future.
Flamesy?
For OG, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it seems like, oh, this kid is always making jokes and like really young and inexperienced. Well, apparently he's got good comms, good ideas, and is one for the future in more ways than just like a good rifler who shoots well.
So Apex better protect his neck.
Now that would be funny. It'd be funny if one day just like wore Apex's glasses. Apex no longer wore the glasses.
I know Apex has 2 pairs, so
Flamesy made all the calls.
You know, maybe they could share. Flamesy just, well, I was gonna say mop him up, but looking like Junior's got other ideas. It'll be Spinx's chance at bat, but good flashes. The 2 flashes that Walco brought into the round had effect for a moment. Stopped Spinx on the immediate peak. But we get there in the end. Walco wants a kill. Walk away with a kill, my friend, but not this time. 14-3, 2 rounds away from a very quick close in the opening match of Group A.
Right now, the best B anchor for me is definitely Shush when it comes to Vertigo, and then Dupree was up there for sure. And it's kind of like I'd say it is litmus test of anchors in the sense that I'd say it's like maybe one of the hardest. I don't know. It can be brutal. It can be brutal playing B. Whereas in some other maps, you don't get a lot of action. On this map, you get a lot of action, and you're sometimes completely alone. So it's gonna be fun to watch this develop on Vitality, maybe with another better challenger on this map. Of course, Vitality's map pick, so certain expectations here.
Zaiwu wants some. Of course, Vitality won't be afraid of going down the ramp, taking these fights. They do it versus most. EG fall into that bucket. Long range A1S fight doesn't matter because Zaiwu only gets headshots. And those bullets whiz by automatic as he sits patiently with a nade out. It's Magisk, in fact, to take the first one, and Apex just fights freely in front of him. We get the quick scramble out of EG as they realize A is now closed. Let's hope we can get to B. Flamesy off the Spinx flash. Zaiwu catches Hexed out middle. And I mean, Vitality can simply do no wrong here on Vertigo.
Yeah. You know, they could just speak like their own dialects of different parts of the map and not interrupt each other's communication. You know exactly who's being talked to. Something no other team can do right now. They got 2 pairs.
What about Magisk? He's just,
hey guys, what the hell's going on? You know, or however he would say it.
Well, 1 to go. 1 measly round win away from a, well, to be blunt, stomp. Evil Geniuses, unfortunately. And we had a couple junior highlights. But we've also seen the shortcomings already. It's an excellent Flamesy debut. There's no ring rust on any of the Vitality members. And it's 2 looks on 2 different maps that we get out of Vitality. Can Complexity or Ninjas challenge them more so? Yes, one would expect. Automatic trying to draw the opening back towards A, looking to keep this hope alive, just to get the reps in. Apex could stop him, and if he does, suddenly it is a Scout at a Mac 10 versus 5. But nobody looking to join. Oh no, Magisk is here too. Okay. And the smoke will confirm it. EG gonna be fighting. Hex drops bomb. He drops bomb, but there's nobody there to plant it. He tries to swing out, and Automatic team kills him instead. If you thought that bad couldn't get to worse, it has. And now Automatic burned off with a bomb plant. Second carrier goes down. It would have been one thing to lose 16-3, but to fumble your final chance. Rough stuff for Evil Geniuses and smooth sailing for the Vitality boys. The Danish, French, and Israeli fusion comes out swinging. No stutters for Flamesy. No problems with more pressure in a team like Vitality, but these are the stages of the tournaments where he thrives, and he's shown us a great opening game today.
The high hopes remain high here for Flamesy to play with Vitality as I think one of the roster moves that a lot of people are pretty optimistic about, and it doesn't seem like this flame is going to go out. This team looks like it makes sense so far. We've only seen 2 maps, and of course, it is versus EG. And now, conversely, I want to say I do feel for Rush a little bit, as he was really part of the EG Black lineup, and some roles had to be shifted around to give Automatic some more space. But today, the story is all about Flames, and he'll be here to talk to James.
I got Flames with me now, and well, that was one hell of a good start coming out there, Flames. Nice debut.
Yeah, it was nice. It was. I think we were feeling it, all of us, and communication was up. Everything was good, and yeah, I'm happy.
You're happy for sure. And when it comes to this, right, looking at what you did on OG and then coming into this team, what are some of the key differences you found early on?
I mean, the experience, like, the pre-talks, the communication of the players. But yeah, I would say it's mostly the experience, and I think Zai was just fucking good at the game, man. It's weird.
Yeah, he's one of the very good ones in there, but you are pretty damn good as well, which is why you were picked for this team. Do you finally feel like you now have a chance to win trophies and to dominate in the way you've wanted to do for so long? Because we've spoke this many times before on other events. You've come close, but never close enough to be close to lifting the trophy and putting it in your hands.
Yeah, definitely. I think all the keys are here. Maybe some things were missing in the past, but now I've got the chance to really improve as a player, like a lot more than I was in OG. The players around me have a lot of experience. The skill is there. Everything is there. They're all good people. Communication is good. So I think there is 2 key factors that come into it. It's the experience, obviously the skill, but mostly like how people are. And obviously me and Spinks were good friends, but all of the teammates are really good friends. Danny, assistant coach Matt, like everybody is a good piece. So I think that's the main key that will allow us to win trophies. And last season, they won some trophies. Right now, I don't want to say we'll win trophies or anything start of the season, but we will do the best.
And in terms of doing the best, I saw you guys outside of the server. I'm seeing you guys here now as well. It does look like you guys are enjoying this part so far, right? How important has that been for you guys to kind of come together early on? Because having a 4 that have been together for a while and then joining in your own, it's not that easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's never easy to come into a new group and fit in, but I think the difference is that the management and the Vitality as an organization, Lars, the psychologist, I think he has a lot of knowledge on how to put a new guy into a certain group. Okay. And I think they did it pretty good. And obviously, there is many personalities in the team, so everybody's coming forward with what I think should fit them. And I think it's just a matter of time until we're very, very good friends and we know each other pretty well. Or maybe I know them pretty well, but right now I feel like it's going at a very fast pace that I'm very happy with.
Well, I'm sure you will be. I look forward to seeing more games with you in the Vitality shirt, mate. Thank you very much.
Clean and clinical from Vitality to start off their journey here at the Blast Premier full groups. According to Flamesy, Zywoo, too fucking good. But that wasn't actually the tale of this particular series. We saw Magisk, a shining light on that map of Overpass. Coming into this second map, though, Matthew, Flamesy actually really showing up as well. What were your takeaways from his kind of integration into the second map?
Well, once again, role for role in dupreeh's shoes on Vertigo. He played that B-side. Listen, it's not like we're going to draw a million conclusions from that game. We have to be a little bit measured.
Yeah.
What we know is that Flamesy is sharp individually. Like, he was tested a couple of times in this series, and he always answered the call of duty. And in that sense, that is very great to see. We can see that he's fitting the shoes of dupreeh on the CT side. And I just want to say, I know he's going to have to play some passive positions, but you can bring some of that attitude and some of that willingness to put your life at risk, even in these positions. Ask for a couple of flashes, get in your opponent's faces, create movements. I think he's done that on these two maps, and I hope that they keep giving him that kind of freedom for the rest of his stint.
I'll buy into the argument. You can redefine the way you play certain spots or bring your own style to it, and I think we'll see more of that from Flamesy. But I also buy into what you're saying, that we can't conclude anything whatsoever in regards to how good are Vitality right now.
Yeah.
They were facing a very bleak-looking EG, didn't put up a fight whatsoever. So it was a field day, it was an FPL day, it was a good game to Vitality to start up, get moved, but I want to see them play against a good team before I make any conclusions whatsoever.
Some good signs from the interview as well, though, to say the least. Obviously, Flamesy saying, you know, communication has been great within the camp. Obviously, that does depend on the caliber of the team that you're going to be facing as your opponents. But the fact of the matter is, he's coming from an international squad. He understands maybe, you know, some of the intricacies, some of the tricky elements that might be, you know, coming into a team that's going to be speaking English.
Yeah, definitely. Look, Flamesy is an animated kind of guy. Like, we know he's very fun to watch. He's very fun to talk to. In games like these, which are just an easy going on the road, he's amazing to have with. It's someone that's going to be full of ideas, full of like kind of little desires and how he wants to play the game. Londers posed a question during the cast. What happens when Vitality find themselves in a very tight situation and pressure starts to mount? And I think this is where we're going to start to get a real feel and a temperature check for Flamesy, is that at that point in time, you need to be able to take a deep breath and have efficient communication. But that wasn't needed here. Look, that's what I'm talking about. Asking for a couple of flashes, peeking left, right, and center, higher on the skill scale. Anywho, this wasn't where we were going to test Flamesy. This is where we get to appreciate.
Overall, just a perfect debut for Flamesy and Vitality. Never at a single point in this game, neither on the second map or on the first one on the Overpass, were they breaking a sweat. So they got to ease their way into the first game of the season. And as we said, sure, competition will be steeper for Vitality. They'll play another game soon enough against a winner. But for now, it's just a great way of getting a feeling for how it's playing together with the guys. The communication in the clutches, the communication when it goes into an after-plant scenario. All these things that you can't really replicate in practice. He got a bit of a taste of that in this game, but we need to see more before we can make any conclusions whatsoever.
And I think there's another topic that we can just quickly touch on when it comes to Flames, right? We heard from Zonic. He said some of the guys, especially the French, of course, accomplished a peak in their career when they won the major.
Yeah.
And it would be just absolutely human to just have maybe 1%, 2 or 3% of yourself that just let off the gas pedal, right? Like, okay, we've done it, we've made it. You bring in someone like Flamesy, he has to have long teeth. Like, he has to want it all. He has to want to eat the world in that position. And I hope that when things get dire a little bit for Vitality, as we know it's bound to happen for any team, I hope he's going to be the guy in the engine. Like, come on, guys. Like, I have my whole career ahead of me. I want to do so much more. I want to go out there. I want to train. I want to fight. And I don't want to rest on my laurels. This is where banking on the future could help you as well.
And that's sometimes, you know, an area where we were criticizing the side of OG, right? We have to look at him in that particular context and go, sometimes in those high pressure situations, he would be all but absent. And that's, I guess, where we're questioning exactly where we're placing him within this Vitality lineup, right?
That's true. And the only way we can ever figure out whether that's going to be the case in Vitality or not is when we get to see him play in a semi-final at a Cologne-like event or Katowice or at a major, something like that. For now, though, I think that his time in OG, it showed us, it showed Vitality, it showed everyone that he's, of course, going to be a great guy for the future. But it's also one of those things that if you're Flamesy, you can allow yourself sometimes to take off that pressure on your shoulder, because you are sitting next to Zywoo, you're sitting next to Apex, you're sitting next to Magic for that matter as well. People with tons of experience, so it's not all on him like it was in OG. No. He knew that if he had to do anything with that lineup, he had to play his best brand of Counter-Strike every single game, otherwise they'd fall short. That's not the case here with Vitality.
Do you mind if we get a little bit subjective here for a second?
You want to get subjective?
I want to get subjective. I want to ask you, because we've seen on 2 maps with Vitality so far, Flamesy slotting in for dupreeh's roles. Is that what you wanted to see? Or did you maybe want to see, you know, some shuffling around with Apex's positions? What's your take?
So if Flamesy maintains this direction he had in the 2 maps, which is not just fall asleep and take a nap in a corner of a bomb site, I'm okay with it.
Sure.
Like, you have to find a way to use these positions with a little bit of movement, a little bit of aggression, a little bit of initiatives. If he can do that, it's fine for me. I just don't think that Flamesy is a player that can just sit in a corner and wait for the sun to reach the zenith. I think he's going to go crazy. Give him a little bit of movement, and so when he's tested, he's activated. You can walk that line, I'm okay with it. We know Apex doesn't work out in this position. We've tried it, and it didn't work out, so you have to go to the next possible solution.
He gets that on the T side as well. He gets to move around. He gets to be, vocal, gets to be aggressive on the T side. So maybe he can calm down a little bit on the CT side. For context as well, I just want to label it out here. We speak highly of Flamesy. He is a great player, but it's not like they signed Nico. It's not like they signed one of the best, absolute best riflers in the entire world. Because of course, if you bring Nico into a team like Vitality, you're going to give him all the space that he needs to. You're going to cater to him. That's not the case with Flamesy. They found a guy who you can perhaps mold into become the player that can replace Dupree in certain roles. But as you said, you're also giving him a little bit on the T side. So there's a difference in that regard.
Unfortunately for EG, that does mean defeat in their first step here at the full groups. Obviously, we weren't coming in with too high expectations. It is Vitality, one of the best teams in the world currently, major champions, albeit with that. Were you expecting more showing from EG, or was this kind of exactly what you thought was going to be paved the way for them?
I think it was as sad as I feared it would be. I think it's the only way I can really put it. I have to be honest, I'm kind of fed up with the whole narrative of, oh, it's going to be a great experience for them. Yes, it remains true. It remains true. For the 4 players that came out of EG Black, this is a great opportunity to be here in the Blast Circuit, to play games like these against the likes of Vitality here in the studio. Yes, I know it's true, and it's great for them. But for the purpose of Counter-Strike and the quality of the games, this was as bleak as I thought it would be. And I think they would have to make liars out of us. They would have to prove us otherwise. Maybe down the line here in Copenhagen, that they can be competitive, that they can create some sort of action. Because this just wasn't the case today.
Losing is never fun. Getting demolished is never fun, and that's the case for EG this time around. All these rumors with Elise, with Electronic, all the good players that could potentially have come into this lineup, we're left with this lineup. We're left with this iteration of EG, and as you said, we've been here before, so until they show us something on the server, I don't really care anymore.
Yeah, they're certainly going to need to be bouncing back as we take a look at the Group A bracket overview. As we were prefacing, Jacob, coming into this, Vitality, clear-cut favourites, so now they're going to be facing the winner of either NIP or Complexity. I feel like that's going to be a more competitive affair,
yeah, more even affair. I think we even split on the desk between who we think wins. So yeah, I think that's going to be a great game.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it plays out after this. NIP taking on Complexity, the second game of Group A. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the esports reverse challenge. Listening is the key in CS. Whether that's listening for enemy players' footsteps or communicating with your team.
As a pro player, you need to understand your teammates, whether they're shouting, whispering, or talking backwards. Oh, which is what you're going to do today. Please read the following words and phrases backwards. Your teammates will have to guess what these words are supposed to be.
Your teammate OC has recorded some words and phrases for you to listen to. For each correct guess, you win 3 points.
Work together to find out if your brain can adapt.
My brain will not adapt today. We'll do our best.
I'm gonna say it's Oma.
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 Oma? What the what the hell is Oma?
Amo, maybe?
Ammo.
Ammo.
Yokkad.
Da. Koi.
Decoy.
Decoy. Decoy.
Decoy.
Decoy.
Yeah, decoy.
Yeah?
Decoy, yeah?
That's boy.
Garf.
Garf.
Oh, it's easy one.
Garf.
Garf. Frag, yes.
Like frag grenade. Frag. Easy. We got it.
Frog.
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 Napple Og.
This is gibberish.
Tenalp Og.
Tenolp. What is Tenolp?
I don't know, man. It's super hard. I cannot guess it.
What? One.
Onref. Wait.
Ornefni. Nab.
Ban Inferno.
Ban Inferno.
Yeah, Ban Inferno. Nice, man. Yes. Pog.
Ban Inferno.
Rapids.
Oh.
By rounds. I think it's Sniper. Wait, I have Monocy number. 1 second.
Sniper.
Pots on B Shar.
Pots on Ebe Sure.
Rush the spots on B shore.
Rush. B, don't stop.
No stop? Yeah, no stop, right? Yeah. Rush B, no stop.
Rushing B.
Rush B, maybe.
Yeah, rushing B.
Rush B, no stop.
Yeah, I have no idea if these are gonna sound correct. I probably butcher them really hard, but yeah, good luck, guys.
Guessing Munes's gibberish noises.
The Group A action set to continue here at the Blast Premier Full Groups, and two teams content with just one roster switch up coming into the new season. The man on our screens joining the side of Complexity, whereas NIP content with bringing Hampus back into the mix. Matthew, I'm going to give you the hard question. Which roster switch up is hotter? Which are you more hyped for?
First of all, I just refuse to present it as
Answer the question.
Both teams. First of all, I'm going to say exactly what I want. I hold the mic. I can say whatever I want. This is my broadcast. Now that we've put that to bed, this is not just a one-for-one change in either side. You have an upgrade with the same roster, same position on the side of Complexity on my right-hand side, and you have an IGL change on my left. These are not the same kind of changes.
Answer the question.
It's apples and oranges. And you want to leave me alone? I'm going to send you my
What do you prefer, apples or oranges, Matthew?
I'm more happy about Elysian and Complexity.
Yeah? I think I'm in that camp too.
Me too. It wasn't that hard, right? It wasn't that hard. Just answer the goddamn question. I agree. I think Elysian coming into Complexity is slightly hotter because we have seen Hampus in NIP before, and I guess we do know what we're getting with him as well within NIP, whereas for Elysian, he wanted to stay in NA that bad that he went to Complexity, and to me, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, speaking of the Hampus conversation, obviously it's a bit of a different context when we're coming into things, because let's just roll ourselves back 6 months. We were here in Copenhagen right at the beginning of the year. Hampus then suddenly departs NIP, obviously for his own personal reasons, but he's coming back into the squad now with Config in tow. Do you think that kind of changes things up at all, Matthew?
I mean, it changes everything, because if you're looking at Alexi versus Hampus, it's two diametrically different philosophies of Counter-Strike, and for the players, the experience is different, the Counter-Strike they want to play is different, the method of working is different. So of course, that could not be any more contrasted. And the question that we pose and the question that interests us is, what is the impact on the roster? Because one of the issues for NIP for the longest time was your players that are supposed to deliver are not matching up with the expectations. Where is Roland? Where is Rez? Where is the output? Where is the delivery? Is Hampus the answer to that? Can Hampus be the answer to that?
I hope so. I hope that he will free up some of these players a little bit more. We know a guy like Config doesn't necessarily work too well under too much structure. He's a guy that plays on his instincts. I would argue that a guy like Brolan as well can show us more than he has done, despite that he has been somewhat consistent with NIP. Rez, we haven't seen him play well ever since he took over the AWP role for quite some time. So, as you said, to me, it's not necessarily about Hampus or Alexi B. It's more about the support cast to Hampus. How well are the star players going to thrive under his leadership? Because if they will flourish once more, then NIP is still a team that we can count on.
Questions. So let's get some answers, courtesy DJL.
So DJL, bringing Hampus back in, yes, it's a player you're familiar with, but how much of a change and how much of a difference is this going to be from everything you worked on with Alexi?
I mean, it's going to be different for sure. I think, there are different in-game leaders. For Hampus at least, it's still going to be a lot of structure and so forth, but it's going to be way more loose, I would say, more reactionary-based play style. It's going to be good.
Now, before Hampus had to take his leave, you obviously took him off the IGL, brought Alexi in, but now you put him back onto the IGL role. So why the backtrack?
No, we just made a decision together. I think, for me, myself, I think Hampus should be an in-game leader. We spoke a lot about it and so forth. When we had both of them, I would say that Hampus was more of a secondary caller and so on. He still helped Alexi. But I still think that he should be the in-game leader.
Good, we need to have that belief in him, that's for sure. Now, looking at these online games you played in the G8 qualifiers, you lost a Saw and OT on it, but what did you learn from something like that?
No, but we learned a lot. I think, first of all, we didn't have a competitive game yet together, so that is the first thing. But just in general, Hampus has to try to feel and see what kind of players they are and what we have to work on and so on. So, we just have to play and get better game by game.
And I looked at this personally with Hampus's kind of sometimes looser style of in-game leading, that this will benefit a player like Config a lot more. Are you seeing that already?
Yeah, Krelle has been pretty good lately. He was still good with Alexi, but it's also about people understanding how loose and so on you can be. It has to be structured still, even though we will play looser. So I mean, just talking about reactions and in general, just speaking with each other how we want to play the game is going to be very important for this season.
And would you still consider yourselves the favourites here against Complexity?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. There's also like a brand new team. I know that they didn't play with Holzerk as well the last 2 tournaments. I think they played with Sonic. So I mean, both of us are kind of brand new teams, I would say.
I want to put a pin in that config conversation because I think that's something that's going to be, incredibly crucial when Hampus is coming back into the mix, because we've talked about it a lot. Alexi B, Hampus, 2 very different styles of in-game leaders.
Yeah, that's the one player Hampus have never played with, right? He knows Res, he knows Broland for that matter as well. Hetrick, slightly maybe he had a boot camp leading up to the first tournament of the year with him, so he knows those guys. But config, can he regenerate the fire inside config? Can he make him play well once more? Can he find consistency in the way he's playing? It's also up to config in that regard, but my point here would be that it would be nice if NIP could change the narrative, because I feel like we've been speaking about them for a long, long time as a team that, yes, they have potential, but they can't quite make it work. If Alexi B couldn't do it, if Hampus couldn't do it, maybe it's not the in-game leaders' problem. Maybe it's just the players within the team.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I think you hit it right on the nail. There is a point that we need to address. When a leader gives freedom to its players, we usually applaud. We say, yay, that's amazing. You're going to give autonomy to your players. They can make moves and make plays. This comes with a responsibility. Right? It's a give and take. It's a two-way street. You cannot just want the freedom, don't take the responsibility. If your leader is going to let you have ideas and put your imprint on the game, then you have to come up with ideas. You have to come up with initiatives. You have to take the game by the horn. Now, can they do that? Because the freedom without the responsibility is just an empty ice cream.
Well, let's hear from the returning in-game leader. It's Hampus, courtesy of Banks.
So Hampus, welcome back. I want to start with it's honestly, first of all, great to see you back, but how are you feeling and how's preparation been?
I feel great. Feel great for sure. Like, I mean, being back, couldn't ask for more. Just here to play, gonna have a lot of fun. So yeah, it's super nice to be back, and the preparation has been okay. Not the best, to be honest. We didn't have as much time as we would have needed. Like I haven't spoken English in a long time, and also like I haven't called in a long time. Then I have to call in English. It's been a lot, and we didn't have as many days. But. Yeah, it's we're gonna go into Blast here. There's a lot of games to be played here, and we have the off days in between game days, so we have a lot of time to learn. We will see how the first game goes and take it from there.
Grow as a team as you go through all of these games, that's for sure. Now, you coming straight back in as the IGL, how much of a change is going to be from when Alexi was calling compared to when you were calling? Because I think you guys have very different styles.
Yeah, for sure, we have different styles. Yeah, it's gonna be some different things, right? Like I'm a bit more loose, but I'm also very strict in some sense. So. Yeah, we kept some things Alexi had, of course, like they were very drilled in, so why not keep it, because it was good, right? So yeah, we have some stuff from Alexi, and I have some new stuff, with me and DGL cooking some things together, so yeah, you will see in the game.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it. And how much did you guys learn from those G8 games you played? I know they were online best of ones, but what are you able to take away from that?
Mainly like the communication was not at all at par, I would say. Like we communicated very bad in these games, I would say. So it was very stressed, like you could really feel it was the first game after a break and all this. So yeah, I think it was very good for us to get those games out of the way, so this will not be the first one, so we have no excuse for this one, to be the first one.
And in terms of going up against Complexity today for your first game, obviously Elise is a big improvement to them in terms of what you can expect they're going to be able to deliver. But do you think they're going to be much of a trickier opponent, or do you think they're going to be much of the same, considering they're probably like you, not have had too much time?
No, I don't think they would be super tricky. I mean, like Elise, like if his Fang had all the good positions, right? So I think Elise will just slot into that mainly. Maybe they changed on a few maps, but I don't think it will be too much new, at least on the CT sides. And the T sides, we will see how they play. Like we have mainly focused on ourselves. Of course, we watched their old game before Elise, but they might have changed a lot. We have no idea. So yeah, we were mainly focusing on ourselves in this game, and then we will adapt and see.
Sounds like Hampus is hoping to cook up some tasty ice cream there for you, Matthew. Do you like what you're hearing with that? We've got the combination of the Alexi B flavor, the Hampus flavor that we know and love, a more aggressive approach. Do you think that's going to work for an IP?
I think that's what can work the best on short term, right? If there was any tactic that were actually working, where people were feeling comfortable and the execution was flawless, might as well use it. And then gradually you kind of implement your new style as Hampus. But you cannot just throw everything out the window and start up from scratch when you have an event and Canada as stacked as it is right now.
We're talking about complexity with Elige coming into the fray, obviously, you know, desperate to stay in the North American organization as well. Probably a bit of a surprise for many to see him coming with this particular lineup. What's your take on this one, Jacob? Because obviously we're excited to see him coming in and hopefully bringing some more firepower.
Yeah, it was either this or EG, so I totally get why he ended up in complexity first and foremost. I think it's interesting. It's another chance for complexity to once again put a mark on the scene, right? We saw them roughly 6 months ago play the group stages in this studio. They came very, very close to knocking out Na'Vi, qualifying for the spring finals. They failed. They had a 14-6 lead, I believe, against Na'Vi at that point. Couldn't quite get over the finish line. And ever since, it's just been slowly but surely going down for complexity. So I've lost my interest in the team. Now, with Elige coming into it, maybe we get to see that again. Maybe we get to see a combination of Halcirk, Elise, and Grim play well at the same time. And then there should be enough firepower. There should be enough skill and quality within the lineup to be interesting, but I'm not sure yet. I want to see it before I start believe it.
I'm excited by the move. I've said it. I think it's the better move out of the two, if you'd ask me. The thing is, Elige said in an interview that his role is going to be to help them get that extra oomph, like get over the line and get that winning mentality. And I know he's right, but I think he has to do it with delicacy and quietly and calmly. You can't just storming into this roster and say, listen, you all noobs, here's how we win. I'm going to tell you. Like, this is not going to work. He has to come in slowly into this because complexity wasn't too far from the truth. They've had many series where they were a couple of rounds away from incredible results and they broke down mentally. So for now, just be that extra step, be that extra 5%, be a bit calmer, be a bit more strong than Fang, because player for player, he is better than Fang. If he can bring these with a little bit of calculus and not too harsh and too heavily, I think he's a net upgrade for complexity, and that's why I have them as favorites here.
Yeah, complexity were a team of almost when we look at the beginning of the year, right? Katowice, exactly the same story, so close to making it through to the next stage of that tournament. But I totally agree with what Matthew's saying. You can't, you know, have Elige coming in and saying, hey, this is my project now. I'm wondering where the happy middle ground's going to be.
Maybe 2020 Elige would have done that, but let's not forget that Elige the past year haven't played his best Counter-Strike. When he was in Liquid, he was personally struggling a little bit. We were constantly questioning, can him and Yakinda play well at the same time? And the answer was no, that never really transpired, not consistently at least. So yes, Elige is a great player. He can maybe reignite his own fire and his own career within this lineup, but let's not forget that at least the last year is not the same Elige we saw 2 years ago. That would be a lie.
Well, before we jump into this one, it is time to head to a short break. When we are back, Complexity taking on NIP, and it's Henry G and Anders to bring you all the action.
Well, here we go. We are ready with the next game, second of the day. I'm here with former CS Source professional player Henry Greer.
That's why they brought me in. Anders, can I hold your hand? It feels good to be next to you in the flesh. CSGO is back on the menu. Let's fucking go, baby. This is it. I'm excited.
I can't wait for it. I really can't wait. This break has felt much longer, and it even feels a bit weird. We're coming back to still the CSGO. Some part of me is thinking maybe we could already be back with CS2. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but...
That is very wishful thinking. Have you played CS2 recently?
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I fell into like the Diablo trap a little bit.
You really have. I've seen your playtime on Diablo. It's kind of insane right now, but
yeah,
I don't know. I feel like this is indicative as to where we're going. All of these teams have made their changes. They've kind of laid down their blueprint for the future. We got to interview a lot of them going into this one as well, and they're saying this is the prep now. This is the prep for CS2. This is where it all begins. They've all laid down their chips, and hopefully we'll see some rise. EG, not so much their new roster, but I'm hopeful for these two.
Yeah, even with the pickup of Elige, the odds are still favoring NIP on this one, which is interesting. I don't know, man. I guess it is a smaller change for NIP bringing back campus. I'm really curious. I'm really interested about this Elige pickup for the complexity side of things. That just feels like one of the wilder things that we've seen for a while.
I don't know. I've kind of got NIP. I don't know. They're in a strange place right now. Hamputs is back. That is great news for the squad, but I also know they've had 4 days of play. Whether that's going to be enough to take down a well-rounded complexity that had an injection of morale in the form of Liege pumped into their veins, time will tell if it's going to be enough. I still think this will be a much better game than Vitality versus EG. Ladies and gentlemen, CSGO is back on the menu. We are getting into this best of 3 here. Group A continues, and we're starting here on Inferno. It will be the Ninjas, of course, starting the CT side, and we'll see what kind of strategic prowess Complexity bring to the first round here to kick things off.
I feel like it would be such a nice gift to Complexity if they were able to start this off really well and just get a victory over NIP, just because I feel like this is such a weird roll of the dice. I know Elige wanted to stay in the NA region and play, but man, he probably had a lot more offers out there that he could have picked up, so I'm just really curious about this. They're going to be starting on the T side, and already they're up the middle trying to get a little bit of an attempt towards that arch side. Config with 2 for the smoke, double headshots to bring it back into a 3-on-3.
Well, it was looking a little bit troublesome there for Complexity, but they have broken through, but need to find Rez here. Pixel perfect precision with that USP. He'll find the first 2 upon entry now. And as poor old Floppy, 2 versus 1, a minute on the clock. He is known to shine brightly in these sort of clutch scenarios, but can't find the head towards Brolan. Surrounded, and Config will find his hat trick. Excellent work there towards middle. Little execution coming in from Complexity Anders. 1 smoke towards Library, 1 towards the quad side, and trying to group force through the utility, and CT's defending on the other side. But it was Config, a double kill through the smoke. Not an ideal start.
No, but to be honest, I mean, it probably does validate Complexity's approach to the round, right? If he doesn't get those 2 kills, then they have like a 3 or 4 man wrap around Arch, and it's probably going to be a pretty successful attack towards the A-bomb site. So I don't even blame Complexity. Who could have known that he would have got that double pick up there? A little bit unfortunate, probably, but NIP, either way, they're walking away with a bit of a win here. Now, Henry, you picked Complexity, didn't you?
I did. I'm kind of believing, you know. I feel like from a tactical point of view, they've always been pretty sound. I feel like JT does a great job with his team overall. I feel like it's just a bit of firepower they were lacking, and now whether removing Fang was the answer, I'm not so sure, but Elige coming through, I feel like the morale will be high at least. They'll be hungry to prove themselves. Maybe this is not the event, it all comes together, but a couple of upset results for Complexity I think would be great for the morale going forward, and hopefully their form in future events. But for now, it is a full eco, Anders. No bomb planted in the pistol, of course, so they're going to be bringing out the Galils into that next round, and a couple of AKs as well.
You've got to think as well, getting someone who was with Liquid for as long as Elige was, there's got to be a lot of inside information that someone Elige could bring, like a theory about how to play the game and how like things were doing over at Liquid. Like there's a lot that they could be brought over that could just be really interesting long term, even for JT to pick up on and try to learn something from that. I'm sure that's going to be real interesting. It's just 2 people left on the T side here. Holzerk and Elige would love to do a little bit more damage. Head trick maybe the most obvious target, but going to be hard to find at the moment. He's quite far away from the action, so it looks like it's going to be a pretty pedestrian round here. Just NIP picking it up.
Yeah, well, they managed to get a kill. Maybe a second is available, but not meant to be. It is going to be Config keeping things nice and clean here. 2-0 for NIP, but as I mentioned, Complexity buying up in the third. They'll have the AK-47s, basic utility, no room for the AWP, but not a huge deal on Inferno. You see Brolan and Rez working in tandem, getting the job done here. And as mentioned, a pretty clean round, only giving 1 away. That's about what you'd like to expect, as it sounds like we've got a bit of a tactical timeout, maybe technical here, as the buys start to come through. Rez and Co on their feet, 2-0 to kick things off, Anders.
Well, it's interesting when teams go for these early timeouts, right? It obviously it's not a morale question, but sometimes I guess it's easy to keep the whole team on track before they even, like, anyone's even any doubt about anything. And also whatever complexity you have planned for us, and it's going to get slowed down just a little bit now. So, yeah, NIP getting a chance to talk things through.
Yeah, it's a crucial round, of course. With no bomb plant to the pistol, you know the spy is coming in the third. And you've got residual lesser weaponry. You know, you've got the FAMASs and MP9 for Hampus here. And how are you going to combat the great firepower of those AK-47s? Do they want to get stuck in? Do they want to claim territory at the start? It looks like the maneuver could be going for a bit of banana control at the start of the round here, sending the FAMAS and the MP9 this side of the map, and a flashbang coming in from Coffins by the looks of things here. Smokes exchanged. Here comes the flash. And a chance for Brolan to swing and hopefully find the first kill.
They've got such a presence here, you're right, especially with that flash that could be coming in. First sign of trouble, they could be going for it. And actually, he's pushed in so deep with the FAMAS up close. The MP9 is a lot further back, but Grenade there, they're not even aware. I don't think, oh, Grim, he's still going to win the fight, but he didn't look like he was quite ready for it.
Well, the little expedition down towards the bottom of Banana yields a very disappointing result for NIP. We knew it would be a difficult round. It was Brolan given the difficult task of pushing for that first kill. Unfortunately, he gets a lot more than he bargained for. Takes Grim down to 7 points of health, but now we've got Rez. He's going for the gamble stack here, or at least suggesting that was the plan. Hoping there'll be players towards the top of the car, hearing that rotation, might invite them in. He still has a smoke available. And it looks like Complexity are just going to bide their time here.
Risky rotation for NIP, putting 3 at the A-bomb side. You're really hoping that the silence that you were feeling out there on Banana was a sign that they were rotating back to top. Maybe it doesn't really seem like it. Complexity, they've just called a bit of a freeze. They're slowing it down. And now they could just be setting up for a plain execute towards the bomb side, in which case Rez would be on his own in there, which I don't know if that's going to be a lot to handle. No grenades to slow them down. It would have to be just pure mechanical aim coming out here with the M4. And he's already been discovered, and he can't really repeat that.
It's not looking good. If he gets one kill there and survives, maybe slows them down, this is worth going for, but nothing found upon entry. Very nice little execution there from Complexity. Didn't go for the full set piece. A couple of Molotovs, flashes, one smoke and spawn, and group forced in, and they found Rez alone. And he did very well to survive. Sure, he got a bit of damage off, but the fact he stayed alive here, keeps his gun, rotated back, that's absolutely fine. It was always going to be a difficult round, as suggested by the pause.
Yeah, this right here, one of the primary reasons why people have gone a little bit sour on Inferno recently, because it's so obvious as soon as he doesn't get those early kills that they are going to fall back. They're not going to try and go for the 4-on-5 retake, because people just don't do that. Even 4-on-4 retakes, people sometimes will just drop and say, it's not worth it, might as well just keep the rifles later on. It kind of has become a little bit emblematic of the map for the minute. I can see why people are a little bit tired of it, perhaps.
Yeah, I guess Dust 2 had that problem as well with the B bomb site. It always gets to the point as soon as you lost it, even just an exchange towards the B site, it would all fall apart. It got a little bit stagnant and stale to watch. But you have to understand that NIP, they're playing the percentages here. They're trying to make sure they have resources going forward, don't need to sacrifice everything they've got in those difficult rounds. And they didn't really have the firepower either. But now they have the residual cash, and we have got 3 M4s, a single FAMAS, and an MP9 for Brolan, who went down in the previous round. So 3 players towards B once again. Will he be trying his luck once more? NIP with a new look Swedish corp, looking to reclaim some of the magic potentially, Anders.
I'm sure that's what they want. I mean, Brolan had some, Hampus had some positive things to say about config, like the ability to send him in.
Yeah. He's like the sledgehammer of CSGO, right?
He really is.
He gets the job done. It's not pretty, but he gets it done.
I think it's crazy because that is true. Before that, Hampus was actually one of the entries, right? He was the one creating space, especially on Banana on this map, right? So maybe a luxury for him to say, you know what, you can do this config and I'll try and remain focused on leading the team forward. I'm quite curious. I feel like towards the end of it, even with Alexi, this team was starting to look a lot more like a team. They were starting to play a lot better. Right. I kind of lost hope for the project a little bit. So I'm willing to give them, I'm going to continue that even with the switch. I feel like, all right, they proved enough in the end of the last season. I want to see them continue into this one.
That's very charitable of you, Anders. You're firm but fair. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, it's warm in Denmark. Sun's out. Like, I'm just feeling charitable. I feel like, you know what, like, you're in a good mood. It's all good, you know. We'll give them at least a couple of days before we start to really hate on them.
That's totally fair. But for now, it's going to be the B play once again. Not really much of an execution, and he could be punished for it. Losing a couple of frags upon entry. Elise will take down Grim in the process, and Brolan, Charlene Bright with the MP9. He does significant damage and maintains the advantage. Down to a 3 versus 2. 25 seconds, a bomb is planted, and both players heading towards the ruins here. Now, this one is viable. They have a little bit of utility, 3 flashes and an HE, and all players coming in from spawn here.
Look at how low they are in health on that complexity side. If they had any grenades of any kind to fall back and maybe try and slow this down, but they really don't. They have to win the fight straight up. It's not going to be a whole circuit at all. JT is now on his own with that AK, and they know exactly where he is. They should be able to pincer him in here. He was either going to get shot down from Config, or we would have backed right up into Hampus. So great timing. I love the fact that NIP didn't slow that down at all. They just went straight for it. They probably knew that they had at least one of the two players quite low from the MP9, so great job and a great retake.
Yeah, excellent work from Broland as well. He only gets one kill there, but he slows them right down. And just a note from Rez, this was excellent at just kind of segregating the T side. They couldn't get firm banana control at the start of the round, ended up losing a pick, and then had to limp back in towards the bomb side where they were ready and waiting, and the MP9 doing a lot of damage, slowing them right down in the 3-on-2 retake. Very successful. NIP back to their winning ways. There is a buy available for Complexity by virtue of the bomb. AKs across the board here, and an AWP for Hetrick. Now, I've cast him a few times so far. I haven't been blown away. His skill is undeniable, but I would love to see him do it on the big stage here, on LAN. That's what we need to see him perform.
The problem is, right, it's just no longer in the current space good enough to be pretty good with the AWP. Like because you're going to be up against somebody like a Brokey or a Modesty or someone later on. So just the middle of the road AWPing seems to be not really good enough. Now, maybe it will be against a whole circle, though I would say a whole circle on this map is actually a pretty sick AWPer on a map like Inferno, so I wouldn't really underestimate him, but it just feels like you need that incredible highlight. You need the highlight moments. You need the assertive AWPing. If you're not taking over some part of the game, or at least presenting some threat on the map, then the other team can just safely ignore you. Like, they say, oh, it's fine, we'll smoke you off, and we'll take the rest of the map, and you're going to be playing safe behind the smoke, so it's all good.
Well, for now, he's relatively passive, holding towards short, patrolling middle. You can see Boiler is smoked off for now, but it is going to be an Apps pop by the looks of things here. Heavy manpower towards the apartment's position, a couple of flashes over, and they're going to try and surprise the likes of Config here. He is ready and waiting with AK in hand, a good position to hold them off, Anders. Will he be enough to slow them down?
He has to be, right, because otherwise Hetrick's really going to be on his own. So Config really holding his teammate's life in his hands. Pretty good spray, and even though I think he was a mistake in jumping, but he actually got the kill, and Hetrick will find Floppy, who had made his way down into pit behind him, so I can't really even believe it. I felt like that was going to go horribly wrong. Once you miss the first player coming out, that's supposed to be the end of it. That's when you usually get traded by at least one or two players coming around the corner. But Config, good for the triple, and JT finds himself on his own.
That was wild. I'm right there with you. The fact that Config ends up getting 3 there, the final kill was beautiful from him, by the way. The fact he kind of whiffs the spray to kick things off, didn't really get flashed, and he didn't get punished there. 3 in total. It was a pretty nice call from Complexity, all things considered. Just one player there, fending them off. The flashbang, though, just doesn't catch him at all. I think they just did the chimney flash with 4 players in towards the apartment. It didn't seem like they threw one from second middle, which is normally the standard there to try and flash that position off, but he had way too much control. We can see it from the POV of the Hultag there. Just couldn't find the shot. The send was too low.
And you got to wonder if that was that looked like one of those involuntary like scroll jumps that just somehow worked out. He got the headshot while he was accidentally jumping, and it just worked out anyway. 4-1. NIP, they're off to a pretty hot start right now. And especially if you look at the economy for Complexity. No bomb plant in the last round, so JT, he'll have the AK to play around with, and that's about it.
We'll see what he can make of it. JT can have his moments. Whether he can find the lethal incision here in round number 6 is yet to be seen. He'll be working towards Banana. Got to fend off Brawland first, who's looking very strong at the car position. AK-47's available for the CT side. 3 of them out in full force here. AWP in the hands of Hetrick still, and Brawland looks like he's going to be flashed in. A whip of a shot towards the barrels, and unfortunately doesn't quite connect, but gets information there released on this side of the map. But bear in mind, this is an eco for Complexity. Single AK-47. The hero will have to be JT here as they smoke off towards the arch side. They have 2 smokes available, make it 3, but no flashes. So hoping to buy some space here, but how do they land the shots? How do they make the likes of Hetrick uncomfortable?
So little incentive right now for NIP to go and aggress on any of these positions, right? All they have to do is what they're doing now. Smoke off, throw some grenades, keep falling back. I mean, you can fall all the way back into the bomb site. Normally, that would be a big issue if the other team has a lot of utility, but you know that they're not going to be able to have that. So just play it safe and see if you can't find your way out of it that way. 30 seconds on the clock, and Hetrick moving a little bit in front of the smoke. I like this. Might be a chance for a free kill, and indeed, he'll take down JT. So that gives up the game almost entirely, right? Only 20 seconds left. They know what's coming next.
You can see the the issue with the distinct lack of flashbangs here, having to face check those difficult angles. Elige has done well. He's pulled one back, but that's all we'll be finding there. Pretty underwhelming round from Complexity. No real chance of planting the bomb. One single kill found in a scrappy exchange, and now with JT investing, he's got $3,500, so he's down to like a little Mac 10 territory. Probably the latter, considering it's Inferno. It's not a huge deal, but they are yet to get going here. Complexity down 5-1 against the new look Ninjas, who bring back in-game leader Hampus and go back to a Swedish core.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Hampus. I still think before he left, I would have called him the most impactful player in Sweden, just because of like the kind of situations that he could manufacture. They got a lot of really good mechanical players in Sweden, but they're usually sort of like very play by the book kind of players. Like I would say Rez is probably somebody like that, maybe even Brawler to some extent. But I feel like Hampus is the guy who can just make a round out of nothing, and that's so rare.
Yeah, I guess we talk about Hampus so much because he is the in-game leader. He has come back from his break, but you've got to say with Brolan and Rez on this roster as well, we need to start seeing some star quality from them. And this roster especially, if this team's going to make it, if they're going to live up to the NIP name, we need to see those guys shining brightly now. This is the opportunity. All bets are off. Let's see what they can do.
And it feels like they were playing, I don't know if it was Alexi or it was just a philosophy within the team as a whole, but it feels like when you put somebody like a Rez or a Brolan on a tight leash, you're not going to get the full potential out of them. I wish we could see them unleashed a lot more.
You could see Config's frustrations with that sort of setup as well, indirectly, like suggesting that he didn't play well in a system. He wanted to be off the leash a little bit more.
Sure.
A chance for him to prove himself, and he's 10-0 at this point, Anders. So, so far, so good. They've had 4 days of prac, if you're not aware, with Hampus, and so far, so good. 5-1. It's going to be an A play, a quick one. Once again, focusing towards Shaw. Cole make their way in.
Ooh, that's a really good flashbang just as he dropped down into the pit position. JT on the double opening. That's pretty much perfect. And a shot through the smoke will absolutely confirm the round. Grim to take down Rez, but it's a moment there. I don't know if they threw the... You were asking earlier for that corner flash you can throw from second mid. They certainly had one that flashed the pit perfectly.
Well, this is what Complexity are known for. JT's teams are always known for having incredibly good flashbangs. If you watch them on Overpass, it's their pocket pip usually. Not sure about it being this day, but this squad, this core... Their flashbangs, their little set pieces like that, that's their bread and butter. That's how they get the majority of their rounds. And you can see that just one of those little novel plays that gets you in towards the site. Surprise, 4 players are up towards short with 1 flashbang. It can be overwhelming. And they got that done with the in-game leader JT on the Galil, the player who sacrificed his money in the previous round. Floppy throws the flash and 2 frags upon entry. Lovely stuff there. Is it sustainable? I'm not sure, but time will tell as we see 4 players survive Complexity as they get their second round as well. But money, as you'd imagine, pretty strong for the NIP boys. 8K on Rez, similar story for Config and Brolan, who save an AWP and an AK-47.
Yeah, Molotov down the other side.
Flash.
Focus on everything. Yeah, it's absolutely perfect. Floppy to set it up. Really love to see that. Yeah, it has to be sustainable as well, right? They're 5-2, so they really need to start to run a couple of rounds together here because NIP is still in this position where they have quite a good economy going into this next round.
Well, it's very early days. Like this is their first real gun round. You got Horzak on the AWP, right? Sure, you had to pull something out the strap book previously to get you on your feet, but now you've got all the resources you need. These are your defaults. These are your actual rounds coming in from Complexity here. So we'll see what they can bring to the table. Focusing towards the apartments once again. New boy Elige dissecting the area, confirming the boiler room is clear. Molotovs in response as CTs have relinquished mid-control. You can see they're playing quite a passive crossfire setup here towards A. Focusing the efforts towards B, suggests maybe a retake coming in on that side of the map. And here's Config, once again fending them off towards the apartments and short.
Very different position here. Much harder to flash, although he actually will walk right into one. A little bit of a late flash towards the pit, so does put him off the position a bit. He tries to get out, and he actually will be good for the kill. Some shots to the smoke, but it's Hampus instead to receive a headshot from Grim on the other side, and it's right back into a 4-on-4. And I don't think even Config realized how deep they were already up in the graveyard position. 4 versus 3 now, and they're holding the middle. They know no flank is coming. I think they have a really good position here, Complexity.
Complexity have spotted a weakness, it seems. We said it might not be sustainable, but that certainly was almost a replication of the previous round. A little bit different in variations, but the same sort of methodology applied. Get basic control of the apartments, take some vision away from middle, and explode out of the apps and towards shore. And you can see Config even did very well to even get 1 frag there. They were overwhelmed. Stifling execution. You could see they had nowhere to go. Flashed off their key choke points. Smoked off a position. We had 2 players from Complexity in the pit, ready and waiting for those duels. And like I said, even the fact he got 1 cheeky kill there, he might not have even been worth that. He actually did.
True, yeah.
He went above and beyond to even find one kill there. So this is a problem. NIP might need to take a timeout after this one and work out whether it's worth giving up so much freedom towards middle. They're giving them too much space here to allow these executions to come through.
And also an interesting thing to notice is once they actually got down into the pit and they were right at this haycart, right where this fight is happening, they're not really under a lot of pressure complexity. Like, they're not rushing to open it up. They're actually, they look like they were quite content to sit back, wait to see if NIP were going to try anything, which, I mean, that can also backfire on you, right? Like, if NIP are ready and they pop flash and swing wide against that fight, you can lose that battle. But it seemed like Complexity were quite happy to sit around and kind of wait to see what was going to happen, and they had the right read this time. So JT once again coming up with a really, really good call, and NIP forced to use a second timeout.
Absolutely. That is all JT, if you ask me. Great calls back-to-back, spotting that vulnerability towards the short side, and now forcing a pause out of NIP, and it doesn't look like... Are they fully investing? Configs are yet to buy, so yeah, they will be buying into this one. They've still got the AWP of Head Trick, an AK-47 for Brolan. Now, this is the time you want to see Head Trick get stuck in, Anders. This is like what you talked about, that dynamic play, opening rounds up. This is the time to utilize him. He hasn't had to do much so far, currently sitting on 3 and 2. This is the round you'd like to see him. I'm going to go for a pick and banana or something. I'm going to go gain some control of the map. And here we go, towards banana. At least they can have a strong area of approach here. If they can control banana, it means their mid can be stronger as well, with just the AWP holding this side of the map.
Yeah, much easier to set up the kind of 4-1 split if you really feel the pressure towards that middle side of things, which might be what they're doing right here. So
exactly.
Just leave this AWP.
They took a timeout before this round, right? You know they're adjusting. And JT, he's going on the other side of the map and set it towards short, and it is a missed shot this time from Head Trick. Confirms they're on this side of the map. And his suspicions might be correct because there are 5 players ready and waiting to go.
Oh, wow. The flash off the corner. He can't survive this. Even if he gets a kill now, it's way too late.
Oh, wow.
Good call. That's, you know, we talked about it earlier, like the lack of stress in slowing down the attack. But this one, they saw the opening and they took it immediately. And there was a real good follow-through. I really like that. Some teams, when they see those kind of openings, they second-guess themselves. They doubt themselves. They think, oh, wait a minute, maybe it's a setup, maybe it's a trap or something. They absolutely went for it. Well done.
NIP are eating out of the palm of JT's hand right now.
Yeah.
He is absolutely schooling them from a calling perspective. Like I said, the fact you've called a timeout there suggests you're fixing the issues towards short and apartments. He's read that well. He's called a set piece with 5 players towards banana with barely any mid-presence there whatsoever. And as you said, as soon as you confirm the AWPs on that side of the map, if I'm making that sort of call and prediction, they're going to be very aware. That's the remedy to that sort of problem as well. He sends all 5 players there, and the lifeline they are served up is the fact that Head Trick, he misses a shot. He misses quite an easy one by an AWP standard, to be honest with you. He falls off, and they know that's the opportunity to pounce. We've got 5 players here. You're never going to have a better opportunity than a flustered AWP. And look how he tries to get out. He goes to first oranges, Anders. The worst possible position you could really be in. He's done for. The round is over at that point when he misses the shot.
Yeah, that looked like one of those where did the bullet go moments. It really looked like he was dead on him. If it was CS2, we'd be blaming Subtick right now.
Subtick. Let's not get into that whole debate. Well, we'll save that for later down the show. I've got lots to say. But
I have no doubt. No doubt.
We are going to see, of course, a buy available saving weapons once again. But NIP, they know that JT's in their head right now. He is sending them all around the map, and they're going to try and answer back with some aggression. Bit of a flash towards middle. They need info. They need to feel comfortable in one of these rounds. That will do. A double kill for Config. Gives them the man advantage. JT does well to pull one back. Head Trick this time towards the apartments. Maintains the advantage, but back to a 3-on-2. A Liege. A chance to shine potentially.
Yeah, they had it set up right. That was a 4-on-2, you're right, but he felt like he could go back down to that secondary angle and maybe pick up a fight there, but it was a little bit too aggressive. Grim and Elige now 2 versus 3 to try and see if they can solve this one. They do have the smoke and the Molotov up, so at least they get the bomb plant down. This is where you would want to... These should be some of the heavier hitters on the team, right? Grim, we know how much work he can put in. Elige kind of has been the NA superstar for as long as I can remember, so you'd want to see him shine in this moment. Flash out to try and buy a little bit more time, but the retake is happening really quickly, and I don't think Grim realized it's all on Elige now. He's good for the first one, and he could have nearly had Brolan. One more bullet might have done it. It's going to be close on that one, but it will be NIP to save the round.
Some tremors of glory there. Coming in from Elige, it looked like there was a chance of the 1 versus 3, but very well done. Great retake from NIP there, and like we said, aggressive at the start. Pound for pound, they certainly got more firepower on the Swedish side, right? Knowing that they can take these fights at the start, likely win. That's the kind of game plan I want to see from them. If they're going to sit back in these passive holds, they will be punished. Elige, great attempt on the 1 versus 3. The second shot hits. You never know. I think he probably wins it, but NIP pull one back after giving up 3 in a row. Scoreline overall is going to be 6-4. Of course, a full buy on either side here. And we are going to see a 3-man setup towards B once more for NIP. Hampus, in-game leader. He'll be first on the chopping block here, up against Grim.
Yeah, aggressive right in front of the smoke. Would love to put a little bit of pressure on them, but for now it's just going to be grenades. Didn't really get a chance to see anyone. They do have a 3-man setup, so they might be listening on the other side, trying to read what kind of grenades are coming down. When are we going to try and actually push? And they already will. Hampus has fallen back. I thought maybe they would have tried for more of a pop flash setup here to try and do something, but instead they're just sneaking out. And this is risky.
So, all quiet for now. JT will recover the bomb down in T spawn. They've shown presence towards B and they've taken CT vision away at least. So, a job has been accomplished here. Head trick, AWP towards Arch. Defensive angle will be Molotoved off. And mid control will be granted. He has to fall back. And it's that crossfire setup once again where NIP, they looked a little bit weak here. They were getting overwhelmed. Stifling executions likely. Head trick to be tested first. Another missed shot as he'll fall back towards the bomb site here.
Pretty weak flashbang against him, but somehow it was enough. He didn't even fire the gun there. Down to 35 seconds, but they're so close to the bomb site. There's Head Trick picking up the shot onto JT. And look who's hiding, just lying in wait there in the graveyard. It's Conflict to get taken down. I thought he was going to have more of an impact. I think he realized Floppy instead. Double opening, and Elige goes down. 20 seconds. The bomb just now recovered as they pick it up with only 15 seconds left. And this should be a good position for them. There might be another round here for Complexity.
That was the only way into that situation. Floppy had to go above and beyond for his teammate. There's still a lot more work to be done here, though. 2-on-2. Horzerk and Floppy have got decent HP. A couple of flashes, and Horzerk knows he has to be active here. Nails the first shot. Floppy finds the hat trick, and his Complexity back to their winning ways here. 1 round away from tying things up as we go 6-5. What a great sequence for one of North America's finest. Floppy getting the job done from the apartments.
You would have thought for a minute there that they had such great positions, right? They get the opening kill, they still have Config in the graveyard, but obviously the wallbang shot from Horzerk is just completely nuts. Otherwise, they probably were in a prime position to win that round. There's only about 20 seconds left there at the end. Well done.
Good shit, Ricky. I agree. Lovely work there from Floppy. Money in a pretty precarious spot now. A couple of deagles coming through. 3 rifles otherwise, one of which is the AWP, but Hampus has been taken out of the equation early. He was one of the deagle players here, and JT hits a stunning shot towards CT spawn, and they're not slowing down. They might have helped themselves towards the B bomb site, but it is a bit of a stack here.
Oh, the flashbang. It could have been better. You brought it up earlier towards the pit, and this is another great setup for them. JT getting an opening there, and Grim's going to be hunting down Rez. Probably already realizing at that point that it was going to be a save no matter what. It's a 5-on-3, so he can probably guess that whoever was in construction was going to keep on running. And he's going to be able to catch him. This is great. They're going to tie up the scoreline. Complexity. It is their map pick, but still, they are they're doing a great amount of work here early. It looked to me like NIP were about to run away with it, but good to see Complexity not roll over so easily. Also, gone to the mix as well. He was 0 kills for a while, but now he's up to 2 at the very least.
At the very least. I'm really a big fan of what JT's putting down right now. From a calling perspective, it's almost the perfect game since the pistol. He is reading the game very well. He's got them running around in circles here, unable to keep up with his calls. The stacks aren't working out for them. The frags aren't coming through, and they're looking uncomfortable against these executions. They will save the AWP, but the looks of things here, Config doesn't salvage them for, unfortunately. So at least he'll save something, but the money is not great. That's going to be Complexity tying things up at 6-6 and breaking the finances as well. But Head Trick with the AWP. 6 kills to his name, a couple of deagles around him. Great shot from Grim getting the job done there to open things up. But yeah, Head Trick once again. If he can find an opener here, if he can do something to dissect the map, get information and advantage, that would be great. He's chosen the B side of the map here. He's got a smoke and an incendiary. Might just be a flash from a teammate here and just try and get the opening frag if possible. But he's holding quite a defensive line, not going for the full send pick. Holding the CT corner. And Horzerk, he's operating towards middle. 2 players here on the quad side, both of the Eagles.
It's a difficult ride or line of ride when you've got this AWP right, because you want to have an impact on the round, but you also don't want to throw it away. So right now he's so far back that he's probably risking never running into anyone, and by the time that they realize this is going to be a bit of an A pinch, then maybe it's just too late and he can't even get the open position at all. But the Deagles, we haven't seen much of them today. Haven't been any crazy 1D coming out really, so obviously the first map was over really quickly, so we didn't get much of a chance to see any Counter-Strike really at all.
Well, the Deagles will strike first. It's a single kill for Config, but Brolan, he sneaks out of the smoke towards the arch side. A double kill with the USP. They've got a 4-on-2 here. This was the eco. We thought it would be up to the AWP, but it's the silenced USP that shines brightly, looking for its third kill of the round as well. Not going to happen, but there it is. Rez will close things out, and that's a bit of a disaster. The first signs of weakness here from Complexity, up against the pistols only. You thought it'd be an equal trade there towards the arch side, but here's the play from Brolan. Sneaking out of the smoke, he can't believe his luck. No one's looking at Fernandez, and he will be saving the day. Excellent work.
Yeah, they were busy trying to wall bang down Config on the other side, and it just didn't really work out. That's a horrible round to let go of. It results in a double AWP setup with Rez wielding the second AWP there on the NIP side. And we've seen that before. Rez can definitely hit some shots with it, so might look a bit funny, but wouldn't really underestimate him.
He normally brings out the AWP when there's no other option. That's the problem. Like I remember back at Pro League, he had to replace S-Tag mid-tournament. It normally suggests things aren't going well. And a map like Inferno, double AWPs are viable. I just don't think it was part of the main game plan going into this affair. And it's probably just like, right, nothing's really working right now. We're looking a little bit thin on the A-bomb side. Let's see if we can boost the defense here with an AWP. And Rez will be tested right now. Can he hit this first shot? It looks good. He knows there's a player there, but Elige, my God, that is precise. Completely eviscerates him towards the library, and Headtrick is surrounded once again.
Well, Brolan doing an amazing job at holding off. That was going to be a potential B pincer. If that doesn't work out, if Brolan goes down, they're once again going to be right on Headtrick, but they're falling back right into the arms of Config. He's down here. Can they get rid of him? He's still got about a minute left and some good shots already ringing out to at least test him early on here. 50 seconds, double spray down for Config. And on the other side, Hampers coming up big with that return kill. So they are able to get the defense in place. But a real change of pace coming out from Complexity. They were trying so quick, like a brand new strategy coming out from them, right? They try and hit that arch position, and this opening kill, I feel like this should have been the round for Complexity. The call as a whole is a really good one.
It was looking so good for them. You would assume maybe a banana split coming in there, one extra creamy perhaps, but opted to go back towards shore. They found so much success so far in this first half. But Config, this time shining brightly, manages to take multiple players down with the AK-47, saves the day once again, and it will be NIP winning the half at this stage. Final round as we get into number 15 here. Headtrick, aggressive, gets the info, but can't quite connect the shot. A difficult one, but he does see two players towards T-steps at least, enabling control of Banana. So they've got something for it. They've managed to segregate the T side, force him up towards middle. Nice grenade towards Horzerk there. Does 18 damage. There's Config playing a bit more heads up this time.
I think that's the most forward that we've seen Headtrick be early on in a round. He's really been passive with this AWP, and I don't know if I love it yet. I'd love to see him have just a little bit more say. They're going to try and be quick with it again. Down in the pit they go. Hamper's going to get traded. And Config playing up close to the hay card. He's got no idea if someone's walking up behind. Yeah, that smoke not covering everything. He's got the right read. Good shot onto Horzerk. Spins around and ready to catch Elige, but he's going to get the better of him. And it's right back into a 2 versus 3. The bomb picked up on JT, and he's going to go straight for the plant. No delays here. All right.
It's looking like this half is done. Ladies and gentlemen, Complexity, after losing the pistol, put on a bit of a clinic here on the T side of Inferno. Sure, they don't end up winning it, but the rounds they did were very impressive. It has to be said, like in terms of firepower, NIP probably take that title in this particular matchup, but in terms of the executions, the reading of the setups here, Complexity have had that number multiple times. We've split it right down the middle. An admirable showing here from Complexity to kick things off. It's going to be 8-7 as we'll take a break and be back in the second half very shortly indeed. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, gamers. Blast Premier Full Groups 2023 Group A rages on. My name is Henry G, joined by Anders, and we are watching NIP take on Complexity. We've split it right down the middle, Anders. 8-7, a much better showing than the first game, I would say, and not clear which way it's going, to be honest with you.
No, I mean, I think you summarized it fairly nicely at the end there. Just GT coming up with really good calls. It might be lacking in firepower a little bit, but they certainly made up for it with a lot of really good tactical prowess on the T side. And now they're going to be playing the CT side, which could be great. But also, if you have a slow start here, if you don't quite get the weapons up and running, it could be a very different experience. So we'll see what NIP can come up with. Hampus, obviously, fresh back in the leadership chair on that side of things, going to be calling for this team, and we'll find out exactly how that's going to be playing out. Conflict's having himself a game, even if it's slowed down, but he's 17-6.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. You got to respect him, and Conflict's firing on all cylinders. And for now, a slower approach. You've got a couple of P250s. Make it 3 of them, in fact, for Brolan, Rez, and Hampus. Focusing on that firepower here. As we will see them dissect the map, they've got some banana control. Here's Brolan. Just going to be showing a little bit of presence here. Challenging JT, who doesn't get the info, but Rez, he gets a lot more than that. That's the opening frag towards the arch side. Horzerk, he still sits towards the cubby, so he could be overlooked here. Still a fighting chance as Complexity hold their ground.
3 P250s, Henry, that are just sneaking around the map looking for that one tap that one of them found. I think Rez there in the opening, so just very clinical way to get started. You're surgically looking for an opening. You're not trying to rush anyone down. You're not trying to waterfall into any positions. You're just waiting to see if you can pick somebody off, and they did. And now they're all grouping up towards Banana. Though I like this. They're going to look for someone in the middle. Even if he didn't get the kill, Grim, he's going to know no one else is there. JT on the early headshot in return. And they know everything. Complexity quick on the rotation. That little peek down the middle actually told them a lot about what was coming.
Well, here we go. JT pulls one back there from the coffins, but has to sacrifice bomb site control here. The retake is on. They do have a kit for Horzerk and a smoke. That is key. 1 flashbang remaining and 3 players towards the ruin. So here comes the smoke. A flashbang to follow. And it's down to Horzerk to set his teammates up here. They need to find multiple frags quickly in this 4-on-4.
This better be a really good flashbang, and so far it's not really doing much of anything. Hampus and Headtrick, though. Good kills to try and hold on to this bomb plant, and now dancing around the pillar for a minute. Wow. Oh, JT, wide swing. He's going to be taking down Rez and Headtrick, both then on the wrong side of the smoke. Hampus finds himself, but there's almost no time here. No kit either, and with that kill, it is done. Hampus to clean it up. Nice triple, and a really, really close pistol that goes the way of NIP.
It certainly does there. Hampus to clutch up in the 2 versus 1. It's one of those really awkward scenarios where you haven't got the kit. It's out of reach. One of you's got to go for the defuse, and you've just got to hope your teammate steps up, finds the kill. It was JT up against the P250. Nothing could be done. Grim just has to hold his breath, hope for the best there, and it all falls apart. It will be 9-7. NIP with the opening frag with the P250 and closing it out with style as well. Complexity answering back, though, and they do have a force buy here, and a Liege for Mass. He's been dropped that, and he's got a helmet as well. So we'll see what he can make of it, whether he wants to step up and actually get stuck in at the start. He's boosted towards B right now. You can see just above the flames, a precarious spot, but are getting a bit of action here. Time will tell as they actually start to fall back. Looks like we'll have a fast A play here from NIP.
How do you like this kind of force up? Are you a fan of the odd? Like, it's definitely an attempt to try and play a little bit outside of the current meta.
I think so. Like, force buying on Inferno especially, like, try and treat it like a gun round with the smokes, trying to slow them down. That's what you're really going for. Trying to make them uncomfortable.
That's more normal, right?
So we'll see if Floppy can step up here. The force buy looking pretty good so far. Double kill with that 5-7. Takes down Config and Rez. Headtrick answers back, but they don't swarm the bomb site just yet. They're not sure if they're walking in towards the stack here. Smoke off towards Moto. CT's rotating in, but Hampus will soon clear out the bomb site as the rotations come through. The CTs need to be active here, make them uncomfortable when the plant comes in.
Who even needs a FAMAS when you've got the 5-7 up close? It's such a ridiculous pistol, and Floppy getting 2 kills like that should make a big difference here. Retake will still be quite tricky. They don't have the nades. They certainly don't have the defuse kit either, and Hampus already spotted a fair few of them on the other side there. Smoke, and they're going to try and see if they get the job done. Grim gets one more shot, but it's not going to be working out so well. 1 versus 1 now, and JT is almost going to be able to get the job done, but not quite. It's a real good attempt. You got to say, Complexity putting in a lot of work in that round.
Close, but no cigar. Unfortunately, on the CT side of Inferno, if you have a close round like that, you're tempted to buy up into it. Only 1 player survived, but you can't really justify it. Like, it has to be full eco going forward. It was a great attempt here. Floppy getting the double kills you might expect with that 5-7. He makes things very uncomfortable, but they stacked primarily towards the B bomb side. We saw a Liege boosted up on first oranges there, looking for the initial kill. Rotations were just too far gone, couldn't capitalize upon the advantage, and now a tactical timeout. Makes a lot of sense here, as you know the money's going to be an issue. Anders, I am seeing a buy here. Horzerg, the AWPer, has confirmed they will be purchasing into this one. A chance to strike and potentially take down NLP where they're not expecting it here. They'll be down in the dumps as well financially. They'll have Galils, a MAC-10. There is some sense behind this one, but if you lose this round on the cold side, you're in a lot of trouble, a lot of hot water here. So this is a huge call to make. You've got a Horzerg M4 and a Liege for Mass, and hopefully they can replicate some of the success they found with the pistols in the previous round, because this is going to be a very challenging round.
Yeah, the element of surprise with these buys, but I feel like it's so hard to catch teams that are top level right now with these kind of buys. I feel like teams are so careful.
Again, if I'm suspecting it, the fact it's come down to 1 versus 1, you'll certainly be aware of the possibility, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not going to be treating this round any differently to any other gun round. You'll be working together, making sure the buddy system is fully utilized as they hunt for information once again. They've confirmed B is clear, but maybe not for long. Flashbang goes over. Grim opens things up with a double kill from the MAC-10. That might shut down their prospects for this round unless JT can do something miraculous here with the smoke down towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, and they're going to know that he's in there, right? They're not just going to be rushing through because they know somebody threw the flashbang for that kind of peek, so they're pretty well aware of what's going on. Roland just sitting around here, making sure no one can pick up any other guns that might be dropped on the floor on Banana. And they can slow it down. They got a minute. They're kind of checking top mid as well, so they're spending a little bit, I think, of time. That's probably good for NIP to just slow it down and see if Complexity will try another pop flash, will try anything crazy.
So JT has fired off a few deagle shots, suggesting it's just a deagle here. Come on in. Give it a go. He's called for Floppy to rotate over as well, so he has got the M4 in hand. Floppy is there with the MP9 in spawn. There is a chance they win this. JT would have to find at least 2 kills, setting up Floppy with a big spray down here. And it looks to be maybe a contact play, but we'll see. JT has to deliver. Multiple frags now.
If he can distract with a kill, then maybe Floppy could be allowed to sort of jump.
Exactly.
Smoke. Oh, but he's going to get smoked off as well.
Big
line up, Floppy. That double came out of nowhere. You would have thought at least a couple of players would have been watching that position. He wasn't even flashed through or anything. He just got the perfect lineup for it. Bomb is going to get planted. Still a 2-on-1, but only for a second there. Rez is going to go down. So now Brolin on his own. Back at the bomb side with the AK in hand, and they're sneaking right in. Good headshot. And the spray, it looked like he could have had it, but JT to the rescue. And Complexity, risky force up in this round, but it worked out.
This time it works out for them for sure. The force buy in the previous round came down to a 1v1. They took the timeout, they discussed their options, and they took the risk. The huge risk to buy up on the CT side in the 3rd round when you're 2-0 down. Floppy, I didn't think he'd be the player to deliver that. I thought it'd be the M4 towards Coffins, but like he said, the distraction was enough. The swing was magnificent from Floppy, who continues his good form here on Inferno. Double kill found, and JT wins out in the 1v1 clutch. That is massive for Complexity. They are right back online in this series now, as we'll see them have the AK-47s on their side of the server. NIP force buying back in with what they can. A couple of Galils, 3 pistols, but pretty nice utility. So we'll see if they want to favor those apartment positions, see if they can pop out as well towards A as they start to head towards that side of the map here to kick things off in round number 19.
Especially when you see Tech-9, right?
Exactly.
It's such a favorite weapon to try and get that pit rush down. So yeah, why not? You still got Brolin in the middle with a flashbang, so he could set it up at any moment. He could go in there and try and help out. And they were hit quite a number of times from that position. That might inspire you on your own T side. You might be thinking, all right, you know what, that worked pretty well for them. Why don't we give it a shot? Apples with some creative wall bangs coming out.
Someone killed me with that and faced it like 2 days ago. Is the worst feeling. He insta killed me with 1 shot in the deagle when I was up on the atrium. It doesn't feel good.
No.
Don't go up there. Would be my advice.
Oh man, it's risky doing it as well. Like you could just get returnable, couldn't you? Like the waiting down there.
Yeah. So we predicted apartments, Anders. We've got 2 players towards there. It's Hampus and Rez. You would assume a flashbang, bit of a lurk smoke coming through as well. Here's the commitment. It doesn't look amazing for them, but the triple grenade is working out nicely. Rez will find a double kill as he swings in with the Tech-9 here, and that might be round done. It looks like they've done enough here. It's always about the set piece, the novel plays in these sort of rounds, and they execute perfectly there, taking the vision away from the pit. Triple nades towards that position, and the apps pop comes through. It works out very well indeed. Rez getting both frags and securing the round.
And a funny way for that smoke that you put down to backfire, right? You throw that smoke right by the bicycle because that you see right there. That's a CT smoke that he's throwing to avoid getting Molotov, and then almost just signals to them, well, we know where you're going to be then. Yeah, like, great. We'll just absolutely bombard you. Good times. That is such a great creative use of grenades.
Wow, the force buy was rage on here, Anders, as NIP with 3 pistols, 2 Galils have a very convincing round. They don't give up anything here. The upgrades are plenty coming through, a couple of M4s found. Problem is they've got a couple of Galils in the mix as well, so they will have less firepower going forward, but they'll take that all day long. Couldn't have gone any better for them. So that's a sigh of relief. Things were getting a little bit problematic there, losing to the pistols and the 4 spies, but here we go, 11-8. There is quite a lot saved on the CT side, I have to say. JT with an AK-47. 2 FAMASs otherwise for Elige and Grim. So I don't think they force by this one, and indeed they will not. I don't think that's the play. And so plenty of CS to be played here. We'll see whether they can at least cause a dent, make this one uncomfortable. They've won with pistols before, as they send 3 players towards the B side of the map once again. Elige will join them with his FAMAS.
Some of the risk, I guess, in doing these force-ups, right, is you've also massively delayed the point in time where Hall's looking at that AWP on the CT side. He had it a bit on the T side, and we never really got to see much of it. And he's obviously stuck at 4 kills for the minute here, but it'd be great to see him pick that up just to try and shut down some of these hard positions, because I feel like he is a more aggressive AWP player than Hetrick is.
Yeah.
He definitely will feel comfortable in trying to take these swings, especially if he can get some of the early fights going his way. I feel like they need him right now. They can't play this 4-on-5. They need Holzerk to step it up and take some swings with that big rifle.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. You couldn't ask for much more from JT from a tactical point of view. He set the boys up plenty of times here. It's up to
top fragging as well.
Up to the players to land their shots, and players like Holzerk, one of the stars here. It's Inferno, not an AWP's paradise by any stretch, but certainly a map he normally delivers on. So here comes NIP. Contact play in towards the B bomb site here. There's a quick smoke, sending in players before they've been detected, and Elige will find the first here. A lifeline, a chance, as Grim will maintain that advantage here. Config fires back through the smoke. Brings it back to a 3-on-3, 30 seconds here. There are CTs ready and waiting. They'll probably go for this one. Grim needs to try and find a quick one through the smoke here. Can't deny the plan. He's low HP as well and might be going down relatively quickly. Here comes the backstab from Rez as well. Looks like it's almost a done deal for NIP.
Yeah, this is rough, though, because even if they wanted to pull the plug on this round complexity and save, which people will probably do a lot of the time here in a 3-on-3, now they can't. They're committed to it, and they're actually just boxed in. No way out of this one. Rez gets a kill. Config on the follow-up here, and he's going to continue to spray. 21 kills on the Dane. He really is, you mentioned earlier, sledgehammer.
I got to speak to him earlier, right? And I asked him, is this the sort of environment you will thrive in? Because there's no structure, and you've only had 4 days of practice, and he just gave me a wry smile and just nodded and goes, this is where I can actually do my work. I said, yeah, that's what I thought you'd say. And it's great to see, like, translated here. I guess this is the perfect event for him. There's so many teams that are not going to be playing top-level meta Counter-Strike right now, and a chance for him to exploit some of the weaknesses of these new lineups. So, yeah, you'd expect Config to go above and beyond this tournament. A great showing so far. As you mentioned, 21 kills as we go 12-8 in favor of NIP. They get 2 rounds in a row. But bear in mind, that wasn't the force buy. They saved 3 weapons from the previous, so they've managed their money well here. They will have M4s across the board, however. So the point you mentioned of Holzerk having a difficult game, he is synonymous with the AWP, right? The fact he's on a rifle, still serviceable, but it's not their A game going into round number 21 here.
He's such a double-edged sword, Config, right? Because he's the kind of player that can get you deep in a tournament to play against a team like Vitality. But then, how do you get Vitality to play unstructured Counter-Strike?
Exactly.
Like, you probably can't, right? So then some of his efficiency will fall off quite a bit, probably. But I mean, it's hard to like argue against him, because you see what he's doing here. It's just so ridiculous, right? And I'm not even sure Inferno is one of his better maps. Like I feel like you put him on something like Overpass, and he's probably going to
a Mirage, yeah. That Mirage is where he does that aggressive bullshit on the CT side. It's so difficult to control. But let's see what they can make of round number 21 here. Like I said, M4s across the board, concessions to be made, as there are no kits, no helmets,
and no AWP.
And the fact is an M4 for Hampus as well. That makes that a little bit more difficult to contain. He will have the rate of fire and movement capabilities of the M4. We'll see whether he can make it shine here. Making his way forward at the tip of the spear. In-game leader Hampus ready and waiting for any aggro from Coffins. He'll detect Grim on the other side. Just gives him a little kiss towards the coffin. 12 damage.
They're going to try and boost up on top of the smoke. This is really, really sick and very hard to read on the other side as well. Got to be so careful on that one. Oh, but Grim.
Well read.
It's hard to read, but he absolutely read it. Config going down. That's beautiful.
Just what they needed. It was always going to be a very difficult round here. The lack of utility, no kits, and now they have a man advantage. But how do they react to it? Looks like they're peeling off. They want to enable these crossfires, noticing the clock is low. We've hit the 40-second mark here. You've got B control. And they've got 3 players waiting on the A bomb site here. Some actual decent utility left over as well. Elise has just dropped his smoke here towards the arch side. That's going to buy a ton of time. Look how difficult this will be now to even enter the A bomb site.
25 seconds, yeah. If they don't get the entry and pretty much flawlessly here, they're going to run out of time probably really soon. 20 seconds now. Good couple of kills. It's just Rez and Hetrick left, and they're trying to fight their way out. It looks like it's almost successful. Hetrick swings for it instead of trying to go for the bomb. He wanted to try and see if he could isolate that 1 versus 1, and honestly, if he had, probably would have been able to win the round. But yeah, good defense from Complexity. They needed to win this round. I feel like if they lose this round, it's a 13-8 scoreline, and again, their economy's reset, and they probably have to, like, it's probably not going to be recoverable at that point in time, but this is absolutely what they needed.
Oh, it all started with that Grim pick, shutting down the boost prospect as well. This was looking like a great round for NIP. They had full map control. They had the CTs rotated into poor positions, but that boost, it lets them down, brings them into a 5 versus 4, and then Complexity holding on. Elise with that beautiful smoke towards the arch. Having 25 seconds left, nothing they could do. As we get into the next round here, number 22, you can see they're starting to find their mojo on the B side of the map as they look for control. As Brolan can do nothing about it. Molotov'd off. Rez with a nice position towards the apartments, but presumably won't be doing anything too quickly. Bomb's still down in T-spawn, so just mid-control is what they're after right now.
I love it when you take over this position that Rez is doing early in a round, because sometimes the CTs will fall back and they don't even notice. They don't even realize that they could be running back into it. A little bit like what almost happened there, although it was a pretty quick movement coming through, so didn't expose himself that much. But sometimes just getting into that forward position of the hallway and nobody has any idea inside of the bomb site. I think they're safe for a while. Grim boosted to look right on over, and he's not going to miss the opportunity either.
Giving them a taste of their own medicine, showing them how the boost is done. As another opening pick for Grim is found here. Elige in a strong position here towards the library. It will be a double peak though, and it will be taken down, so they'll bring things back into their favor. A 4-on-4 will favor the T side, especially on Inferno. You can see how the defense is spread thin across the map. 2 players on either bomb side, and Config behind enemy lines. He's deep in CT spawn, goes back towards the library as they recover the bomb. 30 seconds remaining, Anders, and it has to be A at this point, surely.
Holzerk sneaking through the bomb. A UMP, but he's going to find the only target that he could have probably won against there. Rez just goes down, and Holzerk, great headshot to bring down Hampus, and whatever kind of split was about to happen at the A-bomb side, it's been completely broken wide open instead. Hetrick and Config are left, and surely Complexity could just relax here. They are going for a couple of fights, maybe didn't even need to do that. The bomb was all the way back towards second middle. They would have been fine either way, but huge round for Complexity, and all thanks to the UMP.
Who would have thought? The unlikely hero of the round, Holzerk and his UMP getting a double kill at the perfect time as well. Look at that, 25 seconds remaining. We kind of pointed it out. The bomb and T-spawn with 40 seconds remaining, a little bit precarious, but not a huge deal as long as you kind of dot your I's, cross your T's, have these crossfires, these choke points covered, and they were focusing too deep down the enemy lines in CT spawn library, thinking the job was done, and they lose the bomb, and that's a very frustrating round to give up. It's actually sent them spiraling into a full eco. One single flashbang to set them up. They have to run the gauntlet here as JT ready and waiting for the big spray down, looking for multiple members here, and he does enough. 2 will do, but the lack of helmet is a problem. Grim takes a Glock bullet to the face, and he takes 88 damage en route. They can't afford to lose a frag here. Well, that storyline's already over. Can Grim survive at the back? Holzerk doing everything he can to ensure survival.
That's actually a pretty important spray down, right? This should have been their round every single time, but if they would have hunted down Grim, they could have opened up a bomb plant, and that's when things usually get a little bit more tricky. Hampus just wants the kill, wants to finish off what they started against Grim. Looks like it could have been possible, but he'll actually live through that one, so not at all bad. They do lose a couple of players there, but you'll take it. They're building a really quick comeback here. They were almost down 13-8, but they managed to turn it around, and now it's 11-12, so absolutely anything could happen. Economy's starting to go the way. We're finally seeing Holzerk with the AWP now on the CT side.
He's starting to wake up, man. He's starting to find multiple frags, getting in that zone where he could become a real nuisance, because now he has got the AWP, a few frags under his belt. He's looking for double digits here, and like we said, Inferno, it's his play style, I would say. It leans into it. Like, this is where he can thrive. Like, you're able to go for a different position at the start of every round. You can go apartments, middle, banana. You can change things up. You can be as aggressive as you like. And against a team that's unstructured right now, that's just brought their own game leader back, this is where he should be popping off. This is where he should be mauling them with the AWP. The CT side here, a team that's coming in with 4 days of practice, NIP that is. You'd like to think that Holzerk can start to sink his fangs in at this point. The part of the pun.
I would want to see something like that, definitely, right? Because and I think to shut down somebody like Config as well, that would be so nice, right? You just get that one little engagement. They're going to be boosting him up. This time on the boiler side of middle. They almost have the kill. I can't believe that is not a connection. It looked like it was dead on.
Yeah, looked like it was going for the motions there. Looked like a guaranteed frag. It doesn't connect, but JT, he makes up for it. That's a stunning shot there with the M4A4 towards the banana side of the map. Brolan goes down early on in the round here. 5 on 4. They will respond with some mid-utility. Smoke towards Arch side. Molotov a quad and Elige trying to find stronger positioning here. He'll get one, but caught out. It's down to Floppy. They've got the man advantage, but he needs to provide some self-preservation here. Stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, and trying to sell them on a little bit of a trick there, right? He puts up the smoke like he's still going to be hiding towards that side of the pit, but actually relocates himself. And he's got so much backup on the other side of the bomb site, so he should be fine. Also, just walking out into the open, not afraid at all. 50 seconds left here for the 3 versus 4. And they're all grouped up on this side. Floppy's going to get the kill, and they're going to find a free one on Config, so no issues here. Hampus goes down, almost, I think, still moving there, Floppy. Great defense, Complexity. They tie up the scoreline, and they are well on their way back. And this is their map pick, so they obviously would love to pick this one up.
Yeah, it's the start of a new season. Everyone's put their chips down on the table. It's Elige moving into Complexity after 8 years in Liquid, Anders. It's a move that makes a lot of sense, but one that has to work out, I think. Like, considering where he was in his career, where Complexity were as well, both parties need this to work out. They need to show this is actually the correct move, that North American still has prospects that can deliver. And so far, so good. This is a good showing. Like the T side, they had all the moves on the T side. And now, starting to see Horzo wake up and actually have some impact here.
There's obviously so many roster changes to talk about, you know, after the sort of the post-major roster shuffle. I feel like the Elige one is one of the wildest ones. Yeah. Like, I'm so curious about how this will play out long term. Yeah, I mean, Elige, he's still a young player. I keep forgetting, but I think he's 25 now. So I keep thinking he has had a long career already, but he can still do a lot, and it would be amazing. I mean, amazing time for him to prove what he's actually made of here. And now that he's lost like that comfort zone in Liquid, that obviously was like his little kingdom over there. I'm really curious to see how it'll play out on Complexity.
Currently sat at 13 frags, just above Horzerk at 10, mid-table. That's this is a great resurgence for Complexity. It looked like they were down and out at one point, but they've fought very hard indeed to get themselves back in this advantageous spot. They're actually on the precipice of taking round number 13 up against these Deagles. There is a Brolan AK-47. Now, Brolan currently had on 18 kills, having a decent game, but not showing the form that makes me believe he can save this one. It's Horzerk to be tested first. As we mentioned, he's getting hotter and hotter on the server. Misses out on the first kill here, but here's JT in position, but maybe not for long.
Yeah, spotted it, they know definitely. Oh, what a great entry, but they're all sneaking around. This is the kind of stuff you probably wouldn't see Hetrick try and do, but Horzerk, he'll give it a crack and try and see if he can break it through, and it's going to cost him everything. That's the other side of the coin, playing that aggressive AWP. And now that they picked it up, do they even want to go for it here? They don't really have the kind of money that you'd want to try and go for a 2-on-3 retake, so they're going to be backing off. And NIP finding an almost miraculous round here. That was Brolan giving them the opening. I don't even know if he just pre-fired the pillar or if he actually did spot him out, but either way, once he sees the blood on the wall behind him, he definitely knows.
They were eradicating risks as they were making their way into that B-bomb site, smoking down towards Coffin and Spawn, trying to make sure they could just focus on those key positions. And yeah, the Molotov down, I think, towards JT as well, really cooked his goose there. He had to be out in the open. Only was ever going to be good for one there, a compromised spot. And it's NIP, I would say they kind of needed that round. They just lost 4 in a row. That was their eco there with an AK-47, managing to get the job done just about there with the Brolan contributions. As mentioned, though, the money's not an amazing spot for Complexity. This is how it all started, of course, with the little aggressive gambit there from the CT side, but we'll see if Complexity can bring a nice, healthy complexion for round number 26. Horzerk feeling the frustrations there a little bit. 11 kills to his name, but they do manage to bring in 3 M4s. Otherwise, in the saved AK, round number 26 here. Bit of a swing round. We'll see who comes out on top. It's aggression from Horzerk once again. Fires through the smoke, nothing connecting just yet.
Just a flashbang to unseat him from that Coffin's position in the previous round. I mean, sometimes when we bring up the utility and sort of mention what kind of grenades people have, that's why it's so important. Just one flashbang to push the AWP off the corner initially can make such a big difference here. A pretty common split seeing on the defensive side. Complexity maybe a little bit further back than you would like. I don't mind that Holzerk's on this corner, but it's one of those things where if he could get smoked off, he could get flashed off this corner once again, and then they are really, really blind towards what's happening in Arch. So if they do that, if they realize where he is, it could turn it into some sort of a B split if they start to put all the pieces together here. Which, again, I think Hampus is a pretty competent leader. I'm sure
Absolutely.
that he's going to be good for something like that.
They've still got the majority of their smokes, 4 of them to be exact, as they look for mid-control here. Molotov towards the quad side. As you mentioned, no CT presence there at all. It's Holzerk patrolling the Arch with the AWP, but as mentioned, he can be segregated by utility. Arch would be very vulnerable, but it does look like an A attack. All 5 players are here, and Elige has got a bit of a gap.
Kind of like this, though. He needs the information, although it's very risky. Surely they're going to see, but they won't. A little bit of a failed jump there. I don't think he meant to do that. Leaves Floppy in a very awkward position. Holzerk's been smoked out on the other side. He's trying to get back in, and he just actually runs right for the smoke. That's super risky. 20 seconds now, and Floppy, good spray on the first. He's ready in case anyone's going to come through the smoke, but no one is right now. Holzerk's dead and out, and they're just waiting, delaying it, trying to isolate him in this corner, and finally they do. Rez with some good taps are coming through. Just 6 seconds as the bomb goes down, and JT to try and see if he can go for the retake.
He's known for a clutch or two. His old JT. We'll see what he can make of this one. Throws the incendiary to disrupt the positioning of Rez. Gets that first headshot. Now up against the AWP of Hedrick. He's in a bad position here. The AWP, not an ideal weapon as JT vaults up towards the hay bales. A chance of the first kill here. Hedrick in a lot of trouble. The bomb ticking at some pace now, and he hits the shot. JT, frustrating signs there because, yeah, he probably should have won that. If he can find the window of opportunity, the spacing to close the gap, he could have really made that uncomfortable. A very decent effort, bringing it down to the 1 versus 1, but it will be NIP finding multiple rounds in a row here. That was the incendiary and a great follow-up shot as well. Hedrick, under so much pressure, he did very well to even get close to winning that one.
Yeah, he really did. That was
big round as well. That's a full eco for Complexity.
And a must-win shot out of Hedrick, right? If he fails that one, he's likely get hunted down, and it maybe could have turned out the other way. They're out of money, though, Henry. This is a bit of a disaster. 14-12. They've got 1 flashbang and a P250 on Elige, and that's about it. So, a very, very potentially deadly position here. Config at 23 kills. Again, slowed down a bit. I think he was 11-0 or something early on.
He was, yeah.
Really did start off really hot, but it's still a very impressive scoreline, even if it's a little bit slower here in the second half.
Well, let's see what they can make of it. They've managed to win ecos in this half, but this really is the full eco. They've gone for the 4-man stack over towards the B side of the map here. Floppy, he knows he's in danger. Reds will take care of it, and that's going to be the round secured. Unfortunately, that's map point on their opponent's map pick here. Inferno in pretty dire situation now for Complexity. They'll need 3 rounds in a row to take us to overtime, as we'll see them just making their way towards T-spawn, looking for any exits here. That is the round confirmed over, and just hoping they can maybe take 1 rifle into the next round. That's about as good as it can possibly get.
Yeah, it looks so doable at one point. It actually looked like they had a 4-round comeback. It looked like they were going to be able to do it on the CT side, but they didn't have the depth of economy to sustain even the one loss that they had over at that B bomb site, where they snuck on through and they won the fight against Holzerk on that AWP that made all the difference in the world. So NIP going to be at 15. Config's out hunting at least for the 1 kill. All right, not going to fully commit to it, although they will try and do some damage right at the end here with the added blast radius. You might as well try. You might as well give it a shot, but they're not going to be able to. Everyone lives on NIP and Complexity. Yeah, like you said, 3 in a row is what they're going to be staring down the barrel of here. That's what they need right now to bring it into overtime.
You can see TC behind them, maybe getting ready for a tactical timeout here. And indeed, you can hear the dulcet tones of the tactical timeout come through. We are going to have a nice full buy here, at least for Complexity. As we enter round number 28, they're going to have the AWP of Holzerk, still on 11 kills. Hasn't really found that X factor in this second half. Had a couple of great moments. The UMP round saving the day.
Yeah.
Didn't really come down to individual prowess, but it did find the moment. He did find the timing. He did win in that round individually. But here we go. They do need to present a perfect game here on the CT side. Elige will have to bring some of that experience to the forefront. He's been a part of many a comeback over the years, I would say, especially on Inferno. Liquid have found themselves in this spot plenty of times.
Yeah, and I mean, we know that he's certainly mechanically, we're talking about firepower, right? Like, Elige is one of the people that's supposed to be really bringing this team to a new level. And he did try in one of those previous rounds to sneak up where he sort of like was playing around the smoke over at the quad side. I like that kind of thing. It's going to be Holzerk to take a little bit of a risk. Probably did want to take that peek, but I think he wanted to land right in the angle as opposed to trying to walk back into it. So probably just got overshot a little bit on that one. And they might be changing the pace here. Look at it. They're not slowing down at all. NIP, they want to finish this map right now. Elige, though, good pre-fire. Even though he just flashed for a minute there, going to be taking down Hampus anyway. And now a little bit of a failed shot there. Holzerk gets taken down, and Elige gets one more. And him and Floppy just combining for an absolutely expert defense of the bomb site. Elige even picking up the AWP towards the end. That's everything you could have wanted.
Well, there it is. NIP going for that haymaker, knockout blow. The A execution coming through, looking for a clean finish here, but a lot more than they bargained for. Floppy on the other side, huge spray down here. Massive contributions with the M4A4, and it's a lead to close things out as well, as they have a solid defense here towards the A side of the map as they bring their task down to just 2 rounds here. And speaking of 2, a double AWP setup. Holzerk and Grim bring out the big green.
I like that. Why not? I think in that last round, if you're Hampus, you're hoping that they're going to go for one of those very in-meta 3-man stacks. Oh, God, Grim. Why did he pick up the AWP earlier when he was able to do this?
Okay, that was quite nice. You have to say, they didn't see that one coming. 2-for-1 deal. Brolan and Hampus have been removed from the equation here, Anders. And that might just be the round guaranteed right here, right now. 15-14 looking likely, but still plenty of time. Won't get ahead of ourselves, of course. With 2 players waiting towards B. If they did fully execute on this side of the map and found the entries, you never know. But it's going to be very difficult to flush these CTs out now. They've still got the majority of their utility. 4 smokes, dozens of flashes, incendiaries, as Rez tries to show some sort of presence towards middle. But what's he got? A flash and an HE? No one's going to be
convincing, is it?
It keeps 3 people there for now. It's something, but they need to operate very quickly now. As the AWP is ready and waiting. They've got smokes too.
You just need to win both these fights. You can't even really allow for Grim to get a kill and then trade on him. You just have to take him down cleanly. And the way that he was playing that earlier, not going to be easy. He'll find a third one to take down Hetrick through the smoke. Oh, this is so perfect. That's 4 now. 1 more left for the aces. Rez is out there. No one coming up Banana right now. And that smoke's going to be fading in the next couple of seconds here. So Rez just finding it very, very awkward. The bomb has lost him as well, so even if he was to find an escape, he can't do anything on the A side of the map, and might just try and play it out. Though they're hunting him down. It's Jaded to get the last one, but Grim, the absolute superstar of this round.
Yeah, not known to be an AWPer, Anders. I think that's a fair statement, but he delivers on all fronts here. These are the kind of moves you want to see from Holzerk, right? And he's delivering.
Yes.
2 massive opening frags there with the AWP. Falls back to the defensive line of the coffins. Take down Hetrick. 1 through the smoke for good luck as well. That's what you love to see. A moment of brilliance there from Grim just when they needed him most. As we go 15-14, it will be NIP with their final timeout here. Round number 30 has arrived. Coach DJL behind them, trying to come up with the solution to their problem here. But they've got a lot of demanders. Not only are they on the back foot and looking likely this goes to overtime, they just don't have the resources for round number 30. They've got pistols coming out in full force. A MAC-10 at the very top of the pyramid here for Brolan. And you can see they know they're in a bad spot here. This is not looking good.
They might have almost won the map already, Complexity, if they hadn't lost that earlier round to the pistols over at the B bomb side. So, obviously, that will happen, but just to say that this could have been a little bit of a better affair even for the Complexity side of things. We'll see how it goes. Round number 30. Tech-9s. 1 MAC-10. Some Deagles in play. Yeah, this is real sketchy. They're actually going to be throwing away one of the AWPs up on top of the roof in the CT spawn just so that no one can pick it up. Grim, JT instead there to pick it up, and it's a 3-man setup at the B bomb site. And so far, so good. This is definitely looking like overtime.
Well, what a great call that is. So you can see exactly what NIP wanted to do there. Noticing Grim had the AWP on the B side of the map. They've got the pistols, the MAC-10s. Let's try and shut him down. Let's try and flash him out. They've thrown the AWP away. They've got the rifles. The absolute counter to what they had in mind. JT has called an absolute blinder in this map, I have to say. That's really impressive, the fact they've managed to find this advantage here looking likely for overtime, but you never know. 4 players still alive and kicking. Brolan just about with 10 points of health. They're going to have to limp in toward the B site. Elige looking so ready for this one. The incendiary in hand. You're not breaking through, boys. They've got another one. JT, he does have an incendiary as well. There's no way they can break through here. What can they possibly do?
Yeah, they really should never be able to. HE's on top to slow them down. They haven't really even stepped on the bomb side, and they're already just so weakened up by this config. It's a good headshot, but you're going to need one more like that. Head-trick might be able to provide it, and Grim goes down.
No way.
Oh, no, not like this. They had 3 people. They had all the grenades ready. They just had to sit back and let NIP show up, and all of a sudden, it's turned on its head. Now it's Holzek and Floppy gonna go for the retake. They don't have any utility to get rid of this double back position, and there's a mind game here. You get one of these players, are you checking for the second, or are you checking somewhere else? Hampus out wide, showing himself. He's gonna get the kill, and now it's Floppy. The last one left, and the dream is dead. Complexity, they can't get to overtime. Instead, NIP pick up their opponent's map, and that's huge for them, obviously. They're gonna be celebrating this one for sure.
Absolutely true. I can't believe they pulled it off with the pistols in the very last round there. It was a 5-on-4 as well. It looked like the CTs had done enough. We were talking in absolutes. We were waiting for overtime to come through, but there it is. We did say pound for pound, there's a bit more firepower available for NIP, and it certainly shines through there in the second half.
Really does. Impressive stuff. Nuke is going to be the second map. It is going to be coming up, but not before we get a quick break, so stay tuned.
I remember the very first goal I set for myself was that I want to be able to play football again. One of the greatest things about becoming more healthy and acquiring the freedom over my body again is definitely the mental side of it. Like all these negative associated feelings, they would slowly but surely disappear. To a point today where I never really address it anymore. I don't have those feelings anymore, and I feel free, I feel happy, and I feel I have way more capacity to deal with more important stuff. I am very, very, very certain about the fact that any goals you may have in your life, one size doesn't fit all. It doesn't for me, it doesn't for you, it doesn't for anyone else. But I think there's certain parts of my story that everyone can relate to. I think people sometimes need to hear that it's okay to struggle, it's okay to fail, it's okay not to be able to reach your goal instantly. I always have new goals to achieve. I'm never done. Right now I'm focused on training up for an Ironman. I am most certain that if I do it in 10 hours, the next time I want to do it in 9. And if I do it in 9, I want to do it in 8. I'm not chasing a weight loss, I'm not chasing any sort of drastic change in my life. I'm just chasing a better version of myself and a healthier version.
The team of Almost, unfortunately, continuing that trend. Things get damn tight towards the tail end of Inferno, and I think we have to start at the end of that map number 1, because round 30, that got intense. We thought, no way, no how Complexity were going to be losing this one. Somehow, Ninjas find a way in.
What a Complexity way to lose this first game. Look at this, the situation. It's a 4v4 situation, low HP on the side of NIP, bunch of nades as well. It's nades, Molotovs, flashes, and then Elige. I think Elige gets surprised by the crossing of the smoke. There's a bit of a unlucky timing here on Grim. That's the moment where Elish finds, and then everything just crumbles out. But Complexity had everything they needed to push us to overtime. They had the right read, they had a fair amount of utility, they had all the right people, they had 3 people, in fact, on the B side. And this is a moment where, personally, Jacob, I know how it is as a team. You overthink it. You overthink the situation. You get maybe a little bit hectic on the comm. You're like, I have money. Yeah, I have money too. I have smoke. Just, hey, everybody take it easy. Put down your nades and then aim. How many people died without shooting in that round?
That's gonna sting. That's gonna sting a lot for Complexity, because it was a good game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
They made it competitive. They fought their way back into it. They applied a lot of pressure on towards NIP, so to lose in that fashion, that is going to sting. Henry even said it during the round. How can you possibly lose this one? How can you possibly not win this round? They had all the utility. One player, though, the player at Coils, didn't spot the first guy jumping through into CT spawn, and I think that's what caught Elite off guard. But again, you're in a 15-14 scenario, a 5v4, you have 3 players stacked with utility on the bomb side, yet you still lose. Right now, that's what they're talking about, or at least they try to forget about it.
I know, and listen, this is one round, but I feel like it's almost romantic if this happens. We've set it up so that Elish coming into Complexity is to make sure they remain calm and they close these situations, right? This is the main idea of what he's supposed to bring into the team. Last round, who gets surprised through the smoke? Goddamn, Elish gets actually found out, and the B bomb side just completely crumbles. Like this, you cannot make this up. Like he's supposed to be the chosen one, and he's the one being found.
And how extra poetic is it that it was Config to do the dirty as well after what a phenomenal first map he had? We were talking about, you know, how is he going to be fitting in with the new in-game leader styleship of Hampus, because obviously, you know, it was Alexi B that was calling the shots for him when he joined NIP. He had such a stellar start to this.
Yeah, DGL said it in the interview coming into the game that Config has been feeling great lately. He's been playing some good Counter-Strike. Again, with this guy, we've talked about him a lot, not only in NIP, but also in Astralis, and it's always the same conversation. Can he find consistency in the way he performs? Can he do what he did in this game over a longer period? So far, the answer has been no. He hasn't found that consistency, but again, it's a glimpse of what Config can do, and especially what we talked about coming into it with Hampus. If he can free up Res, free up Config, and free up Roland, the 3 top fraggers of this map, then NIP got something cooking.
Yeah, he had a couple of very good moments, honestly. I think he and NIP as a whole caught Complexity a little bit off guard at the very beginning. I think it was a slow start on the side of NA, and Complexity, or rather Config for that matter, just was really on from the very beginning. You see a couple of these actions here when he's being solicited towards the A side, very tall. A couple of moments he got a little bit aggro and he went for the frags. That's just stellar rifle work being put for him. And even on the T side, when he had to be that second kind of wave, I think he did a great job entering sites.
Let's move to the mid portion of this game then, because we were experiencing, you know, a little bit of the force by wars coming in. There were some rounds that were going back, forth. Round number 19, this is where NIP managed to really take advantage here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where we find some of these dual strategies that Hampus was talking about. The A apps execute with a pretty much regular utility, but you will see the little detail. Would it be preparation, or would it be the Alexi B feed kind of at the end? Is the triple nade immediately onto Floppy, who disappears, and then the flash work onto Holzerk is pristine. Only utility guaranteed NIP to win this also influential round and put them in a good position financially.
You know what that is? That's a Hampus strat. That's Hampus who introduced that the first time around, I believe a year and a half ago. I remember this exact round where the triple nade down towards this area. They have the force buy to do it as well. He's been running the strat over and over and over again. So this has nothing to do with Alexi B. That's a Hampus strat that he brought back from a year and a half ago.
Let's continue our little moonwalk on backwards throughout this map. We're kind of tackling this in reverse order. And as we said, this was a pretty close map for Complexity. So let's see where they got back into it in that first half in the Mahone zone.
That's correct. So a pretty good segue. That NIP round is actually very similar to the round I'm going to show you here from Complexity. So Complexity, they made this close because they were tactically sharp. They were using good utility, as Henry G mentioned in the cast as well. So this round here, this is the round that really jump-started their T side. So it first starts with them trying to push up towards short. Now pay attention to this smoke right here. So first starts with Halzark. He's going to toss this smoke here towards Pit. Now, the interesting thing about this smoke at Pit is typically whenever you come up towards short, you normally just want to Molotov this. But the reason why you want to smoke this sometimes is because if you Molotov this, CTs will often just throw a smoke down right here and then play one way on top of the bike. By simply throwing the smoke here and just blocking out this position entirely, it forces the CT to have to move away from that Pit area. That's what Hampus does here. As soon as that smoke comes out, he realizes he can't play in that Pit side. What that does is it allows Complexity to come up towards short and not have to worry about Pit at all. Now, the next key thing here from Complexity are the flashes. So pay attention to both Floppy and Elish. They're going to set up the flashes here to allow these players to scale up. Floppy is going to throw the first flash here that pops just above this default box. It pops right about here. What that does is it blinds anyone towards the site side. Anyone who's playing on top of this box right here, anyone playing towards the middle of the site, it's going to blind them. It allows these players to come in and not have to worry too much about these players towards the site. At the same time, Elige is also going to throw these flashes that pop just above pit. This flash pops right here and it blinds basically anyone on this left side. What that does ultimately, in combination with that pit smoke, is that these players of Complexity, with the flashes popping here and the smoke here towards pit, all these players need to do as they scale up is just clear corners. They don't have to worry about anybody here, and just take a look at these flashes and how effective they are. You look at from Config's point of view, he gets completely blinded. Same thing with Hampus. They're both basically playing in the same spot, and this allows JT to come in and just check both the left and right sides and catch both players. And that's really the help of the pit smoke, as well as the flashes to allow them to convert the site. So that's really the power behind utility. Complexity, they made this close, and it's all because of their utility and just these small little set plays that they have.
Thank you very much for that one, Danny. Nuke up next. That is going to be the pick of NIP. But I do want to shift some attention to focus on Complexity for this one, because we were discussing it. Elige, coming from Liquid, didn't see them playing Nuke until the beginning of this year, where they kind of baited us with that 7-map pool fiasco. Where do you see Elige kind of fitting in then, coming into this round?
I mean, there's two sides to that coin. Yes, he's not going to bring in a ton of experience from Nuke, from Team Liquid. Not like he's coming in with any strats or any ways of approaching the map that's been, highly successful in Team Liquid. But he also comes in probably motivated to learn Nuke, to be a new player in that system, and probably coming in with a fresh set of eyes in order to maybe look at Complexity. How are they doing things in Nuke? What can we do differently, etc., etc. So not necessarily a net positive that Elige haven't played too much Nuke, but I don't see it as a downfall either.
No, I don't mind at all. I would rather he focuses on himself a little bit more. Yeah. I think that if you were to be very cautious and very criticizing of him, you found him in a couple of positions on Inferno where he could have close rounds and he didn't. Sure. Moments where the Elige that we know would get a multi-kill or would actually win the duel, which he didn't towards the end of that map. So focus on yourself. Don't be at the helm of the whole ship. Just focus on your crosshair a little bit.
Complexity's chance to be bouncing back, but going to be a tough task on their opponent's map pick. It's Nuke up next after this break.
right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2 between NIP and Complexity is upon us. Pretty good game so far. We were denied overtime, which is rare for us, Anders, I have to say. But we were given a very good game. NIP stealing it away with pistols of all the weapons to close things out there. Shocking.
Yeah, I really thought we were getting baited a little bit. I was looking forward to it. I thought we were going to get at least overtime, maybe even double overtime. I feel like we have a reputation to maintain, but we're denied this time.
Yes.
But on the upside, we get to watch Nuke, which is my favorite map still in the pool. So I'm quite excited for it. It's been picked by NIP. I think they're going to be pretty wild on this one as well. I'm sure Config will want to drop another 30 kills.
I was going to say, this is where Config really does some serious work here on the T and CT side. He'll be working that outside the main area on both sides of the coin. It's going to be difficult to contain him. As we get into it, it will be Complexity starting the CT side. And this is the pick of NIP here. They've opted for a PT-50 in the hands of Rez. Haven't said his name too often here, but they did pick up that first map, 16-14. He'll be leading the charge here to open things up towards outside. But the bomb, however, that's towards ramp. We'll see whether they can find the split they're looking for, potentially down towards lower.
Yeah, on the T-Pistol and Inferno, they had 3 P250s to try and find an opening. This time it's just the one that they're carrying around outside, you know, hoping that someone's going to be presenting themselves. And that's clinical. What a shot from Rez. That's what they wanted. And now up close here, Hat-Trick, a little bit of a fight. He wants to swing for it. He's got the backup here as well. They should be able to win this fight. It's taken a bit longer than you'd want.
Oh, no.
He's going to get traded, and that's the bomb, Henry, dropped in the trophy room.
It was looking so good for NIP, but some scrappy fights has led them to a 3 versus 3, and they've lost control of the bomb. Grim, lovely shot there with the USP, defending the ramp room valiantly. Rez pulls one back. 50 seconds remaining, and it's up to Elige and Floppy now to try and sink and shut down this assault towards ramp.
Yeah, they know where Elige is, so the X Factor is Floppy. They don't really have a good read. They could probably guess that Elige is going to be here somewhere. Now they know where Floppy is as well. So a little bit of confirmation on that one. Down to 37 seconds. And defending the bomb, I could understand why Elige maybe doesn't want to stand on top of it because it's so obvious. You just want to try and be in the general area. 27 seconds. They're going to go for it here. And bomb's been picked up. Rez put under some pressure. They're hunting him down. He's seen both. And it's a great shot. Triple on him. And he's got time for the bomb plan here. This could be a sick round from Rez.
Well, it's all to play for now. The round is wide open, 1 versus 1, and Floppy, he's going to shut down the plant here, and he does so with style. That is an excellent maneuver. Rez didn't see it coming. Could have gone for the safe plant. They had plenty of time. Opted to the Astralis plant, and Floppy 1 step ahead of him, and will be winning the round for Complexity. 1-0, no plant down, and it all started with this beautiful shot there. We said Rez, haven't said his name too often, but that was a great chance to find some glory there. 3 frags in total, but Floppy shuts down his dreams and hopes there. As we get into round number 2, no force buy, has to be the full eco, and Rez just getting a deagle considering he got $900 extra with those kills.
It's low-key kind of sick for Floppy to just go straight for it, because sometimes people end up outthinking almost themselves in those moments where they're like, oh, let me see if I can just fake it and triple fake it and go back to the vents and all the rest of it, and he just went straight for it. Elige taking a long fight on that second target outside, but he's going to be fine. I don't really mind it. All they have is Glocks and a deagle on the other side. So, yeah, you can take a couple of fights here if you really want to. Maybe a little bit careful. Gets jumped on. That's just a Glock doing a little bit of work. You're going to get one in return, and this is the cleanup. So far, only the 1 casualty in JT, and it's going to stay that way.
Yep, so far so good for the Complexity boys in blue. We will see them go up to 0, but that was a full eco, bear in mind. So the AK-47s come out now, and you've got residual weaponry in the form of the FAMAS, the MP9 here. So we saw Complexity take a timeout before in this sort of scenario on the previous map, just to discuss their options, what they would like to do on the back foot here in terms of firepower, but they'll continue as is. You're going to see Broland setting up smokes towards outside, and we'll see if there's any sort of aggression if the CTs, maybe playing on the front foot, trying to get some ramp control potentially, as they send Elige a little bit more aggressive towards outside. So going to be flashed in, hunting for info here early, Anders.
I really like that. You might as well try and establish this kind of control early on in the half, make the T's a little bit more scared. Because when they show up later, right, they have to use so many more grenades to clear out all the corners, or just more time. I mean, even now, if they ever want to get around that silo, they probably have to use a couple of flashes, maybe a Molotov in the corner to try and make sure that no one's hiding there. So I think it's worth it just to show up every once in a while and just show yourself in those positions. Grim going to get the first kill of the round, taking on Hat-Trick. And turns it into a 4-on-5. This is so far so good for Complexity. This is not their map pick.
No.
But if they can get off to that 3-0 start, I think they're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable.
1 minute remaining, Anders, and there's only Molotovs and a couple of flashbangs remaining here. They're going towards ramp, and this crossfire looks ideal. Floppy doesn't even need to frag hard. 1 or even 0 and surviving would be enough. This crossfire is looking very nice. He gets 1, and that's his job done. Needs to bait in Horzerk here. Keep the aggro if possible. He'll drop down. There's the swing. Really nice setup here. Floppy maybe oversteps the mark, but looks like the job is done. 40 seconds, 3 versus 1. Make it 0, and that's a solid ramp hold. A very clean round and enjoyable overall from Complexity. They're playing some very good CS today, I have to say.
Yeah, the double setup, and you could tell that they were not ready. No one on the T side was thinking that there was going to be a second player wedged up against the wall. So it just works out exactly how you would want. Obviously, this is, you know, a bit fortunate. You get that one line up there, but it's also a pretty common angle to be shooting at.
You make your own luck in this world, Anders.
Very true.
The more you practice, the better your luck seems to get. As we will see pistols once more. Tech Knights
attacked when you say that, Henry.
Well, you've been practicing in other ways, you know. And we are going to see just a couple of flashbangs remaining here. They'll get down towards Secret. Hampus and Brolin, that is. The bomb still towards lobby. It's outside now on the back of Config, but well handled once again. JT is reading them so well, and Horzerk starting to show some form now as well as they look for a 4-0 start here on the CT side of Nuke, their opponent's pick. Find themselves here with the early advantage and don't really have to do much more. They've got full control of the scenario thus far.
Yeah, probably fair to say that if that last map was your first time watching Horzerk play, you didn't really get a good sense of what he can really do.
True.
I did not to say that he's like a, you know, one of the best AWPers in the world or anything, but he definitely has highlight moments that are actually really fun.
He's a flashy player.
Yeah,
for sure.
he is. Maybe got shut down a little bit on that Inferno map, but it could be different here. And why risk it? Yeah, I don't really blame JT for just playing it safely. This is about keeping the economy going as far as you can.
You're likely going to win this round. He's aware of that, but just keep it clean. No bomb plant should come through here. Make them work for any frag. Make them fully commit to a bomb site before they get anything. And he's doing a very good job of that so far. Very aware of the possibility of the double doors swinging open momentarily. Does get taken down. That's a huge frag. A dink comes in towards ramp as well. Floppy handles himself, gets the reset, finds the kill, but he is down to just 7 points of health here.
Super uncomfortable. And they're retaking this bomb site with 3 people coming down from ramp and only Grim on the other side. So should be fine. Should still be a good retake here. They have the kits and everything else, and with that kill, it's pretty much set up nicely for them. Elige gonna get that little bit of an opening on fake. It's just Hampus at the back line, and he gets absolutely out-sniped. Elige with a good shot. Head trick, he can make this more expensive, especially if he gets one more kill there, but Floppy's the only real low target, and he's way out of his range. So good Molotov, way more of an expensive round than you'd want, but still a 4-0 lead.
When you're up against the likes of Config, those rounds, those uncomfortable scenarios, it's gonna happen. He's gonna find some gaps. Like, you can never present the perfect game. They'd already done a very good job of running the clock down, being aware of their positional control. But yeah, Config, he's going to have these sort of moments here. JT, he's holding the right position. He's ready. Maybe could have been jiggling the angle a bit more, I suppose. But overall, it's just a great shot from Config. Gets to a close round, but they still get the win. 4-0. And we will see Complexity with the Horzerk AWP. And same story for Head Trick. Difficult to really get going on the T side with the sniper. We'll see what he can make of it. Options are towards Squeaky Door primarily. Maybe towards ramp if you're not smoked off. And the exchange of grenades will come in nice and early here. Rez looking for any sort of aggression towards the hut. Elige boosted up behind the smoke here as well. No damage inflicted, but he does confirm that one is at least crossed.
Yeah, Hampus making a little bit of a play outside. This is where I think he's such a sick player, when you can see him try and beat this. Now, it's very hard to juggle when you're also the leader of the team,
right.
But this is actually where I think a lot of his power come from. We didn't really get to see it that much on Inferno, but there are definitely moments where Hampus is just breaking through and just, you know, his internal timing of when to beat his opponents is really sick. So fun to watch him play. Definitely one of my favorite Swedish players at the moment.
I'm going to have to agree with you, Anders. That's a good opinion you've got there. Elige and Grim fighting off the upper assault here. They've got the man advantage for now, but can't hold on to it. This is more like it. NIP finding a lot of control towards upper here. Smokes go down. Bomb will be planted. AWP in the vents. Surely there's no window of opportunity for them to leap through. Horzerk will wait for any mistakes to be made. Anyone overstepping the mark, but it looks like they have done it. They've managed to find their first NIP with the upper take there. 3 players surviving after Rez and Brolan contributing with some key frags towards upper. Complexity, the money not amazing after that previous round. After losing 3 players down towards lower, the reinvestments will be significant. So it's important that they hold on to the little they have here, especially that AWP.
Yeah, I'm sure that was the silver lining for NIP in losing the first 4 rounds, is that, okay, well, at least we got some damage in.
Right.
They know this as well. Yeah, letting go of that hot position the way that they did just allowed for not just that they got out onto the bomb side, but they got such a deep angle towards Mini and towards that squeak door that they just couldn't really defend it. So, well done on the NIP side, but yeah, now it's really crunch time for Complexity. If they want to continue this run and really put a huge amount of distance between the two teams, they need to win this next round in a really good way.
Well, like we said, Config is going to be a nuisance towards that main entrance.
Yeah.
That's what he'll be doing most of the heavy lifting on the T and the CT side. So watch out for that. Always a pleasure to watch when he gets going, and after getting 20 plus frags on the first map, you assume he'll be getting into 5th gear. We are going to see a couple of concessions. Primarily, it's going to be JT on the Desert Eagle here. Hulzerk up close and personal with a sniper outside, joined by Elige. And we are going to see potentially an upper execution here. We're setting up 2 players with the utility on the T. We'd make it 3. So once this will be dropping over flashbangs, so there'll be 3 players heading towards upper. Now, the current trend is to focus towards the squeaky door rather than huts, allowing you to Molotov the hut and not have to worry about the rafters upon entry. You want to be smoking main and trying to flash off as much as you possibly can. We'll see if it works out for them. In they go through the hut this time. Good flashes. Overwhelming as Grim will find the first frag. JT chimes in as well. This is looking very good for Complexity. They entered the round with a pistol and 4 rifles, and so far so good. They've managed to maintain control of the upper bomb side.
It looked like everyone was so flashed, including the T players that were coming in. Just nobody could see anything, but Complexity got their eyes back just maybe a millisecond earlier than the defense, or than the offense coming in. So that was what did it, really. 3 versus 5 now, and about 45 seconds. So it should be just a matter of holding on to this round. You've got what you need, and the pressure is on NIP to try and find a way back into this one. And they can try and sneak down below. No one's really there, but
yeah,
by the time that they get there, they should be in a good position. Oh, Hampus with a shot. That actually does change quite a bit.
Huge kill. Running out of time, however. 25 seconds. Config needs to strike here. He's found an opening. He's doing damage here, but the timing works out for Grim. And now goes down to the 4 versus 2. Looking very, very good for Complexity here. And yeah, that's going to be at no time. No positional control. They have to yield and give this one up after winning their first round. Almost breaking the money of Complexity. They answer back with a solid upper hold here. Not giving much away whatsoever. 1 second remaining. Config gets no extra cash for the next round. He does hold on to the AK-47, but the headline is Complexity up 5-1 here on the CT side of their opponent's pick. NIP struggling against these upper holds.
I think it's a really reasonable round to try for that kind of an A attack towards, because as you notice, there's not a lot of counter grenades coming down because the Complexity probably didn't even have them. So it was really a good fight. They were fighting against, I think, 1 rifle and 1 deagle in the A bomb site to begin with. So it's probably not a bad time to pull that kind of an all-in A execute, but it just didn't work out. Once you don't get the entries, then there's not that much left, and a timeout's been called for NIP.
We've been commending Complexity all day. Like, sure, they didn't win the first map, but the level of Counter-Strike, the fundamentals, the T-side calling, I thought was really impressive.
Sure, yeah.
Just in the hallways there when we were coming back from the first map, I did bump into James IRL, if you are familiar with him. He's now the analyst of Complexity. So, not saying it's all him, but it's just cool to see him back in CSGO and contributing here. Been a while since we've seen him kicking around the events, so cool to see that. Few changes in the Complexity camp.
Yeah, kind of the unsung heroes in many contexts, right?
Yeah.
Those analysts that, but there's so much work to be done in figuring out how
these days, especially, yes.
Or even figuring out how the team, your own team, plays, right? You want to see if there are any trends that are too obvious or any big mistakes that are being made, and yeah, it just takes a lot of time. Elige confident with the AK out there.
He did look assertive, didn't he? Looked like that was going to connect all day long, but gets the info that wants towards Silo at least. Hampus, though, the slippery serpent makes his way down towards Secret. Always seems to get down there successfully, as we mentioned. It'll be Config who's going to be a nuisance as well towards that position. Waiting outside as well. He's on top of main roof right now. Good smoke from Hulzerk. Understanding they're probably going for a split here. That's what they've been relying on, and he's actually called for a bit of backup as well. Elige is here with the AK-47. Rez, maybe 1 step ahead of it. They are ready and waiting.
Got so many people on the other side here. This is going to be a spray down. Would have been a 3rd T player there, even if that got out of control. I like the idea of the lobby crunch, and it can be really efficient, but obviously when you lose the first part of it, then there's no real good follow-up. 5 versus 3. There's nobody from the CT side down below at all. It's just all NIP down here. And for Complexity, with the money in the bank again, it's not really worth going for it. It's so risky to try and go for this 5-on-3 retake.
Wow.
You don't even know where half the players are at the moment.
There we go. Simple but effective there, to say the very least from NIP. Going for the same outside execution, gaining control towards Secret, having config towards main roof this time. And you could see the CTs losing all that vision and control towards outside. You're waiting for a reaction. You're almost forcing it from the CTs, and they were one step ahead of it. As I said, looked like Rez was ready and waiting for that smoke to fade, expecting CTs to be on the other side, just predicting they would be trying to regain control of another key area on the map, in this case lobby, once they lost outside. So very well read there from NIP. Lovely round, back to the basics, get the outside control, force a rotation, and then capitalize. So very well done. As this one's much cleaner. As they go 5-2, 2 players do survive. Make it 3 for Complexity. AK-47 for JT. Their money's in a pretty precarious spot, but the fact they've saved 3, they might as well buy into this one. And this is the chance now. If NIP can win one of these next couple of rounds, they should be able to break the finances, but unable to break through just yet. Good stuff. Nice little backstab from Grim. That's about all they got going in that round.
Henry, you could pick Complexity for this one, right? For a
Yes.
little pick'em game that we're doing.
Is there like a prize? Why does everyone take this so seriously? Everyone's asking me about the pick'ems there.
It is. I feel like there is like a level of seriousness, although I've noticed people take it more or less seriously depending on whether or not they're winning or not.
Yeah, true. So you could say I wasn't really trying. Look at the meme pics I was making. Is that the kind of philosophy people are going for?
That you've uncovered my I'm just playing it cool as long as I'm in, and usually end up falling behind pretty quickly. I'm like, I don't really care.
Well, then you kind of have to make the crazy picks at that point. If you're already down and out, you have to start going against the grain, right?
Something that I've noticed though, when this happens, like when you fall behind, you have to make the really crazy picks, like you said, to just get back into it. Sometimes you'll get approached by players and they'll say, "Oh, you don't believe in us to win it." I'm like, you don't understand. Like I'm trying to win a separate game from what you guys are playing. Like I'm not even like, don't take it personally. I'm just
All right, well, fair enough. I guess I wasn't paying enough attention to the pick'ems here.
It's real. You've really got to be careful. You know?
But yeah, I will keep. I'll keep my eye on my back. We'll see what happens as we get into.
It's not done yet, you know.
Well, it's day one. Yeah, I hope it's not done.
They've got so far so good. I mean, it's a 5-2 scoreline, right? So they could even win the map and push us on to a third one, which I believe would be an overpass. Quite excited to see if that was going to come out. Rez goes down here, and it's a 4-on-5 start with Complexity. Look at the buy in this one, right? They've got some rifles. They got the Deagle there, but almost no grenades to follow. It'd be a miracle if they could win this round, and then that would revive their economy pretty quickly.
Big opening pick. Grim taking matters into his own hands, knowing their money was weak. They came into this one, or limped into this one, with a Deagle or FAMAS, 3 rifles, and he had to find that first pick, and what a pick it was. Taking down Rez cleanly towards the hub. Massive contribution, and Horzak trying to use that space at advantage to see if he can get more information here. He might get a lot more than he bargained for. They're currently on the T roof. Might be out of time, but here comes a basic execution. I don't think they're committing off it. Horzak can do a lot of damage here. The smoke comes down, and looks like Grim will be mowing them down. JT standing strong with the AK-47 as well. There's the Desert Eagle, but Hampus maintains control. Config, the last player remaining, but he's got the bomb handers. A 3 versus 1? Maybe. You never know.
It's exactly the kind of thing that Config really can do. It's what he's known for, but it has to get off the ground. It has to start to roll a little bit in his favor. He's got JT already low, so that's a bit of a bonus.
A bit more active at the start. Hunt for this first kill, then the clutch begins. It hasn't really started yet.
No, not at the moment. But he's got a Molotov as well. They don't have a smoke on the other side, so that's a bit interesting. Oh, that's a very long spray. A little bit of a panic, I think, in throwing that Molotov. He's realized now, I just have to go for it now. JT's the only one with the kit, and he's going to be real careful. He sneaks on through, catches Elige, and now it's JT just out of time and out of teammates jumping down. Config, he's hunting for him. He realized, I've already won this. What a huge clutch to come out.
It wasn't his cleanest work. Wasn't his prettiest round. Won't be going in any frag movies. But the spray does connect eventually, Anders. It's a massive 3 versus 1. I can't believe he had the bomb on his back. And once again, slipping the net. He was the player on Inferno as well. If you remember, 15-14, they executed in towards being a 5-on-4 deficit. It looked like they were done for. Config snuck through the smokes. He snuck through in towards Coffins and saved the day. Took the game 16-14, and he's resurrected the team with that 3 versus 1 as well. Excellently played. Spray could have been a bit better, but still, he gets the job done.
And the Molotov was even in a weird position, but it kind of forced. He couldn't really hold the window the way that it was.
It shut down the pathing towards the bomb. They couldn't even get close to it, so it didn't do the damage. It wasn't on top of the bomb, but it was almost perfect at the same time.
Well, you made it work, and that puts Complexity in a weird position. They have the AK that they saved, The rest of the economy is pretty much busted up at this point in time.
Well, this is what it was all leading towards, right? We said there's been a lot of those close rounds. Surviving with 2, 3 players on the CT side. You need to keep winning. Maybe you're going to maintain the economy, and as soon as you lose one of those sort of rounds, a 3 versus 1, which Config is going to win, on this sort of environment where all these teams have got a lot of roster changes and they're not going to be as structured as usual, players like Config will find 3-on-1s. It's going to happen. And unfortunately, it strikes at maybe the worst time here, just when your CT campaign was looking rock solid. He disrupts everything and brings you into a situation. We've got 4 pistols, 1 AK. It's in the hands of JT as well. Grim will go down quickly, and a chance, Elise doing some damage from the rafters, but it looks likely to be all they do here, as the bomb will go down. Brolan find Horzerk, and now it's just about saving the AK.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know what you're supposed to do. You can only have it in one position. They never showed up. That's kind of the end of the story there. But for NIP, it's huge, right? They get into a position now, 4 rounds on their T side. It's starting to look a lot better at the moment here. And they could maybe even keep it running even after this. Economy will be there for complexity, but it's going to be questionable. Hampers to clean it up, even stealing the AK at the end.
The old classic spray and pray there, bringing that turn back. You get fully blind, hold on mouse 1, hope for the best.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah, and it works out. There's no better feeling when you think you're done for and you're just spraying and you actually get the kill blind. It's the best feeling. So he'll be thanking his lucky stars, but there it is, 5-4 NIP. Are back online here, courtesy of a Config 1v3. They take 2 rounds in a row, and the money is starting to stabilize here. Horzerk all comes out, but certainly concessions to be made. A distinct lack of kits and utility across the board. No helmets, and Horzerk recognizing that fact, we're getting aggressive towards ramp from here. He's joined by Floppy as well, so trying to find a similar pick they did before with Grim towards the hut, knowing they're on the back foot in terms of firepower, trying to find an advantage early on. This time, not so lucky, but Floppy has gained trophy room control at least. They can focus their efforts a bit more to outside on the CT defense here.
Liege still really confident. I kind of like that. He's been playing well, and he's up to 11 kills. I feel like they can establish a bit of a precedent out here that if you go yard, you're going to have to fight Liege, and that might be very, very difficult. That would give them some more defensive capabilities elsewhere, right? If you can push NIP somewhere else, so they're not getting pushed around so much at the moment. They're actually coming straight at Liege. And when this smoke fades in the garage, I wonder if he's going to be ready for it. There's 2 people up close, even a 3rd one nearby. All of the pressure on Liege.
Oh, he's rising to the occasion though, Anders. 1.5 frags. That will do. Horzerk in a prime position to find multiple frags here. Finds Brolan, moves back to the defensive line, and they are brave as ever. Challenging him dry like that. Horzerk devours head trick, and they find themselves a 4 versus 2 here. Rez, Config, 30 seconds remaining, and now just 1 player. This one is done. So very well held there for Complexity. Holding those defensive lines. Horzerk especially working in tandem there with Liege, and we will find round number 6. So maintaining the lead at least as Config once again is trying to cause financial damage here. If he finds another kill, he's done that for sure. 10 seconds remaining. Walking in towards main, and they don't need to challenge him here. He has got the bomb, and he gets yet another frag. That should be it though. Great work from Config. That's about all he was worth there. If he gets a plant somehow, maybe he wins the round, but good positioning, and Complexity will find round number 6 here. Just a few to go. Liege, like you said, he had to step up there. 1.5 kills though. That will do.
It's not bad at all, especially given what he was up against.
Yeah.
But still, Config taking that from being only 1 casualty on the side of Complexity all the way down to 3. So still kind of scary, right?
Significant for sure. Rebuying into this round, there's still going to be some holes to plug. It's going to be JT on the FAMAS here. They do have an AK-47 for Grim, but a tactical timeout called by NIP. They are currently down 6-4 on the T side of their map pick. If you are just joining us, it was a pretty epic affair to kick things off on Inferno. 16-14. NIP stealing the game away, denying overtime with just Deagles to close things out in round number 30. And here we go, round number 11 on the map pick of Nuke. 5 AKs. Hetrick hasn't exactly set the server on fire today with Zorp. He's 3-7 right now as well. It's always difficult to get going on Nuke. Horzerk with a stronger performance on his side of things with 7 kills, and looking like he's finding some serious impact towards that lower bomb side. Floppy towards ramp alone this time, as we'll see Horzerk challenging. Combative AWPing is what you'd love to see, as Brolan will jump down the barrel. And now a 5-on-4 once again. Liege not happy with that advantage though. Wants a bit more, Anders.
I really love it. They tried this earlier, just showing themselves out here, and now they're back fighting, putting a lot of pressure on NIP. Elige. Gotta be careful he didn't get stuck here, but he reads the situation well. He knew what was coming. I think he was backpedaling, crouching, and still got the headshot spray to take down Config, but he's out here and he can't escape, and somehow they bring it back into a 3-on-3. And now Holzer's being pulled back out, saying, you know what? I thought our job was done out of the yard, but it turns out it's not.
Yeah, I could see what Elige was going for there, but the fact he goes down with an equal trade actually sacrifices quite a lot of control, and you can see they're spread quite thin now. I'd expect some sort of reaction from Floppy eventually. He's heading towards ramp. They know there's presence towards outside here, so what's the reaction? The final
They're pulling
play.
everyone out. Even Floppy's giving up the ramp. This seems like a bit of an over-rotation, although with the setup of the flash, that's Floppy. That's why he left the ramp. So you know what? Fair play. What a setup. I was going to say, if you're just defending outside, that seems like a big risk. But yeah, with the setup like that and the spray from Grim, that's everything you could have wanted. 35 seconds for the 1-on-2.
Well, that's what CSGO is all about in the modern game right now, reacting to these scenarios. How can you actually get the most out of this? Sitting statically, waiting for them to come around wasn't going to work out for them. Had to make a bit of a gamble, and it's Floppy with the outside flash and the closing frag as well. Really excellent performance there from Ricky. I didn't see a ton of people, but certainly got the job done and finds round number 7 for Complexity. We'll have a look at the replay here. It was that opening frag from Holzerk as well. Bayonets for Roland to open things up there. And nice little spray down from Grim as well. I think that was required. He's had some massive contributions today. Remember his 4 kills with the AWP on Inferno. He keeps saving the day, and he's finding opening frags here on maps like Nuke when they're down, when they don't have any pistols or FAMASs. He knows he has to step up, and this is some vintage Grim. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, I only just noticed they got the 20 years of Complexity shirts on as well, which I think is historically just very cool. Jason Lake gave a whole speech about that, which I think was very emotional. Good to see. This is a bit of a rush into the bomb site. Holzerk making it a 2-on-3. Otherwise, they could have really lost control of the site. They might still lose the plant here and actually give it up to NIP, but they should be able to get the retake in. NIP in a very tough position down below, although Config is there. Shot straight for the feet of Floppy to get a headshot. Still bomb just now being attempted again. Rez, he's picked up the M4 and he's ready for it. 1 versus 2 for him in the corner.
What have you got, Rez? A nice incendiary to buy him time to reposition here. That's key. He knows he's out of position and has to find a quick frag, and my God, does he ever deliver. A huge shot towards main entrance. 1 versus 1 now, up against Holzerk, who will drop down silently, I may add as well. Rez seems to be 1 step ahead, though, and he will find a 2 versus 1 clutch. Amazing performance there, and once again, it was those Tech 9s, and it's the Thorn and Complexity side. They get taken down by pistols once more.
That silent drop is so sick. And
I wasn't 100% sure. It was silent, though, right?
I think I think it was. And the fact
I went with it.
That Rez saw it coming as well. It's very hard. That's something you have to be so aware of, is that you might be betrayed by your own brain in some of those moments.
Exactly. How many times have we seen Zywoo with that silent drop and then clutch out the round? It's a very viable approach. If you can pull it off, you should absolutely go for it. Nice footwork there from Holzerk, but it wasn't meant to be, unfortunately. And it's going to be the force buy here. It's meant to round number 13. Once again, Hampus, a nuisance. As he sneaks his way down towards lower. Floppy, waiting by the smoke, though. Drop towards the ramp room. And this is looking clinical. NIP reading all the aggression coming through from the CT side here. Elige tries his luck as well. Swiped back by Head Trick. And Holzerk, though, that's a kill. That one at least is guaranteed, but he only gets the Mac 10 for it, so it doesn't really mean anything for him.
Yeah, I think it's probably nice for Hampus to be able to just take that run, not risking too much. Holzerk, yeah, a little bit. All right, he's found a free one on the config, and this time he can upgrade a little bit more. To Galil, he's taking, 1 step at a time. Maybe the next one will be an AK. He's real lucky, but yeah, this is going to be 6 rounds for NIP. I feel like the fact that they won that earlier round was just such a momentum swing.
The 1v3?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what Config's there to do. That's why he's in these teams. That's why he gets the call up, because he can make the magic happen when required. Not only in the individual fragging department, opening up rounds, but he has clutch ability through the roof. As just Holzerk here, unfortunately. And bear in mind, Anders, loss bonus is not in a kind spot. They only get $1,900 per player into the next round. So that's a saved Galil in the hands of Europa. He got a Molotov as well, I suppose, but they need to save for this last round. They get 2,400 into the next, so logic dictates they want to have even M4s going forward. They have to take a full eco here. Maybe
And I mean,
Also, I could drop a pistol. That's about it.
I mean, even highlighted by Hampus in that interview, right? Saying it's nice not to have the biggest balls anymore. Yeah.
I guess that's a very good point. Like, sure, NIP have gone back to their Swedish roots, but they've certainly got some Danish dynamite at the tip of the spear, haven't they?
That's what you want, and I think that it's actually been like a thing in Swedish Counter-Strike for so long. For all of the huge, like, historic players that they've had, many of them have been way less aggressive. They've just been mechanical gods, you know, but they haven't necessarily had that, you know, a real playmaking ability that you sometimes, I feel like, have been lacking in Swedish Counter-Strike. So, yeah, well, you know, sail across the water, not that far. Steal someone from Denmark, why not?
Yeah, it's a good point. I guess you can answer this a little bit. They're speaking English, right? There's no way a Danish person could come in and understand Swedish unless you actually know the language specifically, right?
I think it can be done. I'm pretty sure S-Tag learned pretty quickly.
I guess I take S-Tag as a different example. He's like a freak of a human and he's super smart. Like, I feel like he's like the kind of guy that would know multiple languages.
I certainly couldn't, you know. Shout out to all my Swedish homies.
Okay, so you're here admitting you couldn't do it. Okay, that's all I wanted to hear.
Yeah. It's actually worse because I feel it's worse if you understand like 60% of what people are saying and they're trying to communicate to you and you're like, you have to stop every once and say, what does that mean again?
Okay, I was thinking it would be more like, oh, I'm an English person and this guy's got a Scottish accent. It's a little bit difficult to understand it, but no, it's like a completely different language, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay.
I mean, there probably is like a large overlap, but I'm just terrible at it.
Fair enough.
Let's put it like this. Whenever I go to Sweden, I just speak English, like from the start. I don't even give it a shot. Like, I'm not even going to try. You know, we're just doing that.
I just go with the say Shenna to everyone. That normally works out.
There we go.
They smile back.
But yeah, someone smarter than me, I think, could probably you know, learn eventually. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, like it said in the interview, I'm pretty sure that they're coming in English.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, I know that we've had Trick in the roster, of course. I was just saying, like, if there was another Swede available, like the config, like, could he step up? That's what I was getting at. But here we go, ladies and gents. Round number 15. Who will be taking the half? We split it right down the middle once again, and Brolan emphatically makes his way in towards main entrance here. Grim will go down. And that's a massive problem here. You can see JT's on an absolute island, needs the rotations to come through. It won't happen in time. They are smoked off towards heaven. Brolan will find his second of the round. Finally shut down by Floppy, but he will need multiple frags to salvage this one.
What a heroic jump from Floppy. I can't believe he risked so much jumping down there, but so what? He got the kill for now, at least. 4 versus 3, and still no bomb plant in sight. They're kind of frozen in time here, waiting by the squeak door, and what they're waiting for is Config saving up, but he misses the shot! How? How is that even possible for all the miraculous rounds that he's had?
It's always at heaven. It's always on Nuke. The shot's in the back. There's something about that position.
How does it work? He just needed to give such an easy kill to get. He gave it up.
I guess he had that kind of split second to decide, am I going to go for 2 frags here? Am I going to just see what I can find out of this scenario? Thankfully, Hampus brings it back to at least a winning situation. Hetrick, left with Rez, 2-on-2, and they're making way through ramp here. It's going to be Rez, AWP in hand, and as mentioned, he is pretty handy with the weapon itself. And both players towards the main entrance and in between lower and upper right now. So Floppy, he's in trouble. If the AWP swings at him, he might go down quickly, but he is ready for it.
It's a classic. Send in the low player first, and then try and see if you could get the follow-up here. And Elige, he made the choice 10 seconds earlier to go down the ramp in, or go down the vent instead. Gonna try and get back out of there, but again, he's very low. A bullet away from dead. Hetrick, he just needs it, and he can't find it. Elige able to pick it up. A good double on him. Puts him at 16 and puts Complexity at 8 rounds at the end of the half. That is so worth it. Oh, he's celebrating.
You've got a bit of showmanship there towards the end. Elige winning a massive clutch, a 1 versus 1 there to close things out. They find round number 8 here, Anders. And once again, we split it right down the middle. Nothing separating these two teams. And I suppose it's time to take a quick break. We'll be back for the second half between Complexity and NIP after these short messages.
Welcome to the esports reverse challenge. Listening is the key in CS. Whether that's listening for enemy players' footsteps or communicating with your team.
As a pro player, you need to understand your teammates, whether they're shouting, whispering, or talking backwards. Oh, which is what you're going to do today. Please read the following words and phrases backwards. Your teammates will have to guess what these words are supposed to be.
Your teammate OC has recorded some words and phrases for you to listen to. For each correct guess, you win 3 points.
Work together to find out if your brain can adapt.
My brain will not adapt today. We'll do our best.
I'm gonna say it's Oma.
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 Oma? What the f... What the hell is Oma?
Ammo maybe?
Ammo.
Ammo.
Jokad.
Koi.
Decoy.
Decoy.
Decoy. Yeah, decoy.
Yeah?
It's decoy, yeah?
Left way.
Garf.
Garf.
Oh, it's easy one.
Garf.
Garf. Frag, yes.
Like frag grenade. Frag. Easy. We got it.
Frag.
Frog.
Frog.
Napple Og.
This is gibberish.
Tenalp Og.
Tenolp. What is Tenolp?
I don't know, man. It's super hard. I cannot guess it.
Go. One.
Onref. Wait.
Ornefni. Nab.
Ban Inferno.
Ban Inferno.
Yeah, Ben Inferno. Nice, man. Yes. Og.
Ban Inferno.
Rapids.
Oh.
By rounds? I think it's sniper. Wait, I have Mono's number. 1 second.
Sniper.
Pots on B Shar.
Pots on Ebe Sure.
Rush the spots on B Shar.
Rush. B. Don't stop.
No stop? Yeah, no stop, right? Yeah. Rush B, no stop.
Nice.
Rushing B.
Rush B,
They are
maybe.
rushing B.
Rush me no stop.
Yeah, I have no idea if these are gonna sound correct. I probably butchered them really hard, but yeah, good luck, guys.
Guessing Munes's gibberish noises.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Blast Premier 4 Groups 2023. A moment Config will want to live to forget, Anders. What are your thoughts on that one?
Oh, it's devastating to watch. Why are they showing that replay? You know, he got the 1 versus 3 earlier. Show us that one, but this is painful. Yeah, head in your hand. That's the kind of moment.
And it's the final round as well to decide who gets 8, who gets 7. And it was looking very good. They had full positional control. They had the upper bomb site, and he misses out on the easiest kill of the entire half. You hate to see it.
Yeah, but overall, he played really, really well. And they're still in competition here to play and win Nuke. There's no doubt about it. This is their map pick, and they should still be pretty good once it comes to the CT side. So I'm not too concerned.
Oh, no, certainly
yeah,
not.
Obviously, this could have been 8-7 the other way at a minimum.
Just the juxtaposition of what Config has been putting down so far for that final round is just alarming. He has been playing very well, to say the very least. As we'll see an upper rush. Config looking for some revenge here. He'll get the opening frag. That's all he finds. Nice entrance towards up here. Floppy and Elige find a headshot apiece. But the round's certainly not done just yet. We are going to see JT holding towards Lobby, who needs to fend off Rez.
Yeah, good insurance policy to have. Rez not really showing himself yet. He's a bit worried that someone's going to be there. Might have spotted the tip of the barrel, but his teammates are falling on the other side. Good double tap for Rez to take the headshot on JT. But with the bomb already planted, and he's the only one with any real health here, I don't see how he can get back into the round. I think at this point, you're already calling it off, saying it's not really worth it to go for anything here.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Like a very different round coming out from Complexity, right? We saw the slow rounds where NIP tried to sneak around with the V250.
Working the picks.
Complexity are just, they're straight in there.
Balls to the wall.
I like it.
Glock in hand. Getting the job done. It was a nice opening frag from the CTs as well. Looked like they'd done enough there, but difficult to contain the Glocks. The snowball can turn into an avalanche very quickly. And indeed, they rolled through. Double headshot found. Bomb planted. And as you mentioned, JT watching those rotations as well. That was more than enough. After Floppy and Elige cracked open the A-bomb site here. Excellent work. Nice shot from Rez. It's about all they really got going in that round, unfortunately. And it will be a shake of the head there from Brolan. It's going to be a difficult one going forward, as it will be force buying into round number 17 here. Deagles, 5-7s, and a Rez FAMAS. They've got a decent amount of utility as well. No kit, just to note that. And we'll see Floppy just trying to get some initial control towards Squeaky. Lurk smoke enables him control towards the hut. It's a key fight, and damage done. And Grim picking up the frags with Floppy and Elige here. This is textbook stuff. Really well done. Another upper execution that works out very well.
so much of the A defense just hinging on whether or not you win the fight for the smoke with the spray on top of Hut there.
Right.
Because as soon as he's out of bullets and reloading and trying to sort of crouch on the Hut, it's just, he's definitely dead. They're going to be swarming in from everywhere. So great call coming out. It's going to be 10 on the side of Complexity, and just Brolin and Hetrick hoping that they can save the guns into the next round, really. But they're in such a good position right now. No doubt about it. They need 6 rounds after this one. Overpass would be the deciding map between these two teams. And I feel like, again, for Complexity, with the way that this project is looking, I mean, it's so early days, but you mentioned it already on Inferno. JT still with the good calls.
Absolutely.
Overall, they look like a team that could be fun to watch.
Yeah, you got to respect the calling of JT and his T sides as well, the way he presents his strategies with the kind of focus on flashbangs, generally speaking, and it's very difficult to handle. It seems like everyone's well versed in the squad on how to reclaim positions that have been lost, how to get the most effective flash upon entry, and yeah, it's great to see. They're currently up 10-7 on their opponent's map pick. They've had 2 great rounds in the second half, forcing NIP down to a full eco. We're going to have 5-7. A Deagle, that's safe in the previous round, however, so you know you're in a pretty rough spot when you're saving pistols, and that's the best you've got going into the next round. So should be a foregone conclusion. We should be seeing Complexity running away with this one, but you never know, Anders. As we've always come to learn here in CSGO, you're never safe. Anything can happen at any time.
Yeah, there's some interesting prospects still that could happen, right? I think Conflict's probably still going to be pretty dangerous on the CT side. I'm still low-key waiting for Hetrick to show me something more with the AWP. And on this map, I mean, this is where you really could do it.
I just want to, like, they've had 4 days prac, right? The first game, it's not been, the system hasn't been built around him yet.
True.
You know, like, that might take a bit more time. This is down to the players like Config. This is where he thrives. This is his arena.
Yeah, he's loving it.
Yeah, so they just want to let him off the leash. You'd probably like to see a bit more from that from Hetrick as well. They probably need that sort of mentality, that kind of killer instinct from this young man as well. But we'll see what can be done here. As mentioned, huge advantage of Complexity here. Upper Execute has been their friend, but now they're just feigning it, just suggesting they're going back toward Faithful. They've caught the rotations here. They've caught the CTs in transition, but this could get a little bit awkward. Oh, they handle it very well indeed. You could see the CTs knife out, everyone scuttling off towards the upper bomb site, and they were actually in the prime position to do something with that. But Complexity shut down their hopes and dreams and only give up 1 single kill there. 11-7, Anders, looking good.
Yeah, they were ready to want it. I mean, that's typically you will over-rotate when you don't have anything to work with anyway. You're like, well, you know, the only way that we can win is if we're quick on the rotation. Maybe. Not going to happen. It's a 4-round gap here at 11-7. All been picked up on Hetrick once again. Very, very curious how he's going to play. He's got no armor, right? It's just him and his ult, so it better be something spectacular here, or it's going to be too late. Brolin getting really pressured. Does he realize how far in they are? That's really risky.
He's dropped the smoke at least to suggest you shouldn't come through this. I'm ready and waiting down towards the lower bomb site, and he's done enough at least. They won't be chasing him down towards lower. They are going to reset the round, though. That is key territory on Nuke. It takes away a lot of vision, forces rotation. You can see a player's had to drop down towards lower already. So it weakens other areas of the map. This gauge will be upper and towards the upper and outside. So Config up close. It does work out. That's a nice reaction. Had to step up, and he finds a very key frag. Make it a double. That's more like it.
When we mention the term playmaking, that's what we're talking about. Walking through the smoke, finding a gap there, it's so sick, isn't it?
That sort of play kind of encapsulates the modern game right now. That's, if you lose key territory on the map, you have to be making those sort of plays. You cannot allow a world-class team to have full control of someone like Ramp with 5 players and fully execute on you when you've got 1 player there. Someone had to step up, someone had to make them uncomfortable, and Config. It's a classic play, sitting in the squeaky smoke, but they did not anticipate it whatsoever. And now Brolan, defending their order towards lower, but gets nothing for it. Has to swing. And now this round's right back on. 30 seconds here. Hampus might secure it. They might go for the swing and try to deny the plant, but it's going to go down regardless.
That is ice cold for JT. He didn't even come off the bomb when the door opens. He's like, I'm going to stick it here.
They could win this.
Yeah, they could. It's very low chance, but there might be a way to do it. Grim in the back line. JT is going to be going down, so now it's all on Grim, and it's too much. Config shows up. 4 kills on him in the round. He started it, and he ended it. And now Complexity a little bit further pressured here, because it's 11-8. And they do have some money in the bank, but NIP, they're not on a long break into the second half, right? They pick it up pretty quickly.
Well, there it is. The Sledgehammer himself taking matters into his own hands and busting through the squeaky door It's a pretty common play, as I mentioned, sitting in the smoke here. You're normally playing for the fade, but he actually had a gap. I'm not sure if that was by design on the CT side, but you're normally waiting for the fade completely. So very good awareness of the scenario. Gets 4 kills in total and takes him up to 22 kills and 16 deaths. Closest player to him is going to be Rez with 13. So a lot of work to be done, but we'll see if this is where they come online on the CT side. Scoreline is now 11-8 or 3-1 overall as Rez opens things up here in round number 20.
Between Rez and Config, they're doing a really good job. They just need a third player.
Yeah.
I don't really care if it's Hetrick or Brolan, but one of those two probably has to try and catch up to them a little bit, and they should be in a fine position. Good refrag coming in. Hampers goes down, and just when he thought he was safe, Hetrick able to catch JT. That's unfortunate because so much of the strategy is going to usually involve getting at least one player down secret on the T side, and now they're going to have to do it again, and this time Rez is ready.
Well, that's the most impactful kill Hetrick's had so far. This is a huge round.
True.
Can't stress that enough. The fact he's brought it back for 4-on-4, giving them the lead here. Bit of a wall bang. We are going to see 1 minute on the clock and just 1 smoke remaining for Complexity. Hoping for some mistakes here. But the setup is looking pretty good. Hetrick peeling off back towards the ramp. And they're going to be focusing their efforts towards, at least for now, a squeaky door. They've got no smoke. Actually, Horzog does find one with the AWP, but they're looking for a pick first.
40 seconds on the clock. They need the opening kill, and they're going to get it too. Grim goes for the early shot there. Config still alive, and he's going to get the 1 kill. Rez will follow it up, and Holzerk, he needed that one to be very clean. He's surely going to get run down. He picks up one and can't quite get the full 180 in, so the USP of Config will take him down right at the end, but that got kind of close.
It really did. The only reason they secured that one quite comfortably is Config got yet another kill cleanly through the smoke, Anders. Just as they got the opening kill, there was a nice wallbang there from Hetrick. Just as they got the opening kill towards Upper, this is what Config did. Straight through the smoke. I think they lose that round if he doesn't get that kill. I looked way too good. They pounced at the perfect time. That's CSGO for you. Cannon will happen. Config's in the zone right now, finding multiple frags every single round. This is troublesome. Complexity forced by the round number 21, maybe picking up the pacer as well. UMP in the hand for Horzerk. He managed to get a double kill with it on Inferno. Can he replicate that success? Time will tell as they make their way towards main. It's scrappy for Elige, and he's punished as Rez will get a double kill.
I liked seeing that, though. That's not normally the kind of play you'd see Elige ever go for, right? Like, he'd normally try and throw someone else in there, or he'd be a little bit of a different structure, but he really went for it. Flashed almost all the way in there. He had the early fight. Look at how low Rez is. And Elige's 22 kills. I'd love to see more of that from Elige, because he's got the mechanical skill to win a fight like that. Any other day, he probably trades it, and the whole bomb site's wide open. So I wouldn't be fooled by the fact that it doesn't work in this particular round. It all hinges on that 1 kill.
I would dare to speculate as well. That was a bit of a Hail Mary sort of situation there. The fact that they had the Galil, they had a couple of pistols in the mix. It was a force buy. I think they had a good spawn, and Elige said, I'm going to try this play. I don't think that was something they've really gone over. It was quite scrappy. And then you're right, if he gets that first kill, you never know. But Rez, super solid towards Upper. He gets the double kill towards main entrance and indeed Hut. And we'll see a full eco, pretty much, from Complexity. A scout for Elige. Not known to be a sniper, Anders. I think that's fair to say, and maybe for good reason, as Hampus will remove him from the equation. Speaking of which, though, Floppy in his specialist area towards the ramp will find one. That's going to be Brolan, but well handled. Hetrick does maintain the advantage. Brolan just typing nice shot in the chat, just to know that. Got to commend your opponents, as we'll see Grim actually find a bit of footing here, Anders.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, you know, that looked like a really confident shot from Hetrick, but then he walks into the next one and still goes down.
Yeah.
So he's not building any momentum for his own game, is what it feels like. It feels like every once in a while he's there, he'll get a kill or two, and then he kind of goes missing quite a bit. So I want to see that change. Good bomb plant coming through here, and with Grim and Holzerk, I don't know, anything can still happen. This could be a round for Complexity.
Yeah, Grim is a sicko, we all know it. He'll need this kill to open things up. It's Holzerk that beats into the punch. So beautiful Deagle headshot. Hampus recovers the scenario, though. 2 versus 1. They know Grim's here.
They got the smoke as well on Hampus and on Rez. They can try and block him off. They should try and force the issue. Close the door behind them as well. He's going to know that they're inside somewhere. The spray is good. It's Grim to get the kill. And now we can back off again. Rez just almost has to go for it. He just has to keep going. If they get another one right through, it's close. They're whizzing right past us here, but the defuse is in. Rez will pick it up. And that is heartbreaking for Grim. If he could have done it again, they would have had such a good position.
Absolutely stone cold from Rez there. Had to be tricky with that full defuse. He knew that Grim had his number. Left, right, and center. He had all the advantages he could ever ask for there. But going for the defuse, dropping the secondary smoke, dropping the flashbang as well, it was more than enough to secure the round. And you see Grim, oh, it's so unfortunate. When the flashbang catches him as well, he knows the round's over. Great effort. 2 versus 3 doesn't go in their favor, but it certainly leaves a mark. As we go 11-11, Complexity now with the full buy. The Horzerg AWP is brought out once again. Hentrick will have his, currently set on 10 kills and 12 deaths, but stealing the show, of course, Config, 26 frags. Anders, as we enter round number 23. He is firing on all cylinders. This is exactly the config we wanted to turn up today.
It is, and it's probably the difference maker right now, because if you look at the Complexity scoreboard, it's 22 on Unleashed, but then Grim, Horzerg, and Floppy are all playing a pretty good game. And that's, I mean, that's good. We kind of maybe forgot a little bit about it. Floppy, I mean, he was supposed to be sort of the star of the next generation of NA players.
Yeah.
And in some ways, he could be, right? Like, he still is a really, really competent player. So get him in the mix, get him to play with the Liege, and maybe they can rub off on each other a little bit. It could be really exciting. Tied up this game now, 11-11. Config is really what is shutting down this game for Complexity. They are just having a very, very hard time challenging him and consistently winning those fights. He is still feeling way too confident. And they need this round so badly.
Yeah. They have certainly started to slow down here. After going out 3-0 at the start of their T-side campaign, they've now given up 4 rounds in a row. Lost bonus building up, sure, but these rounds have been pretty convincing for NIP as they look to take the lead here. It's going to be just a lobby hold for now as they posture for control. Elige waiting for the fade on the smoke, but he's got the raid boss on the other side. It's going to be Config with Rez as well. Big spray down comes in, but it's a double kill for Floppy. That's more like it, showing some of that star power. Surely that's the round done. But Hampus, the last line of defense, without that molly going down, maybe he has a chance to do something about it. But that will send him packing. And yeah, that's all down to Floppy. Great stuff from him. North America's finest, perhaps.
Some really good flashes to set that one up, because I feel like otherwise Rez at least gets one of those kills, but he just didn't get the spray, and he must have been at least partially flashed on that second fight. So a bit unfortunate, but a great call coming out for Complexity. And a 12-11 squad. They're 1 round lead. It's a step in the right direction, but man, this is turning into a scary game.
The brutal flashbangs once again.
Yeah.
You can see that from Complexity. That's not a full execution right there. That's just a basic set piece. They're going in with those very powerful flashbangs, buying himself 1 or 2 seconds to get out of squeaky door. And if players like Floppy connect the dots, so that's a round in the bag. So everything comes together there for Complexity. They'll actually be looking to take the lead as well as we go 12-11. Well done to Ricky. I'll have a look at the replay here. So they've outblind everyone as well. Like you can see, Rez just couldn't get anything done. He's trying to dodge them as well, but it's by design. As soon as he turns back, there's a second flash in his face, and that's a huge round. But money certainly not broken. After winning 4 rounds in a row, NIP have more than enough to buy. A little bit of residual cash. They lose this one, they will be broken. So this is another swing round here. Complexity will be looking to replicate the success of the previous round if possible. It's Floppy to go towards the ramp to kick things off.
They've
doesn't look like anything like the start.
They've had to work so hard to get in the position where they got the economy this level for NIP. So if they fail to capitalize on it now, you might not get the chance again. You really have to do something with this. Decent nade. Thought it was going to be a little bit more, but I guess just mostly Grim taking a bit of damage from it. And Brolin playing in the ramp room and alone.
This is a difficult spot. You're normally getting 1 and dropping down here. The flashbang makes it incredibly uncomfortable. He knows he can't really do anything with it. Sacrifices the incendiary as well. It seems like Complexity have a very good read as to how Brolin's playing that position. That flashbang, it's all they need to get full control of the position. So now they're actually going towards Hell. And Hampus is surely dead. I can't see a world where he recovers this one, and that is going to be a fumble. Floppy capitalizes upon it, finds the advantage, and they're going in towards upper.
Yeah, Hetrick has to win this fight. JT, he actually made a bit of noise.
Yeah.
I feel like Hetrick must have heard that, but
he should have had that kill, to be honest, but we'll see if there's anything left to be said about the round.
Surely not. I feel like, and what a difference it makes, right? If they get the kill on JT, then they can still try and angle for the retake, but now they're completely locked out.
Yeah, that was the only way back into the round. Hetrick gets a quick kill there, spins on a dime, looks towards main. Maybe they fend them off. They still are likely to lose the round there, but that was the only way back into it. Complexity starting to come online once again.
And Hamper's really getting caught, right? He definitely did not realize.
Well, that's the thing. Like, when Brolan is confirmed, he's dropped the incendiary, and there's a chance it can go towards Hell. He made so much noise. He shot out the window, then leapt through it as well.
Yeah.
Floppy couldn't believe his luck. He was trying to get ready for the guaranteed kill that was available to him. But Hampus just leaping in to the lion's jaw there. It was a little bit disappointing, but I guess that maybe the comms are a little bit off. It's down to Brolan to communicate how deep they are, where they can get to. Maybe he just said he was dropping and that was it. So either way, as you can see after jumping through the window, Floppy almost pre-firing there towards lockers. And like we said, Head Trick unfortunately had to get that kill in his favor to stand a chance in the round. So now the money is going to be an interesting spot. A precarious one if you're an NIP fan, as they'll take their third tactical timeout here. It was a very close affair on Inferno. The Ninjas managed to win 16-14, but they had to win in round number 30 with pistols across the board. They got the job done. We move on to their map pick. And another disappointing start. Complexity came out the trap hot. They were up 4-0 on their CT side, but slowly but surely, once again, NIP shown they have the superior firepower. And unfortunately, on this C-side campaign, Complexity shining brightly. Their little set pieces, their tandem plays with the flashbangs.
Yeah, looking back on it as well, right? Inferno was 16-14, so just as well could have gone the other way. There was that one fateful round of the B-bomb site that Complexity managed to throw away. Otherwise, they win that map 16-14, and now they're about to win the second map, right? Could have been a very, very different affair. Still, we're looking for a third map on Overpass if this actually goes the way of Complexity. Some shots to the smoke, and yeah, I don't really blame Floppy for not wanting to keep on fighting that. There's no real point, especially if you know that there's the M4A1 on the other side of the smoke. Like, why would you take that fight? Just leave it alone for the minute. Man,
it looks like they're trying to bully the ramp room right now. They know Brolan's having a rough game. He isn't finding any kills. He's just dropping down. He's like submitting almost every time they come through. So if you just make him uncomfortable, bleed out his utility just like that, with a bit of presence, fire some shots off, he has to get through. He has to rattle through the grenades. And if you're feeling a position is a little bit weaker, that can be a very viable approach. So Brolan will hold on for now. It looks like more of an upper play once more for Complexity here. Just allowing Horzerg to work a pick if possible, but they're focusing the majority of their efforts towards Squeaky Door here. Elige leading the charge with Floppy behind him.
Oh, what a timing for the jump. He almost got himself killed. Config, though, instead of backing off, he just commits to it again. And up on the rafters, alone Hampus, his teammates just get blown up behind him. Hampus and Brolan left here, 2 versus 3. A grenade down, it's pretty good, but might not be quite enough. Hampus comes swinging it wide. Stop it! Gets the headshot as well. Brolan on the other side. It's so sick. JT going down. They never even got the bomb plant. They got interrupted. It might have been the grenade that actually did stop the plant, but my God, I can't believe that's a 2-on-3 that Complexity should not have lost.
It's all down to Brolan there. We called him out in the previous round. Looked like he was getting battered and bruised towards ramp, but anything but. He rises to the occasion here. Great rotation. Sure, easier frags by his standards, but ones that count immensely going forward now. That saves the day for an IP, keeps him in this map, and a chance to win it now. As we'll see them right back into a full buy. AK-47 for Config. Another very important round for both teams. Both of them feeling the financial burn.
Do you feel like they should have doubled up on the ramp room at some point here? Like going for the boost? Like, should they help out Brolan more than they are at the moment?
I guess it's just down to the comms. It's okay him going down. As long as he's not dying a lot, that's fine. It's just the way he's not really having much impact. They've neutralized him, right? So now him getting a couple of frags, who knows? But it is going to be Hampus towards outside and with the gap. Oh, Pedrick, you've got to hit those. You've got to.
Yeah, they even gave you it for free. Config is down here, and he's trying. And just like we always see with almost every Config clip, there's no falling back. He's going to keep on fighting no matter what. Edrig wishes he could have had that kill. Now he's alone instead, and it's way too late to start picking up a couple of shots now.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He's had a couple of misses so far, but that's one of the bigger ones. You gifted a gap in the smoke, right? Yeah, your teammates are dropping like flies towards outside, and a lifeline presents itself. A clean kill through the gap, and he just whiffs it. It goes right through the wickets, and unfortunately, that's another round where if he gets that kill and survives, you never know. It was looking good for Complexity once again, sabotaging the efforts here towards the upper bomb site. It's where NIP have had a real problem, but it was outside the issue this time. Hampus going down early, the missed orb shot, just too many openings for Complexity, and they have capitalized upon them. You can see that all the team pretty much contributing there. Floppy, JT, Horzerg, Elige finding kills. Just Head Trick remaining. He did find one kill towards lower, but that's when the round was pretty much done. You can see that was where Grim and JT were just trying to present some sort of aggro towards the other side of the map. But 14-12, and as mentioned, sure, they won a difficult round before with the Brawlhand rotation from ramp, but if they lose that previous one, round number 26, they've saved an AWP and they've got $2,000 per player with the scoreline of 14-12.
And this is getting really out of control now. NIP, the moment in time when they could have turned this around and really saved themselves from being in this position, it's kind of come and gone. Last time out being used now is DJL will get a chance to have a little bit of a say, but honestly, they're in a little bit of trouble, and Complexity, they're firing on all cylinders. The only one on the scoreboard that's not doing well is JT, and it's probably because he's doing so much calling.
He's doing the heavy lifting elsewhere. Yeah, don't worry about that.
A good game.
Elijah 24 as well. Love to see that. And here we go. Complexity on the precipice of taking round number 15. They got close before, were denied by the pistols and Inferno. And it is going to be the Force Buy, has to be the Force Buy. They saved an AWP. Hedrick will have to step up here in a pretty difficult series so far for him. An M4 for Config, who's been absolutely lights out. Floppy with the lurk smoke once again, maybe trying to get down the vent this time. Focuses his efforts towards Hub, and he's got maybe a kill on towards Rezek. Can spot him. Now working his efforts towards main. Great stuff.
Hedrick, there's one kill at least going his way. A Molotov burn on him, and Grim will open it back up again. This is so flawless, isn't it? They had such a good read on everything. I think they called out those positions for the CTs almost instantly. And the Molotov in the back, and then the fact that Grim can just clear out that close right corner, it just looked so easy for him. It's going to be 15 on the side of Complexity. They had no fear on that one. And I mean, some of the effect that they've had on the T side has been going to the ramp to bully Brolin.
Right.
But they're not even doing that anymore. Now they're just winning all over the place.
Well, well, well. Complexity shining brightly on their T sides today. Perfect calling from JT. Seems to have a real strong understanding of where the weaknesses lie for NIP. If you are just joining us and wondering what's happening, why there's so much hype around this tournament, we've just had roster mania here, and these two teams were contributing to that for sure. We've got Hampus coming back from a little bit of a break. I think he was gone for about 3 months or so, and he's now back as the in-game leader for NIP, but they've had 4 days of practice. So, sure, he will have something in his arsenal. He'll have some blueprints to work with, but overall they are not looking like their usual selves. And Complexity bringing in Elige as well. He's actually playing very well here on Nuke. They're actually looking pretty good today. Like, sure, they didn't win that first map, but like we said, their T-sides are looking decent. They're going to take the second map almost certainly, probably in this round. Then it's Overpass next. A bit of a Complexity special, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if this is the starting point for a team like Complexity, and they still have, you know, months and months to build something with and kind of like prove everything, this could actually be real interesting. So I'm not too sad about the way that things are going, although this is a bit of a change here. Hedrick with 2 big kills on the Deagle, looking for a third, which he can't get denied by Floppy. Brings it back into a 3-on-3, and it's NIP now fighting for overtime, hoping that they can get there to avoid Overpass. I bet you that they would want to do anything to not play that map right now.
Yeah.
Just close the book on Complexity, but it's not going to be easy.
Certainly not. The first incision has been made. It's going to be JT bringing us into a 3 versus 2. They have full ramp control, a ton of information to go with it. Looks like they're splitting towards upper, and it's just the Hampus Scout with no armor, a Brawlhand pistol, and 30 seconds remaining as we look very likely to go to a third here.
Yeah, they're just going to be walking out. They're going to find him right in the middle of the bomb site, and that's an easy kill. His teammate nowhere nearby to get anything in return. What a tough game for NIP overall on this map, but maybe especially for Brolin. He really did get beat up quite a lot in that position.
Config as well, posting 25+ kills on both maps, so he's going to be a little bit gutted with that one. At least he's in great form, you know. Overpass next, though, as I mentioned. That is the pocket pick usually for Complexity. That's when their tactical prowess really shines brightly. And it does once again here on Nuke. Excellent performance. They will be taking their opponent's pick and looking damn good while doing it, Anders.
Yeah, they really are. Well done. JT at the end getting the last one. You love to see that, which means we'll get a third map, and that'll come up right after the break, so stay tuned.
Complexity turning the tides and equalizing this series on the grounds of Nuke. A T-side that really stood tall for them on this second map. They push us the full distance, going to overpass to decide the winner between NIP and Complexity. Speaking of that T-side, Matthew, what for your money kind of stood out the most about Complexity? How were they able to kind of push the Ninjas in that second half?
Honestly, I think throughout this series, JT has been calling great. Sure. On Inferno, the problem was not the T-side. Complexity posted 7 rounds with a very, let's say, quiet start to this game. And here, once again, we have the score, or rather the Hound history in front of our eyes. This is the T-side where Complexity make the biggest difference. We see NIP were only able once to string rounds together, but it feels like once JT understood how frail inside was for NIP, he just punched on it time and time again.
I would agree with that. The good start in both sides, they're up 4-0 on the CT side, they're up 3-0 on the T side. That, of course, gives them a lot of rounds and gives J2 wiggle room to make some good calls. And then it was just the inside simulator. They were rushing inside, going inside, executing inside, and Rez and his companions couldn't do anything at any point inside. I saw Rez die from the same position 4 rounds in total on that CT side. He maybe should have changed it up. NIP perhaps should have done something to disturb the game plan on Complexity, because one of the things that I was thinking watching this game was that JT, yes, made good calls, but they were never struggled. They were never disturbed. They could just do whatever they wanted to at that T side. NIP never applied any sort of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they were, I will agree that they did an inside simulator, as you say, but how they got to it was different from round to round. Like, the rhythm was different.
Yes.
Sometimes it was just full on, execute from the very beginning, and they had maybe 1 round or 2, a guy that was put into the vent position, and then they rushed. Sometimes they just froze. They just waited for like 30 seconds. Last round is a good example. JT is waiting for about 20 seconds for that peek from door, and then they go towards inside. So I think NIP just didn't have the necessary resources to know how to handle these mid rounds. They were kind of a little bit lost. We got to 3v3, was 40 seconds left, and then just as you would expect, a new roster on the CT side, a little bit complicated, just didn't know how to handle these end rounds.
And not only the strategies rather paying off for Complexity, the individuals shining bright as well. We demanded that Elite show a better face than we saw on that of Inferno, and he did alongside a lot of his comrades.
I think Matthew said it pretty well. Just focus on your crosshair, mate, going into the game, and I think that's what Elise did in this game. CT side, he was good. T side, he was good. He's playing this very vital position as well in Yard, where he's bound to get a lot of duels, where he's bound to get a lot of long-distance duels, and Elise is good for those. Very strong aiming in this game, very strong performance, and it's good to see that, I guess, the least experienced player out of all of them on Nuke is actually the one playing the best Counter-Strike. So credit to Elise for this one. Great in pistol rounds, great overall, and this is kind of what we expect for the future as well for Elise. He's supposed to be the star player.
Yes, that's what we expect. You're absolutely right. I mean, it's great if you're Elise and if you want to instill like a stronger philosophy, and if you want to help people get more mature and more championship-oriented. That's great. I like that. I appreciate all of that. But at the very basics, just be better than the player you replaced. Be individually stronger. Be more reliable. Be the one that gets that double kill, gets that multi-kill, puts his team in a good position. You'll have time in the long term to instill that philosophy on how to close rounds. What we need from you today is to be better than Fang. We need you to be stronger and solid. He wasn't on Inferno, but here there was a much better showing.
Another kind of, benefit to what we saw from Complexity in this map was withstanding pressure, right? Because we saw from NIP some really nice clutches in that first half coming out. The fact that Complexity didn't crumble under that, that's a testament in itself.
Yeah, we have a couple examples we can show you guys at home. Complexity got ahead of themselves just a little bit, I would say, in the first half. Config, Rez, punished them in a couple of moments. That's a great example here. It's a 1 versus 3 with a whole lot of time to play with, and Config plays it beautifully.
And no, he doesn't. It's probably the most ugly clutch I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's not true.
It took him 5 minutes to kill the guy inside. Messes up the Molotov. I don't know what Elise is doing running through the Molotov. His mate is not with him. It's probably the worst 1v3 clutch I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah,
they
of course they do. Everyone plays horrible. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
The battle
this was a little bit better. That's better.
Yeah, this is nice.
Was better.
This is nice.
That's Rez using the geometry, Danny, I heard you, boy, standing around the side and making sure he cuts off angles. But there is a theme. There's an overarching theme in both these clutches. Is the ability from the NIP player, Config or Rez, to just dissect it into 1v1s. Config, in his horrible way, finds 3 1v1s where he has absolutely no trading risks at all. Same with Rez, play with the smoke. So on the side of Complexity, yes, they had a good start to the game, but they got ahead of themselves a little bit. They played these a bit more chivalry, I would say chivalrous, and then they allowed NIP back into it.
So when we come into, the second half, the later stages of this game, was it just the lack of reactions from NIP? Were you expecting them to have, maybe more moves, more looks to kind of bolster their defense versus Complexity?
It's a lot to ask for on a CT side of Nuke. You can't really be that aggressive. Sure, you can play Yard in
in an aggressive way. But if you're forcing yourself to push ramp or push hot, you're under a lot of pressure already from the beginning of the round. That being said, though, it was an inside simulator, right? As you said, in different paces, but the inside hold wasn't strong for NIP. So yes, I would have liked them to force the fight somewhere else. Maybe spend all their utility on the inner bomb side and then force them out ramp, force them down lower through yard or something like that in order to change the philosophy from complexity. Because as I said, it felt like J2 could just call whatever he wanted to from the beginning of the round, and he was successful with it.
Weirdly enough, I feel like whenever you have a deep change, like Hampus coming into the team, right, and coming in with a new philosophy, the T side might be where it's easier to instill rounds immediately. We've had a couple of examples already in this series. You've just pointed out, hey, that's a Hampus move. I've seen it before. I know how they can use it. When you go to the CT side, you have moments where it's about just protocols and automatism. Like, I know how you're going to react. Hey, I'm under pressure outside. You know the kind of flash I need. We have a code word for it. They didn't seem to have that. It was a bit individualistic. We saw Hampus a couple of times, flirting, dancing around smokes, getting punished. It didn't feel like they had that level of team play, which is understandable, to help them deal with it.
And you were talking a lot about, the A side executes coming out of complexity. Even when they went towards B, right, we saw Brolin having a really tough game individually. He's been one of the players we look at and go, we should be getting more. I'm a little bit disappointed we haven't seen more from him recently.
Yeah, you could argue that as well. I think Brolin is a strong player. Nuke, not necessarily his best map, I'd argue, but again, Brolin is a character and a player that we know has a higher level than what we saw here in Nuke. I'm sure he's going to bounce back. We're coming into Overpass, which is the bread and butter for Brolin. Always performing very well with the rifle in the toilet area on the CT side. So I'm not too worried about that. I think Matthew is right when he's saying that the synergy right now between the NIP players weren't there on the CT side. I can recall one of the rounds they won on the CT side. That was Config just rushing in the door, getting 2 kills. And when that's what it takes, then you know that you don't have all the solutions for the problems. And that's something they can work on for the future.
And
it's
we know
the first
NIP
game of the
is,
season.
exactly. They've only been practicing for 4 days as a squad. It's not exactly like they've had the legwork coming into things, but we do find ourselves on the doorstep of the third and final decider. As Jacob mentioned, that is Overpass. For your money, are you looking at Brolin to kind of have a resurrection in this one, or is there anybody else that you're hoping from the NIP side that we're gonna see more of?
Listen, I think Anderson Henry hit it on the head when they said in that specific setup, Config is a player that will flourish and will make the best out of these chaotic situations that maybe just aren't that polished. There's a bit more space for people to take risks and take initiatives. I don't think it's a coincidence that he's the one at the very top right now. And players like Hetrick and Brolin seems to be a bit more suffering from it. Like, it's unclear what we're doing, what is the actual move. I mean, as a player, I used to be in that very exact situation. If I didn't understand what the hell was going on, I was completely lost and I was playing like a noob. So maybe players are dealing with that chaos a little bit differently. Config is thriving.
Just got a bingo right there. I think that was the first time we said the name Hetrick throughout this entire series.
Yeah, that's
the
a worry.
AWP player from NIP. We haven't seen much from him on a map like Overpass. He's vital.
Yeah, vital indeed, and time for him to bounce back, but not before we head to a quick break. When we are back, the decider between Complexity and NIP, it's Overpass.
Ladies and gentlemen, the third map is upon us. JT has set up shop. He's put on a Counter-Strike clinic here in the best of 3, and we're moving over to his home ground. Overpass is next. NIP are in trouble. I still stand by my sentiments of Complexity taking this series, Anders.
Yeah, but the odds are still kind of with NIP, which is interesting. But, I mean, so far it is looking like a pretty good prediction. I'm not going to lie. I mean, JT, he's been impressing me with the calling as well. Config's been, I guess, the counterweight to that, but not in terms of, just in terms of raw fragging ability. And it turns out, actually, Complexity have a fair bit of that too.
It turns out they do. They've had their moments, and you have to bear in mind as well, Complexity, sure, a great showing there, but they did win both pistols. They had a 3-0 and a 4-0 start in each half, respectively. Whether they can close this one out is yet to be seen. They've had their moments of disappointing rounds as well. They've lost to pistols a few times as we keep banging on that NIP have more firepower available. But in terms of tactical prowess, JT has got them completely locked down. Ladies and gentlemen, third and final map of the day. As we'll see, NIP taking on Complexity here. Ninth round is concluded, I believe, yes, and we'll be getting into a T-side start for NIP. Aggression from Grim here as he investigates towards short, but he gets a flash in the face here. We're going to be off to the races, and a couple of quick kills come in, and it's a lead to pull one back, but that's a massive advantage. NIP help themselves towards the B bomb site now.
Oh, it's taking a while here, but eventually they'll find JT as well. And Brolin with the late kill on to Holzerk. It was actually Hetrick that came up with 2 big kills, and the analysts were talking a little bit about it, and I think fairly so. You know, like, Hetrick's been a little bit underwhelming today. There's been a number of times where you just want a lot more out of him.
I really like the point from Matthew, though, the fact he's pointing out that there's a lack of structure here. Not every player thrives in this sort of environment.
True,
sure,
yeah.
He's a Ukrainian sniper, but he's not the same playstyle as Simple. He plays more passive, structured CS, and maybe he's not going for the big flashy plays, which are kind of required right now, considering the lack of structure. But all things looking pretty good on Overpass for now. They do pick up a very convincing pistol, and they'll be up against the Force by here in the second. Now, bear in mind, Complexity, over the last year or so, have made Overpass a bit of a home map. And we'll see whether they can find the flashbangs. The smoke's required here to cause a bit of a dent in round number 2. It's Floppy with his deadly 5-7 waiting towards Monster. And Config just dissecting the map right now, getting key information. That connector is clear. Bit of a stack towards the bathrooms here from the CTs. Hunting for a bit of intel. Floppy spots one, takes a bullet as the smoke will bloom.
Some of the flashes you can throw on it, you can really change the whole game. Really both on C and T, CT side. I mean, you can do it on either side of the map. It's so sick to see. I mean, I think at the end of last season, we had Fallen do it a couple of games where he was just so impressive with the flashes on this map. So I'd love to see some of that from Complexity. Maybe that could close the gap a little bit more. This time, they're running into a fair few rifles, and the scout's not really working out. Not the Deagle either, as JT will get run down at the end. They had 3 people here, but they couldn't really help each other out. It was sort of a, you know, every man for himself type scenario down there.
Well, that was actually quite impressive there from NIP. Didn't leave them any positions to burrow themselves away, have the element of surprise. You could see everyone was Molotoved off, flashed at the same time as well. That's one of the best looking rounds NIP have presented all series, to be honest with you. Very clean, up against a difficult force buy, like you're up against CTs with a proficiency towards utility. They're going to be running the clock down. We saw a smoke drop just before they executed as well and committed. So very well done. NIP don't give anything away.
Rank Overpass at the moment in your mind? Like, what is it for maps you like to watch professional players play?
I think in terms of playing it, I'm not a huge fan. I think it's especially the level we're playing at. We're playing like Face-It, Pugs, etc. You know, like it's a bit too chaotic. It takes a bit too much structure. But commentating it, I think it's where you see some of the most methodical CS. It's where you see the utility and the set piece grenades, especially the HEs as well. I think it does have everything. In terms of, like, if you're not a hardcore CS fan, I can understand why people find it slow and a little bit frustrating to watch sometimes. I get that, but as a hardcore fan, I suppose, I really enjoy Overpass.
Yeah, in a way, like, the slowness is what makes it interesting, because you can see what's coming, like, a good while before it's happening. You can see a T side that's leaning towards A or B, and you kind of know what's going to be happening. So I think it's delightful as well. Good place right now for it.
And it's a great map to have as your pocket pick. Like we keep saying, Complexity, masters of the grenades. And the T side is where you'll see some of the most devastating work. It's very difficult to fend off a B bomb side when they've got JT pumping in 6 flashes from the water position. But for now, unfortunately, just a full eco. We are going to see a B stack coming in from the North Americans, flashing over. And looking to take down Rez. He's got the shooting gallery in front of him. Finds 2, that will do. as Elige pulls one back, but the round pretty much over. They've confirmed where the CTs are residing. Bomb should be going down momentarily. It's actually on the back of Headtrick right now, so they don't have to commit. There's no real correct play to play this. As long as they stick together, don't give up any frags, it's absolutely fine. Just don't overcommit. JT waits patiently. If he gets one kill, I'll be impressed.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Do a little bit of damage like that.
Yeah.
That push through the monster tunnel on the CT side has a lot of history behind it. Even in rounds we actually have rifles, you can still do it. The older version of Astralis would do it where they actually have a smoke that lands out by the barrels as well, so they sort of segment off that little part of the map right outside of the B-bomb side. It's really cool. There's a lot of interesting things. I always try and judge a team that's playing the CT side of this map based on how willing they are to be aggressive outside of B. Like, I just think it's so important. You don't have to do it all the time, but if you never do it, you're leaving so much of, I think, what could be allowed for tactically on the map just on the table.
Absolutely true. I think that's one of the great kind of signature points of Overpass is having options to do some CT aggression. You know, you can explore options towards top and middle, towards long, connector, and we don't have many maps like that in the pool. Like, historically, Cash was really famous for CT aggression and options you could have at the start of the round. So yeah, Overpass, don't see it as often as the other maps potentially, but the potential of seeing some great unique strategies is always there. So that's why we love to see this one, and we are through the eco round, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll see the first rifles presented by Complexity here. Round number 4. And a chance. A Galil saved. I guess that's something. It does operate a similar way to an M4 with a bit less damage, I suppose. A kit, at least, for Floppy, and an AWP for Hulzerk. Round 4. Let's see if they can get going here. It's a difficult round with just one kit. And a great start for NIP. Got lots of money in reserve as well. They can afford to be pretty loose in this round. There's a 4 Galils. You're kind of treating this like a bit of a bonus round, to be honest with you.
Yeah, why not? You don't feel that deflated if you're going to be losing this one. You try and do as much damage as you can, really.
Like, if you get a bomb down and at least 3 kills, this is a success, considering you have Galils pretty much across the board, apart from Reds here. So this is a bit of a prime position for NIP. If they do win this round, that's why it's called a bonus round. If you do win it, not only do you shut down the finances of your opponents, like, you're pretty much guaranteed to have cash for the rest of the half. It will be in a very promising spot as they spot the AWP of Hulzerk towards long. He won't fire back just yet, so information garnered for both sides as they explore their options towards middle and indeed the bathrooms.
Hulzerk proved to be a lot more rowdy on Nuke than he was on Inferno, where he's kind of missing. So one of the 2 AWPers so far has really shown up, but he's going to get traded. That's worth it. They'll take that one. Bring down the AWP. Rez in charge of the follow-up kill. And Elige flashing himself into a bit of a fight. Flashbang's great, but it's actually Grim who ends up picking up the shot. And now they're trying to see if they can still push you a little bit of an advantage here towards the bomb side. The rotation's not to get there for Complexity. Elige standing tall, not flashed at all. Hampus goes down, and this is starting to break down a little bit for the NIP side. Config with the AWP somehow in the back, but it's a 1 versus 4 for him. And you said a bomb plant and 3 kills. So far, it's 1 kill.
He knows he can cause some damage here. He's got the AWP right now. He's got 30 seconds, though. So throwing the AWP away, I believe Hulzerk had one as well. So maybe he grabbed his one. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess that's the one he stole. So that's something, at least, if he can find 1 kill here. Oh, maybe a double. He might be able to do something with this. Gets a lot out of a little Anders. That's the convict story this series, I have to say. There it is, 3 kills found. No bomb plant, but he got the 3 kills.
Sometimes I think it must be frustrating if you're playing against somebody like Config, because it takes away so many rounds that you could celebrate as a team. You could be like, high fives all around, this is sick. But instead, it's like, oh, God.
This is a hollow victory now. It's like, wow, that was a super clean round, and now he's actually taking away, what, $8,000 of kit there. And, yeah, he's made things a bit more compromised. You can see they're fully invested after winning their first round now. So that is significant. Mark my words on that. Elige. This time in towards Connector. M4 in hand. The AWP will push off towards Shore. Grenades exchanged. Significant damage towards Floppy, but here comes the key duel. It's Elige continuing that strong form we saw on Nuke, finding the opening kill here towards Config as well. And he continues to push Anders. Doesn't fall off this one. Holds a strong position, and it might work out for him. A little bit scrappy on the spray, but it connects in the end. 5-on-3, courtesy of Elige.
Grim holding the angle. He's hearing the footsteps. He knows everything. Going to be taken down, Brolin. And a missed shot here from Hetrick will cost him his life. And he's actually going to get flashed in from a Hulzerk on the other side. So they did have a lot of time to communicate that and set up the teamwork to actually get that flash in. But it works so well. Really sick. Hampus on his own out here. I don't want to read too much into it, but I feel like I'm seeing Elige make some more assertive plays that you just didn't really see him make on Liquid. if that's true, if that's going to continue to be true, I actually think that would make it so exciting. Like, I still think this is one of the most interesting changes of the Rostamania season.
Bear in mind, like, Liquid didn't play a ton of Nuke as well, and he just dropped 25 frags in that previous map, playing one of the most difficult or most impactful spots, I should say, towards outside/main. That is not a position you're used to seeing Elige in. You don't normally see him dueling like that with an M4 outside and looking incredibly proficient as well. It is an exciting prospect to see him a little bit more stuck in this complexity roster. Opening kill was found, and JT this time given the task of trying to take the pick towards Monster. Ruffles some feathers, denies vision. And just to note, this is going to be just a hero AK from Hampus here, the in-game leader taking it upon himself to try and cause some damage. Elsewhere, a bit of a partial buy, some upgraded pistols as they wait with 5 players on the B side of the map here, just config towards Connector.
I mean, so it would be a really fun story if Elige sort of finally is out of Liquid, and then, like, because it's just such a relationship that they were trying to fix in so many ways, right? There's so many things tried. They'd fallen in there, Shocks in there for a minute. They had
Shocks. That was a crazy time,
wasn't it? You know?
Shocks was there.
Even Moses brought in for it.
Even Moses was there.
They tried everything they could. And it just wasn't, it wasn't meant to be.
Apparently not. Well,
this is interesting. This is a bit of a change. Elige still has the double, but it's a 2-on-3. And oh no, Headtrick finding a hole circle up at the sniper nest. It's on Elige now to try and go for the ace clutch if he wants to turn this around, which I'm sure he does, but they know exactly where he is.
This is crazy. A round where they just brought in a few upgraded pistols. A Hampus Hero AK-47. He delivers Anders. 2 kills. Round done. And a lifeline found for NIP after giving up 2 rounds in a row in a pretty convincing fashion as well. And that's why we go for the hero AKs. Like, sometimes you have to have the discussion is like, what's that going to do to the money? This player won't be able to afford the AK going forward. It'll be down to a Mac 10 or a Tech 9, sure. But if he can deliver with the hero AK, if he can find you that first kill, it pays itself off straight away. He's just won the round single-handedly with the AK, making the call and setting up the boys there. So excellent work from Hampus. Just what NIP needed. Those rounds are looking way too convincing for complexity. The 2 they got, way too comfy. So it's just Elige holding on to the AK-47. Thankfully, some damage has been done, so the buy might be quite weak for complexity, and here's Hampus getting the job done towards Floppy at the barrels. Rez with a nice shot there with the Desert Eagle, and Headtrick showing his worth here with the recovered M4.
That straight up walk through the monster tunnel on the T side, like they just did. It's such a counterintuitive play for me because it looks like you're so stuck there, right? Like if you start to fail the shots, there's no escaping. But it's such an efficient play. It feels like the CT should always be aware of it, but very often you see that barrel peak come out with people like they just want to take a look and they just get their heads blown off.
Well, looking to pay back the favor and kind if possible. Grim pushing towards short this time. MP9 in hand. He gets flashed off by Floppy, but Rez, he gets a face full of it as well. Opening frag for complexity. Great opening gambit. They're on the back foot here. They had another force buy situation. Then we saw it on Nuke time and time again. It was Grim finding those opening picks when they were on the back foot. They've done it again. Elige this time forcing them towards the A side of the map.
Holzerk with the AUG instead of the AWP.
Love to see it.
Why not? It's a good weapon for it, but config is deadly accurate.
Didn't utilize it the most effective way perhaps there, but
Probably
still
not.
fun to see it.
Config is so unimpressed. He's like, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm going to stop it right now. JT gets one in return. They're going to be real careful. They're boxed in, and they're actually somehow finding a way out. Oh, Brolin's going to set it up and cancel the whole defense. Big double kill for him. And Grim, I don't know, Brolin's low on health. Grim, if he walks through the smoke, he might be able to make this a quick 1 versus 1.
I think you might be right, but Grim, he holds his nerve for now, waiting for the fade. Timing's eluding, though. Brolan's got all the way to on 10 HP, and they seem to be aware of it. Grim will get this first kill, but Headtrick will beat him to the punch. It's another huge round for NIP to pick up, and they're starting to look themselves now. A couple rounds in a row, broken the economy of the CTs here as well. It's the 3rd and final map, and we did say CTs on the back foot. They've been very good at finding his opening kills, but after going down to a 5-on-4 deficit, Brolan, it took a lot to find them that round, but he got the job done. A stunning sequence with the AK-47 saves the day. That was anyone's round. It was wide open.
That was sick.
We will see round 8 where we'll just see a partial buy. Elige has invested this time with the Hero M4. Now, you don't see this too often, Anders. This is normally a T-side maneuver, but Elige showing us how viable it can be as he gets the opening frag once again.
Yeah, and Rez turning the corner of the peak for the jump on the other side just gets absolutely blown up.
Yeah, that's another great little opening play. They've got those sort of maneuvers for days here on Complexity. You've got to be very aware across the map, as we'll see them being active once again, bringing that M4 over this time for another boost. And it's worked out perfectly. Elige finds his second of the round, manhandling them here as he stays very active. Kill towards Monster to kick things off. And then, of course, back towards Long. Somehow with that boost and bringing in a 5-on-3. Config, though, can save the day.
Yeah, this is
He slipped the net.
terrifying. The one player you don't want to slip the net, you don't want to have this guy in your back line somewhere. He's going to be ready for it.
Oh,
my
I think
God.
he saw him. He knows it. You can see him adjusting. He knows he's in a prime spot right now. Config can absolutely demolish them here in the back lines.
Yeah, either way, he could do both. Oh, they're actually running right past him. There's the one kill. He knows there's a second player because of the boost earlier. And now this B defense, look at the pressure that it's under. They're now turning around, they're wondering, are we about to get shot in the back while the rest of NIP walking in from the main entrance? It's head trick to take down JT. Slipped up in the corner here. It's USP, and actually, they're going to find it. And the bomb as well. Holzak with the final kill. I can't believe it. Complexity. They just managed to thread the needle.
Really fun round to watch. Great play there. Displaying very dynamically. That one M4 brought into the round. We saw the hero Hampus AK-47 work out for Nip. Wow. Have you seen the hero Elige M4 on the CT side? Boosted up towards short here. Great opening spray. Finding a key component in the form of Rez. And another boost. 2 boosts, 2 kills, Anders. And sure, Config made it uncomfortable. He got them in a position where they could win it. I was hoping he'd let that initial player run by him first and then go for multiple frags. As soon as he does pull the trigger on that first, they adjust. They know what's going on there. Not to say it was the incorrect play, but he was hoping to get a lot more out of that.
Yeah, that's what he was angling for, right? He was. I mean, if he would have been allowed to walk all the way down, he probably would have shot 1 or 2 players in the back and it would have completely changed the round. But yeah, they forced his hand by moving around the map that much. Timeout called. Complexity. They win the round and that's great, but also, you know, they are a little bit behind. And this is actually a map where you should be able to probably win the majority of the rounds on the CT side.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit tricky that they're in this position where they've already let slip 5 rounds to NIP. They could have had so much more. This could have been such a more one-sided affair for Complexity.
Well, bear in mind, yeah, they lost a pistol this time. They actually got both pistols on nuke and full conversion, so they're getting a taste of their own medicine here. This is them on the back foot, and they were down 3-0. So the fact they brought it back now, 2 rounds the difference, they can still recover this, and this is maybe where the round should be going in their favor, because you can see it's a force buy. NIP bringing out their heavy weaponry for head trick with the AWP, but Galil's, Deagles elsewhere. We keep mentioning it, NIP very proficient in terms of mechanical skill. That will Complexity give them enough wiggle room here to cause some damage with the lesser weaponry.
Still the Elige and Holzak duo that's doing a bit of work in the A bomb side. They're sort of moving around as a team. And Hetrick's very, very far back on long. Not looking to really take any fights at the moment. They still got a lot of time left. Hampus up close, so if they're worried about CT aggression, he's in an interesting position to listen in and sort of see if anyone's going to be flashed in on long. They don't really have any control outside of the B bomb side, which eventually, surely on the T side, you get a bit nervous because they've already shown that they're willing to push out of B. So if you don't have anyone looking, there's no real B anchor at the moment for NIP. You've got to wonder if anyone from Complexity will realize. Looks like they're just going to be comfortable with it and eventually go for the A-bomb side. 30 seconds left here.
30 seconds. That is a very good point. Remember, this is the force buy from NIP. Need this one to work out for them. Of course, Config connecting the dots with the Galil. They find 2 opening frags here, but Grim, he'll fight back with everything he's got, but that's only good for 1 single kill. I think NIP have done enough here. 4 versus 2, JC and Floppy with no choice but to save right now. Their money's in a pretty precarious spot themselves. But there's NIP, just using the old group up, basic execute, get the job done, as you send in Config and Brolan, who managed to hit every single target in front of them.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I mean, if this is a round again where Complexity actually had checked outside of B, they would have seen the no one's there, and they could have rotated more people to the A-bomb side. So I would say it looks really sick when they get the entries like that, but it's not without a risk, really. They left the B side of the map open for Complexity to discover that there was no one there. Still, 6-3 is going to be the scoreline here. And Hetrick is 7-3 right now. He's had a much better game. Obviously, he's 2 in the pistol round, but still, overall, he's not.
Well, this is where he needs to shine brightly. This is the 3rd and final map. Complexity is arguably their best map historically, and this is an AWPers paradise. We can kind of make excuses for Inferno and Nuke for AWPers. Overpass, though, I've got nothing for him. This is where he has to deliver, and show us what he's made of here. Like, of course, I think as mentioned that the analysts touched on it, like they're playing with a lack of structure here. They've only got 4 days practice, but a player like Hetrick trying to make a name for himself in the Tier 1 scene, like, these are the sort of opportunities that come rarely. An AWP or an overpass up against a team with a new player in as well. This is your chance to shine, and there's still plenty of time to deliver here. As we'll see Floppy investigating their options towards short, setting up a little bit of a boost here. This could be the old Anders boost. As we've seen him come back, it's been a while.
It's a classic. You know how angry I was when I found this, and I found out that literally, I think a day earlier, Shroud did this on his stream.
Of course he did.
I think he beat me by 1 or 2 days to it. It's very upsetting.
So you could have been the next Shroud.
I think that's actually what ultimately did it. Like
that was the moment on his journey where he knew.
Yeah. Wow. Damn you, Shroud. Still wake up in the middle of the night.
Could have been Shroud.
Sweat.
Could have been Shroud.
Oh.
Could have been Shroud. No.
Yeah.
So, 1 minute remaining. We'll see if round 10 will be finding success over complexity after giving up 3 out of the last 4 to contact play towards short, and the CT's falling back. The timing couldn't be worse for JT, but he actually does very well to even get a single frag there. Yes. The bomb site, however, is wide open, and that could be the round called already.
You know when that happens, like the flash comes in, you're backpedaling already.
It's the worst feeling.
You just can't do anything. You're like
waiting to die. And the fact he even got 1 was impressive, honestly. Like, doesn't make a difference in the round, but shouldn't have got anything there. It was unfortunate. They went for a bit of a gamble stack towards A. Perfect response from NIP, though. Contact in towards B. Flashbang couldn't have been more brutal as JT gets a taste of his own medicine, unfortunately. And we go 7-3. NIP, after winning the pistol, going up 3-0. Only given up a couple of rounds since, and looking very confident here. Their money's going to have a nice boost as they keep 4 players alive here as well. But speaking of 4 players, Complexity do the same. They save an Hulzerk AWP, who will at least be off the glass cannon next round. He could buy armor, and still plenty of rounds left to be played. We've had 8-7 on both maps so far in the first half, so that is still on. That could still happen on the CT side. What I would say is more of a Complexity pick right now.
Yeah, this has been a very, very close game, unlike the first one, which we just breezed right past.
Yeah, well, I guess, like, I know everyone's disappointed. That was the first game back from the break, but what are EG supposed to do? It's a brand new roster going against the major champions who've just brought in potentially one of the hottest assets in CSGO right now. Of course they're going to win it. Like, what did anyone expect? Like, what can they do? Like, of course it was going to be a blowout, but yeah, obviously not a fun place to be in.
No, it's rough. Hopefully next one will be a little bit better for them. Good attempted flick also.
Well, I believe the loser of this game plays EG, right? So
yes,
just to know that. Yeah.
Yeah, that probably either way will be a lot more interesting to see, like a potentially a little bit more of a real test for what EG look like at the moment. I don't disagree with what you're saying. Config here puts a test, and he's going to come up big with a double headshot. They almost lined up for him. Grim and Elige both going down, and Hulzerk, he would love something, but they're still testing him. Good flick onto Config, but it also reveals that he's there, and they can probably guess that there's going to be almost nobody at the A-bomb side. The fact that JT's even here is interesting. He could have just as well been a little bit further back towards the B-bomb side.
Well, he knows he's on an island right now for reasons you pointed out, so he has to be a little bit more active, but it could be in vain. They are dropping like flies on the Complexity side here as Reds helps himself to yet another frag. That's been a great performance from him so far on this T side. We are going to see a 4-on-2 ensue. JT and Floppy, other ends of the map right now. JT just hoping a monstrous mistake is made and you can maybe catch the bomb in rotation, but not going to happen. And the save will commence. Hetrick, though, alone with the AWP on the T side. This is an interesting one. Needs to be careful. Doesn't want to give that up for free. We'll see if he can survive here as he scuttles along towards A.
Yeah, JT was looking like he'd heard the scope. I don't know if he did or not, but yeah, you're right. It's an expensive rifle to be running around with. You don't want to throw it away. JT actually gun barrel showing there, and Brolin able to hunt him down, and yeah, they didn't know. Floppy out there going to be going down. Brolin having a better game, Hetrick having a better game. I mean, that's also something that really NIP were missing on both the opening maps.
Absolutely, and it's not just Config posting 25 kills. Everyone is between 6 and 8 frags on the NIP side, and they're up 8-3 right now. It's a real team effort. Unfortunately for Complexity, their woes continue. They can't really get going here. They've only found subsequent rounds once. That was round number 3 and 4. Oh, sorry, 4 and 5. And since then, it's just been back and forth. Maybe win a round, then lose 2 or 3 in a row. And again, down to just the pistols here. Third and final map of the day, in fact. We've got a long journey ahead of us, Anders, about 10 days of play going forward.
Yes.
A great litmus test for a lot of these teams, and, well, for now, maybe we'll just focus on the action because Complexity have found that opening kill. Courtesy of Hulzerk, the only player without armor, he'll find the opening kill. Still a lot of work to be done. But here comes Config, who is just loving the idea. They have an opportunity to mow down some pistol players here, gets himself in position towards Connector, and waits for further instructions.
Yeah, probably good. Get one more player in there. He does spot it out. I don't know how Config's eyes work so well, but they really do. Elige almost getting a third one in that one. That could have been really sick. Hetrick barely stays alive on 16 health. And Grim wants to press the issue. Wants to see if he can find a little bit of a weapon out here. And maybe just find Hetrick, who's going to be good for the shot. If he missed that, he's dead. But now it's right back into a 3-on-3.
These are the shots he has to land. On Nuke, those weren't connecting. Those vital shots weren't hitting the mark. Hetrick will be taken down, but his job is done. 2 big kills as Config, as usual, behind enemy lines. Such a nuisance, so difficult to keep track of. 30 seconds remaining as he tries to salvage. Well, it's looking like a bit of an uncomfortable situation here. They need to find that bomb if possible. It's down towards Party right now. Whereas, given the responsibility to pick that one up. Nice Molotov could be coming through, but an even better shot. JT brings it to a 2 versus 1, and Config has to fight. There's only 15 seconds, and down he goes. It's going to be Complexity giving NIP a taste of their own medicine, and boy, is it ever bitter. The Desert Eagles firing on all cylinders there as we go 8-4. Complexity back in this one potentially.
Yeah, if he would have thrown the Molotov or straight peeked it, but that middle-of-the-road approach where you're kind of like, you're sort of thinking about it, but not really doing it, didn't really work out at all. It's very unfortunate scenario here at the end. Good shots for JT. You've got to give him some credit as well. Obviously, at the end here, the reason Config's jumping around like this, he doesn't have time, right? He can't go and pick up the bomb and run back, so I think it's just pure panic at that point in time. He knows there's 2 players to find, not just one. So, unfortunate.
Yeah, well, as we always say, those rounds can and will happen in high-level CSGO. You've just got to shake it off. Understand you've got a massive lead here on the T side, and he's got an opening pick as well. Grim will answer back. Rez dropped here, and he wants a second. Delivers on all fronts as Complexity actually find the 4 versus 2 now, stealing away the advantage, and now falling back from their aggressive outposts here. Good smoke, and Hampus, he might have to disrespect him. Decides to fall back with Comrade Brolan, and for now, 1 minute 15. Not really much they can do, hoping they can just find a pick and capitalize upon him, but it's up to Complexity now. Hold the crossfires towards A and B. That's pretty much all they have to do. As long as they find 1 frag upon entry, round should be secure.
Yeah, play for the trade.
Yeah.
Just don't lose the 2-on-4. That's the only thing you want to allow.
What's going on?
JT just uncovered. Hampus going to get 1 more shot, and suddenly, it's a 1 versus 2. Bomb getting planted. Got to be careful he's not too exposed here, but the smoke might just help him out. Grenade as well to throw on top will not do anything to Hulzerk. He's a little bit too far back, but there's a real chance for Hampus.
There really is. They've given him an inch, and he normally takes a mile every single time. 2 versus 1. Looking for the first kill. The spray down might come through. Just Grim now looking for the first frag in the exchange, and it will be converted. Thankfully, Complexity will be taking the round. An excellent attempt there from Hampus, it has to be said. He manages to make it incredibly uncomfortable, gets 3 kills in total. But there it is. Grim, 3 as well, recovers the AWP, and keeps the CT campaign alive and well. At least for now, as they go 8-5, and it all started with this little exchange towards the connector. 2 massive frags there, but what a nightmare setup this was for Complexity. Just as we're like commending them for how strong they've looked throughout this series from a tactical point of view, just a lapse of not sure in communication or overlooking the position, allowing Hampus to walk up and get a clean frag, a bomb plant as well. It could have all fallen apart, but Complexity come out on top. 8-5, I'd say they need these last couple of rounds, considering they've only got 5 on the CT side so far. But there it is. Grim, 3 in total, saves the day, and will take his total up to 9. He's just behind Elige at 11 kills and 8 deaths.
Gotta wonder if JT's thinking at a point in time that his teammates from the pillar is covering the other side, or if they had some sort of like... It definitely seemed like there was some slip up in the defense, but they made it out anyway, so...
Exactly.
Can't really be too...
No harm, no foul, as we always usually say here. That's round 14, a couple more to go. We have got the AWP out on either side. Complexity finding a couple of rounds in a row now. Starting to come to life. They haven't shut down the finances just yet, but if they could win this one, maybe it will be the 8-7 we've been looking for. JT will take down Rez. Incendiary will find the advantage. Hetrick trying to pull it back, and Brolan in position as well.
That's got to be spam on top, right? That's got to be the spam from the jump spot.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, that's the bomb down on the ground, and she's allowed to get away with it. Ettrick expecting the other side, and Holzer deep flashbang to set that kill up. Really excellent work. That looks like a high level of teamwork for a team that hasn't been playing that much together, so that's really encouraging.
At least he couldn't have done much more with that as well.
Yeah.
What an epic sequence that was from the big man himself. 3 huge kills with the M4A4, super controlled, super calm, and like he said, just assisting each other as you might expect. Flashbangs deployed, and this is how he went down there. So it was JT with the grenade incendiary combo to take him down. But this was beautiful from Elite. Really enjoyed this work. 3 kills in total, completely manhandles them there as we get into round number 15. And as mentioned, if they did win that previous round, that would be 3 in a row, shutting down the finances here of the Swedes. And here we go. 8-7 looking likely. Pistols across the board now, as we'll see JT's confidence start to swell, pushing in towards the playground.
Oh, he's actually flashed on that one. That's a bit unfortunate, because Brolin will find him with the Tech-9. Good run, and just wallbangs him right down, so they're going to be able to recover that M4. I do like the idea of playing with a little bit of confidence and closing that part of the map, but didn't work out for them this time. Now, as a result of losing that part of the map, they're actually going aggressive on the other side, which fundamentally makes sense.
There was like half a second there where JT tucks himself in. They have no idea. He wins the round there and then. It's unfortunate. He misses out, but this is a nice reaction. As you've been calling for, the CT's now taking territory towards the B monster area, at least confirming it's going to be an A-side attack, and Elige, he's in a prime spot, but he is surrounded here. Players towards top and middle, and indeed the connector, as he'll find out for himself here. Config has looked incredible with that Tech-9 today. 5 versus 3 as they look to lock in a strong T-side performance here. 9 rounds will be pretty epic, and they're in a perfect position to do so, but the boost standards, the boosts have been problematic for NIP. And this is a strong one.
They've had so many tricks up their sleeve, Complexity, and some of the rounds, you're right, have really come off the back of those, so maybe they could do it again here. Deep grenade, a little bit of a jump spot over for Holzerg. He knows that they're out there, and he's got the rifle here with him to try and secure the bomb site. Floppy with a double spray, Holzerg on the AWP, and just like that, from a 5-on-3 into a 1 versus 3, Hetrix on his own. The tables are completely turned on NIP, and Complexity, with 14 seconds left in the round, looking to make it 7 on their side. Again, they caught it right down the middle. Exciting stuff here. We'll see how the second half goes after the break.
What makes majors special are the importance historically.
Some of the legacies that have been forged, that have been started.
I mean, it's the most prestigious tournament in the game.
Every team is striving to qualify, to do well.
It has a real process of qualification where everyone in the world gets an honest shot at competing.
But the one thing everybody always works for each and every year are those rare majors.
And that's what we're all here to play. That's what everyone wants to play.
What I believe that every Counter-Strike player wants to achieve, that's the one thing that everyone wants to try and win.
Being able to write their legacies, become legends.
They mean so much more. You're immortalized in the game.
This is the pinnacle, the zenith, if you will, of the CSGO calendar.
If you're a top team, winning a major can save your season.
This is your opportunity to really show yourselves, to really show that your team can shine.
It's the bookend at the end of everybody's chapter.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the glorious return of CSGO. That's right, the summer holidays are over. CSGO is back on the menu. My name is Henry G, and I'm joined by Anders to guide you through the final half of the evening. We've got NIP playing Complexity. It's overpass, and we'll see whether NIP can capitalize upon their one-round lead, Anders. 8-7 after a glorious comeback from Complexity. It looked like they were down and out, but strung 3 rounds in a row together at the end there.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. It really looked like NIP were going to crush them on this one, but again, they split it right down the middle. Now, NIP on the CT side in Hampus, he just sends a bullet their way. He's just letting you know, I've kind of, you know, I'm around here. You have to at least respect that. You have to be a little bit careful. Complexity, if they'd run into nobody at all, maybe they just keep running this the whole way. And actually, they might still do that. It's just the Glock train that's coming through. It's just a common strategy. Oh my god, what a shot though. Roland, he's taking care of business. Elige, he'll get one in return. Flash is good, actually maybe too good. Yeah. I think that was flashing Hampers as well.
Yeah, it was an excellent flash here, but Floppy in a prime position, but one he can't do anything with. A little bit of damage inflicted, but he's given up his position now, and now his team actually in a lot of trouble here. CT's falling back, and it looks to Rez. Actually will be dropped by JT. Config will need to see Rez and Hedrick step up here, 2 versus 2.
We're gonna get the bomb plant at the very least. What a weird round. They still have Glocks, and they have a significant health disadvantage. But on the other side, Complexity have a little bit of a lead in having the bomb plant and now being able to relocate themselves. Especially of interest is the fact that Floppy's got so deep in on the bomb side. He might be able to catch one of them here. NIP, they're in a little bit of trouble, but they do have the kit on Hedrick as well, so an extra 5 seconds for that defuse. Floppy just hiding in the corner. No one's checking it. He gets the shot and the follow-up. Good double, and Complexity win another pistol.
Well, it's quite rare to get given 2 opportunities like that for Floppy, as he did miss out on our first engagement towards middle. A shot in the back, couldn't quite connect, but he did stay alive. He got the information, and when it comes down to this 2-on-2, he doesn't make the same mistake twice. He manages to take his time, line up the shots, and absolutely deliver. So did JT once again, but this beautiful little sequence coming in from Floppy seals the deal, ties things up as we go 8-8. Forced by expected, and indeed will be delivered. It's going to be 3 pistols, a couple of scouts here as well. Rez and Hampus trying to cause the early damage here. Flashed off at the start, but not dissuaded from the angle. We will see Rez investigating at the start, but not feeling comfortable as Complexity starting to get control towards that connector. Bomb down for now, of course. Waiting for the initial CT aggression to subside. See what utility is deployed. And they still have the majority of their smokes. 4 remaining as they just suggest they're going towards middle. It's because we have flash and smoke combo here, trying to cause some rotations, but it's actually a bit of a B stack. We see 3 players here, 4 NIP as Complexity rotate over. They're going to go for the full execution to close this round out.
You know, I have some kind of scout amnesia myself. Like it's a diagnosable condition where every time you buy the scout, you just forget all the rounds in which it didn't pay off at all and you did nothing with it. And I remember the 1 round where I got like 2 headshots. That just happens every time. I keep buying it. Oh my god, it's not the scout, it's a deagle instead. Hedrick stealing the Khalil on top to get a 3rd kill. What a ridiculous way. They should have won this. The flashes through and everything else. Complexity, they might have thrown away the map right here. This is an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
All Cirques on his own.
We've been commending JT for his absolutely fantastic calls throughout this series, especially on Inferno as well, where they even lost. It was nothing down to the calls. It looks pretty spot on here. Maybe the first Nightmare call coming in, chosen the tightest choke point on the map. A very underwhelming little fake towards the A side of the map and choosing this choke point. Like, sure, they have to land their shots and they're incredibly good with the Desert Eagles, but it felt like 4 players coming through Monster wasn't quite enough there. They got absolutely mowed down, and that is a problem now as Complexity are sent packing. $2,000 per player. Let's have a look from the POV of Hedrick. Can't believe his luck there. Barely flashed and picks up the Galil as well. Huge spray down to find the 3rd. And you can see the CTs just swarming on top of them. And they've even got the advantage of the smoke towards Monster as well. Flashbangs barely even affecting them. That's a really difficult round for Complexity to give up. And they'll be forced buying back themselves. 2 Galils, 3 pistols overall. And a little bit rattled from the previous round, I would say.
What a reply from Hedrick to a couple of pretty bad maps for him. Now up to 14 kills.
It's a huge round.
Yeah, you love to see it. Even if the analyst, like you pointed out at the beginning, did kind of give a little bit of a context for why some players might be playing worse in a more, you know, in a less structured team, I suppose.
Right.
Still, it's kind of, it sucks to see somebody like Hedrick, because again, you want to see him carve out a position in this team. and show what he could do. And didn't really see it on Inferno, didn't really see it on Nuke, but this is looking a little bit more interesting.
Well, he's got the scout for now. As I mentioned, on the CT side, that's where he should be delivering now. With the snipers, this is where he can do his best work here. No excuses now down to the map. This is where the Orbis can cause a lot of damage, ruffle a lot of feathers. And like I mentioned, it's going to be complexity on this force by right now. Couple of rifles. And the first interaction coming through. Not the cleanest for Brolan, but he gets the job done.
Yeah, very labored, but he's still stuck out here. Do some damage. JT down to 48. Yeah, he's spotting them, but they still have about 35 seconds. The bomb's quite far back on Holzerk, and he's trying to make his way across the map. This is looking like it's going to be a B finish. And the way that they're kind of jumping in the A bomb side, it should even be somewhat telegraphed what's happening next. I feel like they're going to know there's really no one out here.
Well, here we go. Rez. He'll find the first kill en route to this B bomb side, but it's actually starting to fall apart somewhat. Grim and JT finding key frags here, but the scout should secure things. Grim in a very difficult spot. Had to plant the bomb there. There's about 8 seconds remaining. And sure, they did well to find a couple of key frags, but ultimately with no plant and the money in the dire spot it is around $2,000 per player. Without that plant, it doesn't really do too much for them. So NIP in the driving seat, to say the very least now. After losing the pistol, they win that important second round force buy and managing to defend off the force and response here. So it has to be the full eco as they go up 10-8. Nothing really can be brought to the table. Like, this is about as bad as it gets now in terms of the financial woes. You can bring a couple of flashbangs, a P250, that is about it. And wait for your turn to strike back as they'll send 5 players towards the B side of the map. As we said, Complexity love a flashbang, and we'll see if they can catch Hampus with it.
That's amazing. What a flashbang it was. Config, though, unfortunately for Complexity, able to pick it up and get a couple of really quick kills to just get the round back under control before it really spirals. JT's going to go down last. It's Rez there to help out on top of everything else. So much of the conversation about this map is going to come back to that one round that they threw into the monster tunnel, right? Like, that's where everything changes.
That's a good point. I guess that's the one you are going to remember. Like, it's the last map. It was a key round, and you had all the advantages you could ask for. You had the weaponry, you had the time, and you opted for 4 players through a very difficult choke point in the gates, and it didn't work out for them whatsoever. Triple kill for Headtrick with the Desert Eagle and Galil combo. He had all the time in the world to style on them. So yeah, that's a very, very important note. Complexity now with cash, but a bit of a timeout coming through here. It's actually called by NIP. They know this is a very important round, and they're operating with a Headtrick scout. They can justify, they could get him an M4, but they'll see what he can do with it. He's a sniper after all. We'll see whether he can cause a dent, play a bit more passive, try and find a pick if possible, at least do some damage and set up the M4s. As round number 20 comes through. Final half of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure we've all missed CSGO. It's been a while. It feels like it's been like 6 months, but it's like been 1. But it's great to be back, I have to say.
I feel the same way. Like, I hate saying it makes me probably sound like a terrible person. But whenever really, like, when everything is in full swing, I was thinking like, oh, I could use a break. But then like 3 days into the break, I'm like, let's go back to the other thing. Like, this is kind of boring now. Let's do it. Elige, he's gonna get the early kill there, assisted again. It's a flashbang by Holzerk. I feel like a lot of the flash assists so far for Elige's kills have been Holzerk setting it up. So there's someone to build on there. A little bit of a duo, an unlikely duo. So. Don't think I would have imagined ever seeing Holzerk and Elige on the same team, but here we are.
That's a very good point. Lots of that going around right now. Unexpected roster changes, but that's a whole different conversation altogether. 4-4 for now. Elige has looked strong today, I have to say. Posting 25 kills on Nuke. Looking very comfortable here, and actually showing a bit of more assertive heads-up play. Tip of the spear mentality for Complexity. It's been very cool to watch. JT just trying to bait out a bit of utility here as Grim will continue to push through the connector with Elige. It looks like a B finish to me right now with the bomb outside the aforementioned site. We are going to see Elige rotating in, and in terms of execution potential, they've got 1 smoke and a flash, so this will be more of a contact play from Cole in the 4-4. 2 CTs residing, and Red spots the first.
Yeah, he knows already. JT's dropped very, very low, but oh my god, the grenade on top. I was going to say, he might still have a chance at the headshot towards the barrels, but that's already gone away. Rez playing this very nicely, just jiggling around the pillar for a long time, and they end up running out of players on that T side. So the defense is looking good right now, and NIP. They are cruising. We've had some really, really close maps. This could be another one, but the way that NIP are playing it, they're kind of taking over the momentum game a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, it's another rough round. They're a 4th stage loss bonus, which is $2,900 per player. No plant coming through means they are down to half by territory. Sure, max loss bonus next, but it means you can invest down to about $2,000 per player. That's like a Deagle, maybe some Kevlar. That's exactly what they've got here. We've seen plenty of these rounds fall awry. That's another thing to talk about when we go into these more unstructured setups where we've got lots of roster changes. You'll see a lot more rounds with the pistols working out for a lot of these teams. That's a great shot from Elige as he makes the first incision, but Config answers back, forcing them in towards the A side. That's what they're going to have to finish now. They've lost complete control of the other side.
Elige had that shot planned out in his mind way before he had
I think you're right.
You could see him not even stopping to run. He just ran the whole way there. That is sick.
Head trick. Got to deliver here.
No, it's going to be Holzerk instead. Hetrick getting a bullet to the face instead. Grim with the trade as well. This is working out very, very well at the moment. Bit of a smoke just to buy some space and maybe put some pressure on Complexity. But the bomb is planted. And Rez and Config, you have a little bit of money in the bank, but not enough to really start to throw rifles away. This is so sketchy, and Holzerk up close. It's Config to win the first fight. He just pre-fires it. And Grim, he could have walked right into it. He could have been dead already. Going to be a refrag coming in from Rez, and now hiding in the back as Elige. He should get this one, and he will with the picked up AWP. Huge round for Complexity. If they wanted to turn the tide, this had to happen.
Absolutely true. As mentioned, that was a half buy going into round number 21 there. It would take something miraculous to imagine a world where they could pull it off, but it was Elige delivering the goods here. Beautiful first shot. Speaking of which, Holzer, that wasn't bad at all. And Grim with the recovered AK-47 getting the job done, and Elige closing things out there. That was a bit of a must-win round. They knew they were in a very compromised spot there, but they're right back in it now. As we see NIP having to force buy this round. 2 pistols for them. AWP for head trick and a couple of M4s otherwise. You can see the T set up for any sort of aggression here. They know the money's in a compromised spot. Floppy waiting for any short pushes coming through. Covering every single possibility here. The bomb currently towards a playground right now, so suggests they'll just be slowing things down, feeding the map out. And Rez, he's sitting in the smoke right now. I don't think they'll be pushing through this CT smoke, but you never know. I doubt it with the fact they've got 2 M4s on this side. They don't want to sacrifice those weapons so early on.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit too much of a risk. Run boost out here. Brolin, if they keep making noise like this, he's going to eventually be able to hear them out, especially with the scoping that might be going on, but it seems like they're sending in Elige first. Really is Elige and Holzerk playing together a lot right now, which is real interesting to see. That's going to continue into the future. 50 seconds on the clock right now. JT on the one side, Elige on the other. And Brolin's got no backup. Hampers is trying to get to the A-bomb. So that's going to be way too late. And he just gets shot in the back of the head. No flashbangs even needed.
I think they have to save it, really. Because Hampus, unless he finds a double kill, Anders, I just don't see what who even slows them down. They've got 3 towards B, so Hampus is happy to die here. He knows he probably isn't going to do much of this, but if he does get a double kill, who knows? First kill is his, but there you go. It's not even worth considering now, really. You've got to save that off. And the M4. He manages to find one, but that's a casualty that Complexity can afford. And there it is, double digits after winning a Deagle round, after giving up 4 in a row. Complexity now right back in this in the 3rd and final map as they find double digits. 12 to 10 overall, and 4 players surviving as well. This is looking very good, but Hetrick will at least have the M4 config as well, so they've got something to work with, Anders. Not all is lost, but Complexity starting to grow and get scarier as these T rounds continue.
Yeah, they're bringing it back from that earlier dreadful monster round. Definitely a couple of steps in the right direction. I feel like the setup here for NIP, having 2 of the rifles in B and 1 of them all the way in restrooms alone on the A, but like I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I almost feel like if at that point, just put all 3 rifles in B and then save all of them, or send somebody here to help out Brolin, because this seems like for this round to work out for Brolin, he has to get at a minimum 2 kills.
Sure.
And like just 1 kill even is not enough. Like he's gonna get traded and then they're still gonna lose the A-bomb side and nothing will really change.
Well. The 3rd timeout used by NIP here. Backs against the wall. They have $2,000 per player. They've saved a couple of weapons here, but it's not looking good. Complexity have looked pretty fierce in the last couple. We did say it's one of their pocket picks. They always look very comfortable, especially on the T side of Overpass. They know they're still in good stead to take this third and final map. We'll see the pause come to an end. Nothing really invested around the AWP and the M4, just to note that. Pretty much a full eco. Rez has a Deagle. But once again, they're going to have to find anything here. It's down to head trick and config.
Go straight to the B-bomb site with the entire force. They're just saying, you know what? Let's see what happens. Maybe they'll do it again. Maybe they try and execute into the bomb site and we're ready.
Could happen. The bomb's on this side of the map. No one's gone towards middle or A-Anders.
Yep.
This could actually be a thing.
Run boost to set it up. It's real risky, and I'm sure Holzerk would have seen a couple of boots down there landing on the ground.
Yeah. So there's that going to dissuade Complexity here. Good flash. Confirming they know where Hedrick is at least, and I think he goes down here. Great patience. Nice little setup there as well, just to force him out of position, make it clear they're aware of his presence and he has to move, and they've got the AWP set up, ready to strike. So far, so good. They are going to commit towards B, but everyone is here on the NIP side.
Ooh, bit of a flashbang, but what a shot from Grim. He was flashed, and it still didn't even matter at all. JT now going to pick it up and follow through. Good round. That's the kind of round they were probably wishing for earlier in the game, but
yes,
it comes through this time, and they're really running it back. I mean, this is, again, a wide open map, and I'm impressed by... I just think Complexity look like a much stronger team than they really should at the moment. I would have given them a lot more runway for this to work out. Again, Liege, you know, obviously an incredibly strong player, but I could see how it could take a while to fit somebody like him into the team.
Yeah, someone who's been in the same kind of org and roster for the longest time as well, playing with new players. I guess he's got Grim there as well, who's familiar with. But yeah, he's turned up and looked very promising here in the blue jersey, I have to say. As we get into round number 24, it is going to be a buy available here for the CT side. Compromises have to be made. They're raised down to the FAMAS. They have no kits available, no helmets. Thankfully, no MAC-10s out and about. As we'll see, Elige try and garner some mid-control, but he's just showing presence. He's just taking vision away. You can see the entrance of bathrooms now. There, Brolan and Hedrick having to focus on that area, while 4 players with Complexity are ready and waiting to potentially contact play in towards B once again. Here we go.
Just at the mask by the barrels. It's got nothing it could do. What a shot to open with. That's the round. That's it. That one shot probably does it. Elige now just on cleanup duty.
Oh!
Great job.
What a round. Absolutely wrecked. They had no idea what was going on there. No idea where they're being attacked from. And it will be clean kills across the board for Complexity there. Beautiful CS. And this is what we said. Their T-side play right now is exceptional. We saw it on T-side of Inferno as well. Nuke not so much, but in terms of what we're seeing from the team, the chemistry, the synergized flashbangs, it's looking really great. But Hedrick now, he will be trying to hold on to the little he has, which is an AK-47. But as you mentioned, those first 2 kills, that was round over already.
Some of the small tricks that we saw out of Complexity when they were on the CT side, like the little boosts or the flashbangs to push outside of the B-bomb side, that's something that we haven't seen out of an IP. Like, they seem much more stale at the moment. Like, they're just waiting around, which is fine if you win those battles. If you're holding your position and you win, it's fine. But I feel like it'd be cool to see them try and take the initiative a little bit back and start. Like right now, Complexity they're winning the fights, and they're the ones obviously being on the T side that are kind of dictating the pace here.
Yeah, they seem to have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, Complexity, and you're dead on. Like, some of the rounds they've picked up are due to them actively finding the picks, creating those opportunities with boosts, and presenting really kind of creative ideas time and time again. So 12-12. Ali's looking happy, big smile on his face. And rightly so. They're up against just the pistols here and 1 Hedrick AK-47. Grim looks very strong throughout this series. Will be molotoving off towards Connector and actually making Hedrick a little bit uncomfortable here as to focus his efforts towards middle with Brolan. Big kills required here and nothing found. JT, Grim working in tandem to completely disrupt the mid defense.
Yeah, very clean shots that are coming up right now. Elige top fragging at 23, and I think he was top fragging on his team on the last map as well.
Yeah.
On Nuke. Config still ahead on the NIP side for his team with 19, but it's not the It's not the all.
It's not the same performance, right? It's not the carry we saw in the first 2 maps, where no one else was really doing much and he was running around owning everyone. Sure, he's playing well, but he's not in carry mode right now.
No, I agree. That's probably what they're missing that slightly. Even if it's probably might be a better trade to have Hetrick and Brawl and also do a little bit. But man, game is tied. It's about to be Complexity with a 1-round lead, and that puts them in a huge position. Hampus hunted down and burned.
What can he do? Like, everything was covered there. He had Molotov at his feet. Every choke point smoked off. Dozens of flashbangs coming over. The fact he even survived 5 seconds or so was impressive. And speaking of which, this T-side performance has been nothing short of that. Complexity showing us why they're such a feared team on Overpass. And for now, just Rez. He remains with the P250 and actually gets one to the face as Complexity take the lead now, and it's 13-12. This has been real clinical stuff coming in from Complexity.
Yeah, their T-sides look very, very cool at the moment. And that's been true on all 3 maps. So, I mean, if something to really probably to make note of, you know, it's been real early for them. They've managed to integrate Elige, at least so far, into the roster. And yeah, again, like I would have thought, you know, even if it was a couple of weeks of like transition period where you say like, okay, they have to get used to it. It's a very different feel. I'd probably give them a pass on that. So
I think, yeah,
play well early on. It's really exciting.
This has been a great series. I wasn't sure what to expect coming into this one. Regardless of the outcome, who takes it, I think we've been gifted a pretty impressive series here. It's had it all. It's had the high-flying antics of config, it's had the tactical prowess of Complexity, and some huge clutches coming in the mix as well. Big damage as we see Complexity using the grenades once again.
They get grenaded themselves.
They certainly do. What has happened there?
They got one early on when they were setting up their own double nade, and then they actually one bounced on them as they were walking away from it. So, unbelievable.
Okay then. Wow. Anyone's round once again. Complexity with 5 in a row. Maximum loss bonus on the CT side. They were looking incredibly comfortable, but ever since they've come online, Complexity haven't missed a beat. You can see in the top left of your screen they are on fire right now. Boosted setup here towards B. Config in position. Hampus towards short. Rez to bait both of them in. And it looking likely again, so Elige selling presence towards A. He was doing that towards middle before. This time towards long. Just trying to keep players towards A. Keep them entertained, keep them interested. As they get ready for their queue, they're going to end up towards B here. Down the floppy to open things up. He'll be joined by Grim.
Rez has a Molotov. Yeah, he's going to really slow this down. This will be very one-dimensional, but the flash is good. Rez is gone. No one's checking the corner, but Grim will. Second in through the tunnel, and he does make that right-hand check. It's huge. And they're right back into a 4 versus 3 here. About 13 seconds on the clock. The bomb right there in front, but he can't stop the bomb plant. And Hampus, enough bullets left to get the headshot on the hole, so it's still a 3-on-3. And now Elige. Earlier he was baiting them, now he's flanking them.
This could be huge. I think he has been rumbled though. They're looking towards heaven. It's Brolan who will take the all-important frag. 2 players remain as Grim and JT both reside towards shore, looking to keep the streak alive here. Can they find 6 rounds in a row? Hampus doesn't seem to think so. The defuse comes in, and they will hold on. It was not looking good there. The flashbangs once again into that B execution. 30 seconds left on the clock. They get a clean opening frag. They detect config on the other side as well, but Brolan does save the day there. 2 huge frags, and the most important one on towards Elige as well. Here's, I think, the footstep of the drop down from Spawn, and he takes down the most important frag of them all. Once he takes down Elige, they know they can just focus on the bomb, and they've got track of the remaining players.
Yeah, and honestly, that's probably a mistake that Elige probably knows he made it the instant that it happened. He's like, oh, this is on me. Like, I know kind of what's going on.
He was stuck in a horrible spot, right? He knows if he walks the entire way, there's a chance his teammates go down and he has no impact. He doesn't stop it. The bomb wasn't planted for him.
Yeah.
But if he does go a little bit quicker, like we saw, and he does make a step, sure, it's probably not going to be hurt, but if it is, you are rumbled. And great presence of mind there from Brolan, not only hearing the step to actually outposition him as well in a really tense situation. That's just what NIP needed. It was a round that was looking done. They were outpositioned once again, outgunned as they entered the B bomb side, but Brolan saves the day, gives them a very important round after losing 5 in a row. They do manage to remain with 3 players in the previous, and money will be okay, but still on a knife's edge. As we see another tactical timeout come through, we've tied it up once again, 13-13. All-powerful Hulzerk. Round number 27 underway.
Right at the edge. I mean, they were about to get swiped here, Henry.
Yep.
So the fact that they managed to slow it down, NIP, it's kind of good news, but it can't be. It is not enough, right? They need more than this. They need to show that now they're right back online, and that's it. That's the kind of shot you'd want, especially on Elige.
Yeah. Hedrick has to hit those shots. There's been a couple that have fallen by the wayside, but that one's absolute showstopper. Gets the job done. Takes down the talisman in the form of Elige as well. 5-on-4. Looking to regain control of the scoreline. Find round number 14. And in terms of what's left here, it has to be the B play once more. They have no positional control elsewhere. No one towards middle, no one towards long, no one in connector. So it has to be a contact play towards B once again. They just don't have the time or resources to fall back. They know there's a chance of being flanked as well, so the longer they wait, the more likely it is they'll be picked off one by one. So what's the play? They have got themselves one smoke, Molotovs, and hoping they can catch some CTs out in the rotation. You can see them looking towards T-spawn, but just knowing there's no real option to fall back here.
Flash against Rez better be absolutely perfect. You can see him turning around for it all the time. He really doesn't want to get blinded. It's Config to go down first. Follow up Flash and Rez. Good turnaround, but he's still traded. JT will take him down, and now he's going to advance on. What a double kill for JT. Finally, Hedrick able to shut him down, but it still leaves them in a 2 versus 2. The bomb being planted. So far, so good for Complexity. They shouldn't have even been on the bomb side to begin with, but they are. And now they could just play the afterplant here. Nice shot from Holzerk. Hedrick is down, and Holzerk will finish it. The Norwegian sniper coming in with a massive double kill.
Very nicely played. It looked like Complexity were done once again there, Anders. Their T-side decision-making is exceptional. Even when they're down, they've lost that opening frag as well. And like I said, they lost territory across the map here. They had no one towards middle A in general, not even the connector. And even with all those factors working against them, they somehow come out on top there. That is pretty disappointing. You can see the frustration for NIP here. They had all the advantages they could ask for. They had the manpower, the information. They had them locked out of every other part of the map. And they just roll over. They can't hold on to the bomb side in such a key round as well. That's not exactly a full reset, but it's only going to be $2,900 per player into this next round where the money is tight. It's 14-13 overall. NIP with their backs to the wall once again. We're going to see a single M4. It's worked out before and not really much else around it. They can barely bring out a half buy. A couple of players going for deagle armor, but Rez, Hampus, they'll remain with the 5.7s and no armor here. And this could be it.
That double setup towards the monster tunnel between Rez and Config is not working out.
It's not at all, is it? They're not really being... It's like the worst of both of us. They're not like pushing and taking risks, and they're actually getting information, and they're also not complementing each other when the execution comes in.
Look at also. This is the kind of style that I associate with this play. You just run the whole way there. They might have heard the scope, so they might have some kind of an idea what's going on here, and wow, they can't even get that one. Holzerk will pick up the kill on Config, and just like that, the whole round is open. The 1M4 almost getting timed against the Liege. He's got the right idea, Brolin. He's going to be able to get the kill, but still, a 4 versus 3. They've locked him in on this part of the map, but again, it hasn't helped them in the past.
I was going to say, yeah, it actually might be beneficial just to allow them to do their full B execution, which there doesn't seem to be responsible right now. So you actually need to be punishing a bit more. Like, you've locked them in, but you're not making them uncomfortable. The fact they're still doing their full execution, not being probed in the back, no one's having to take any damage or really make an uncomfortable call. That's the issue here. As Rez will be dropped, and an exchange doesn't really do much for Hedrick and co here. He might get one more, but the trade will be almost certainly coming through just like that. And Brolan, a chance. At least they've given him something to work with here. He can win this round.
Yes, he can. All the way out on the ledge. This is so risky. He's all in on this one, right? If they double swing him, he's dead 100%. But one of them is planting, and Grim's playing behind the pillar. They don't know that he's there, but they're also not showing themselves. That smoke is providing just enough cover. And now they slip the net. They're back out of there. And Brolan, he must be thinking, I have to save this rifle. I needed the kill. Oh, he's going to go for it.
They've played it perfectly. And I guess at this point, he might as well see if he can smoke the bomb, tap one out, see if he can force a peek. So here it comes. I have to tap the bomb and hope for the best, see if he can find it. And unfortunately, Holzerk will find him before he even gets close. A disappointing finish there. Might as well go for it, but just so perfectly played, Anders. They didn't give anything away there. The perfect smoke, perfect pathing back towards Monster, is giving him almost 0% chance of winning it. Oh, that's dirty from Holzerk as well.
Yeah. Hedrick doing the best that he can, but... So no kit at the end on Brolan would have been a very, very difficult time doing it. Yeah, a little bit of a head shake. Unfortunate, but not for Complexity. They're up 15-13, and one round away, Henry, from picking up the series.
They need to keep their heads held high here. They're still in this one. They've got guns right now. Aggressive towards shore. Opening kill comes in for Rez here. Floppy trying to respond in kind here. There's a second player towards shore. He seems to be very aware of it and takes down Config back to the 4-4. Excellent work there from Ricky. And we'll go into the 1 minute 30 territory. Everything resets for now. CT's with a disadvantage, spread a little bit more thin. And it's Head Trick operating towards middle. Gets the intel. They're coming in his direction. And Miss Molly actually doesn't stop Elige. Perfectly done.
I was going to say, I actually prefer this position for Brolan to the one that he was playing earlier. Boost to take down Hampus inside of the B-bomb side. And Brolan's going to get the kill and also the bomb on Holzerk. So makes it a little bit uncomfortable. He has to get another one. And Elige, he can't be stopped. 27 kills as he finds the headshot on Brolan. And now it's a 1 versus 3 res. His position's been discovered. He's low on health and in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, he doesn't really look up for this one. I have to be honest with you. It's not looking good whatsoever. The bomb not planted, however, but he's got 33 points of health. No kit, no grenades, no teammates. I think that paints a pretty bleak picture, unfortunately. And just an overall performance for him so far. 17 kills, 20 deaths. I don't think it's going to be happening. What a great performance. Complexity. This time they really were tested. They didn't win both pistols this time like they did on Nuke. They were looking like they were down and out. They had to string together 4 rounds in a row towards the end of the first half. If you remember, their CT performance wasn't great. They needed 4 in a row just to even come online in this game.
They got Holzerk online. They got JT fragging in-game leader. They got Grim as well. And Elige just continuing across all 3 maps to perform really well. What an exciting prospect. 16 to 13 at the end as Complexity bring down NIP in their opening bit here. That's really, really sick. Can't believe that it came to this, and I mean, a lot of people are going to be looking at Elige like he's got no net underneath him, like he's just on that wire, but so far so good.
He looks reborn, he looks revitalized, and he's got that high level fragging potential now. Aggressive, in-your-face Counter-Strike, and not missing a beat. Complexity look like a very well-formed unit right now. It's impressive showing in their first matchup here at the Blast 4 groups. Can they keep it going though, Anders? That's the question.
I mean, if this is a starting point, I've got to say, that makes me a lot more excited. Obviously, they're going to be put to the test. I think that means they're going to be playing Vitality, I believe.
Yes, okay, that's quite a scary prospect.
That's going to be a really
The gravy train might be coming to an end.
It could be a quick shutdown, but either way, I mean, I look forward to seeing it. James is ready with the interview. I see JT down there as well.
That's right, I've got JT with me here, and this was a fantastic start to your Blast campaign. And I want to just touch on this overpass here, because CT side, those last few rounds you grab at the end, then calling these great T sides that you seem to be doing across the whole series. What does it feel like now having Elige by your side and getting a big win like this?
It feels really good to have Elige. He's obviously a very, very great player, and he's added a lot to the team already in terms of our structure and our system. In terms of the T sides, we usually have pretty good T sides in general, but I think we've made a lot of improvements the last 2 weeks on our T side especially. CT's still taking some work, but I think we lost a lot of rounds on all 3 of the maps on CT side that we shouldn't have. So I think we just got to go back, look at the micro details on why we lost those rounds, and I think only up from here still.
And what do you feel is the biggest difference in Complexity right now in terms of the mood and the feeling just coming into this game?
I think we're obviously like in a honeymoon period. John's been on Liquid for 8 years, so I think it's also like a big what's the word for it? Just a breath of fresh air for him. A breath of fresh air. But yeah, he's been on Liquid for so long, and now he's joining a new team, and also we're just happy to have him. We've been working hard, and I think it's been going good.
And we saw James RL behind you there. We were talking about him and his involvement. We didn't expect to see him here. There was no announcement or anything. So what's been going on? What's he working on?
I think it's just on a trial basis right now, but he's just helping us on some details, reviewing some of the rounds in our scrims and our matches, and just helping us small things. We're just seeing how it goes, and yeah.
Well, let's see if it continues going forward. JT, thank you very much, man. Well done.
Another absolute nail-biter of a map, but this time Complexity are the ones to be withstanding the pressure. And once again, Matthew, a really great T-side call from our man, JT. Great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even better than map 1 and map 2. Like, was it like 8 rounds of the last 9? It was Complexity fully in control, and once again, being able to just know when to stop and pause and let this NIP lineup sweat, because we could definitely see there was a little bit of discomfort in how to handle the last 20 to 25, 30 seconds seconds round, and that's exactly the round of history I was talking about. 8 out of the last 9. A JT masterclass, I will like this term. We had to say it day one.
I love that. Trademarked. Sealed right here.
There's no excuse for NIP in this game. They win both the pistol round. They don't win both the pistol rounds, but they win the first one and they break the economy of complexity in the second one. They're technically up 7-1 in that regard, and yet they still lose 16-13. It was very disappointing to see NIP not put up more of a fight on the CT side. I do, however, agree with what you're saying. I think JT and Complexity played a good T side. They're paying attention to detail, the executes, the flashes, the utility. Yep. It seemed much more smooth than it's ever done for Complexity. And I can't help to think that that's Elise coming in and saying, guys, this is not good enough. This is not strict enough. We got to work on the small details because after all, that's what differentiates the good from the bad.
You speak of Elise, let's bring him up on our screen with some highlights because, yeah, coming into that second map and the third of Overpass, he was looking really, really solid. Exactly what we would expect from somebody with so much experience and so much damn firepower.
Definitely so. Map 2 and Map 3 is the exact representation of what we hope to see Elise do in that Complexity jersey, which is to showcase your individual skill, to be at the tip of the spear at times, to use a couple of flashes for you as well. Here's a great example. He's being aggressive, proactive. He has the flashes from Holzer right behind him. That's a triple kill. And this kind of cohesion is what we didn't see from NIP. They left Brolin on an island. At times, he got kind of pinched. That's a good example as well. He's found by Elige in that very specific moment right there. Elige kind of showcased what we were hoping to see in Map 2 and 3. Puts us in a good light for the beginning of Cold.
Yeah, it's a good first step, a good first sign here for Elige and for Complexity, because this is his team. He's coming into Complexity being the big star, being the massive player, and of course this team has to cater into that. You got to give him all the freedom in the world. If he wants to play a certain position, give it to him. Let him flourish. Let him carry you over the finish line. And as I said, it's just one game, but if Elise is coming in and taking charge of this team, if he's demanding respect, taking responsibility, taking space, and he's playing like that, then that's a good sign for Complexity for the future.
Yeah, certainly. I think this is just, a taste test of what we're going to be hoping to see from Complexity going forward. Also, Grim having some great moments. We've heard Henry G term it, the vintage Grim coming through. I know he's still young, but we want him to be that star, right? We want him to be a more consistent force for Complexity. Hopefully, Elise can kind of open that door for him.
Yeah, listen, I think he does deserve a tip of the hat when it comes to Grim, because on the counter side of Elise, I don't think he's been catered to too much. I don't think he's got super glamorous, sexy positions. Some of the kills he gets, it's truly just at the strength of his will and through blood and sweat and tears. We've had a couple of entry kills out of Monster when he basically is going on his own. He's going on his own to make the difference. He's going in first, kicking the door, and then people behind him. That's exactly, thank you, production is right there. That opening kill from Grim as well. So he had a few of these moments where he's manufacturing opportunities for Complexity, and tip of the hat for that.
Let's not forget that Grim was the only player who excited us for the vast majority of the time where Complexity didn't play good Counter-Strike. We spoke about him as being the star of the team. We spoke about Grim being, a guy that could go into Team Liquid once more and perhaps be a difference maker. Now he joins up with Elise on his own team. Maybe those two together can really bring out the best of each other in a different setting, because of course it didn't work out in Team Liquid. Stu 2K probably didn't help too much in that equation either. But here in Complexity, I could see those two with the rifles having the playstyle they have, where they are sort of in your face, but not relentlessly aggressive, but more calculated aggression. And so far in this game, it was looking very good. It was a 1-2 punch from Elise and Grim in this one, and that could be dangerous for the future.
Conversely, for NIP, I guess this is a difficult pill for them to swallow. Sure, it's only the first series, it's only the first taste we get of Hampus taking up the leadership role again, but we asked for more from Hedrick. We saw that in the beginning half. We saw a consistent config basically throughout the entirety of the series. It must be, tough for them to not be able to close this one out when it gets so close.
Yeah, definitely. I will say, though, how the rounds went towards the very end, it felt like there was no question who was the better team on Overpass. It was a pretty clear-cut affair. I think NIP in this best of 3 showcased individual talent, no question. Config had a couple of moments, he took over the games, he took over rounds, but the difference, the striking difference with Complexity and NIP is the meshing between players, the team play, the amount of cohesion they had in moments. This, I think, is still very much a work in progress. Yeah. We saw a whole lot of situations where NIP players were left alone, not necessarily with the help they needed. This is what they have to work for, because we know the talent is here. I'm convinced that they haven't figured out the puzzle quite yet. Brolin had moments where it just doesn't feel comfortable to watch him play and to watch him evolve. And I hope to God they can actually figure that one out. Otherwise, we're just in for another revolving door and a change in a few months.
Of course, this is only the first stop of the 4 groups train. We can take a look at Group A to see exactly how the matches are going to be stacking up going forward. Of course, NIP fall down to meet EG in that lower bracket. Complexity taking on Vitality. That's a little tasty morsel. Do you think Elige has enough to be given up to Vitality that just gave the sting time and time again to EG earlier on today?
I think if Complexity play as they did today, they won't stand a chance whatsoever against Vitality. But if they can put on a level or two more, then sure, we can have a competitive game. I think Vitality today looked very, very solid. I think Flamesy was slotting in well into Dupree's positions. And as you said, it's just a taste test for now. But Vitality, they're looking scary.
You know something else that's going well? Matthew, 2 out of 2, 100% win rate to start off your season. You winning, son?
What can I say? You know, it's in my bloodline. I'm undefeated.
A humble king.
I'm
That's
humble.
exactly what
Scrawny
you are.
also got 2 out of 2, so I'm not sure I want to be in that bracket after all. You know, that may be a sign of stupidity, to be honest.
What's your issue with Connor,
I know.
man?
What's all the
Nothing,
aggression?
I'm just trying to be honest. Yeah.
You know what, Jacob? You have something to be excited about because, of course, we've got our CS Money plays of the day. We've got 3 options for you guys to be choosing from over on Instagram. So, gentlemen, this is a surprise for us. Maybe we should roll them and see exactly what we've got to be choosing from. Jacob, you want to start off with number 1?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Who is that, Jason?
Yeah, who is that, Jason? We got Junior, the man from EG, playing a good game today against Vitality. Sure, down 14-2, but we're showing some glimmer with the M4A1S.
And now my eyesight is 20 out of 20, and I know this is Flamesy now coming in with a little bit of a play, and I'm going to wait for the show to come in so I know what's happening. That's on Vertigo, definitely. It's work with the AK-47. Great rifling as well, with a little bit of pizzazz at the end, because why not would I chase this guy with my Glock? But of course, using the geometry of the map.
Not bad. Not a bad debut by Flamesy. The last guy we got up for the task right here would be Res from NIP. Sure, losing today, but he did have a highlight here on the map of Nuke. Standing top hot. That's a good position for Res. Getting a nice couple of kills, executing the entirety of Complexity, pushing in towards hot and showing a bit of that aggressiveness that we like to see from Res.
We do love to see that indeed. Head on over to the Blast Premier Instagram, get your votes in and verified, and we'll be announcing the winner at the beginning of the show tomorrow. If you guys had to vote, who are you voting for? Are you a bit biased because of the black and yellow B there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the rifle board from Flamesy was kind of cool. That was nice to see.
It was pretty nice, yeah. We love to see
I'd
that.
be down for Flames.
Yeah.
I'll vote on Junior. I think Junior's cool.
Yeah.
Junior's
That's a
cool.
good
Junior's
vote.
cool.
I don't know. I think Flamesy takes it for me simply because his debut
You're
on
biased?
Vitality was... Yeah, I mean, I'm hella
Unbiased
biased.
opinion.
One, I absolutely love Vitality, but we won't be seeing that tomorrow. We will be seeing 3 best of 3s instead. We will be moving on into Group B and a little test of Group C as well. We've got Big versus Heroic, first game of the day. Astralis taking on Na'Vi. I cannot wait to see that one. FaZe versus OG. I think we're all a little bit biased with this one. I just want to see what the hell Na'Vi have been up to during this time off. I've got so many questions.
It's always fun to see Simple play Counter-Strike. It's going to be fun to see Emma slot
Especially
in.
tomorrow.
Especially tomorrow, you know, but it's going to be fun to see Emma slotting in towards Na'Vi as well. He was, after all, the second MVP of the major, if you may say so. And then Astralis with no glaive for the first time in many, many years. So yeah, there's a lot of storylines tomorrow.
I'm actually so angry. I'm sorry, can you imagine Astralis could have kicked Glaive and have Dupree maybe coming in, could have been a grand old reunion? But no, no, we don't get it.
They want the
we
new
don't.
wave, don't they?
They want a
That's
new
exactly
wave.
what they want.
You want to pay
have
for it? I'm sure
this-
if we want to pay for it, we can make it happen.
Well, we'll do a couple of TikTok dances. Maybe we can get enough money for that. Let's
Yeah,
keep
you know
working on
some
that.
TikTok dances?
Yeah, but that's going to be for
I
later.
think that's what
You
you've
wanna
been
show us
doing with your
one?
off-season,
hell
right?
no.
Yeah.
hell
Should we end the show
no.
out exactly like that?
Absolutely not.
Well, I
have to learn them
believe
first.
it is time to bid you adieu, farewell, good night. Oh, no, we are actually going to be holding on for a little bit because we've got our Mask MVP. Are we ready to be checking in with James Banks to see who's in contention this time around?
Psych!
Yes, we are ready. We do have it to go. And our Mask MVP, well, it's all about the best players throughout the tournament. Now, it has only been 1 day and it has only been 2 games. So the list is kind of set in stone as it is, but it's just a check-in to see what you've got. I'm going to give you some of the names and faces that we have up there right now. And you were talking about Flames' debut. Well, it was absolute dominant from him. You see Zyra and Magisk up there, but it was a nice, easy 2-0 from start to finish for them. Elige, his first outing away from Liquid after 8 years, and he was dominant as well. But the Flame highlight should come rolling in because this is the upgrade and probably the best roster move we've seen so far. This is a player that came in to make a team that was already one of the best in the world be the absolute best and brightest. And this is a golden opportunity for Flame to cement himself as one of the best players and show his skills in here. There's a lot of pressure certainly coming into a team like Vitality, but at least in the first showing, he handled it well. Let's see how he does throughout the rest of the tournament. Freya, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. James Banks. So he's got his eye on Flames. Would you agree with that? Is that where your vote would potentially
Unbiased
be going?
opinion once again.
Yeah. I mean, you
Play
have
of the day,
Zyru
Mask
and
MVP.
Magisk in there.
It's
so if
all
you
right.
did
Listen,
want
when you play with Zyru, you get to be a Mask candidate 1 day out of the event.
Yeah.
We'll give it that.
We'll give you that.
It's in the contract.
Elige was without a doubt the best player today.
Okay. Well, no bias there, of course. Former Liquid man yourself, Jacob.
Oh, you're right. You did play in Liquid.
I did play Liquid,
Play
yes.
Liquid,
that's
man. We
correct,
haven't had that on our
Elige
bingo
is not
card
playing
yet
Liquid
today.
anymore,
No,
so-
he's not.
No,
He's
he's
not. So you're in exactly the same boat.
Exactly.
Jacob and Elige, exactly the same person.
I'm also equally not in Liquid.
I think we need to go and have a little bit of a rest because we've got a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike coming up tomorrow. We're going to be back at the slightly earlier time of midday. If you're joining us in the European time zone, we'll see you then.